first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis, and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These two events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence, and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed the plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office, but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. Apotrowa ni ehun ne tenten. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered, after initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities, challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which in 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 metric tons of cocoa, which it had sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this Honorable House, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, cocoa road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts worth over $1 billion because of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. And urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of $29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing. despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayment, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion impacted 5 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming 4th review of the IMF support program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15th, 2025. And the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, governments successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last peso whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office Services Joint Standing Negotiating Committee concluded negotiations on the 2025 minimum wage and base pay for the single spine salary structure respectively. I want to use this opportunity to reiterate my sincere gratitude to organize and the Ghana Employers Association for the understanding and in reaching this agreement on the minimum wage and the base pay. On the final day of negotiations, the privilege of joining my comrades, the leaders of organized labor, for the concluding discussions. I'm confident that the sacrifice we have all made this significantly benefit our economy's health in the future. We look forward to a positive economic outlook as we restore macroeconomic stability. We encourage exports. The 24-hour economy policy. We implement the $10 billion big push policy for swift infrastructure development. We rationalize taxes and foster inclusive growth. The goal is prosperity for all, which must be shared and not the prerogative of a select few. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 20. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline, WACO, were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I've been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our for energy and green transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the free zones and uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI. And this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources. Yet we face a paradox. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we're implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by reliable power supply to meet our country's needs while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA for short, will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, it will lower food inflation, it will boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grain Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soya bean production. The Vegetable Development Project will target crops such as tomatoes, onions, and pepper. Our Poultry Farm to Table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, government plans to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry imports. And this is a good one. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project. We actually have a project called Nkukon Kitinkiti. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project will cover 55,000 households producing eggs and fresh poultry for the market, and it will help reduce our $300 million we spend on importing chicken annually. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the connection between agriculture and industry, we will prioritize value addition, processing, and distribution, and this will position agriculture as profitable and appealing, making it more attractive to our young people. We will implement an Agri-Next program to facilitate access to land banks by young farmers, to connect graduates with opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and promote greenhouse agriculture among the youth. This initiative will benefit approximately 30,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, the Livestock Development Project will also address Ghana's reliance on imported meats by restocking breeding farms and increasing local livestock production, thereby creating jobs and boosting self-sufficiency. For years, access to mechanization, quality seeds, fertilizer, and extension services has been a major challenge to our farmers. To address this, government will establish our flagship farmers service centers in every agricultural district, ensuring that farmers receive essential mechanization services and resources to improve their productivity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, also in the fisheries sector, we implement strategic interventions to enhance productivity and sustainability. Key among these initiatives is the continued enforcement of measures to curb illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threaten our marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of our hard-working fisherfolk. We have intensified surveillance and monitoring operations, bolstered by the deployment of modern technology and strengthened collaboration with our key stakeholders. In the last month, we have expanded the supply of subsidized premixed fuel to support artisanal and industrial fishers, ensuring affordability and availability. We'll also invest further in modern fish landing sites and cold storage facilities to improve post-harvest handling and thereby reduce losses and enhance the quality of our fish products. Aquaculture development is a key focus of our administration. We'll provide financial and technical support, especially to young fish farmers, increasing fish production and reducing our dependence on fish imports. To increase the value addition in this sector, we'll encourage the establishment of fish processing facilities, create more jobs, and boost exports. Our commitment to supporting women in the fishery sector remains steadfast as we implement the programs to empower female fish processors and traders with financial capital and capacity building initiatives. While we work hard to fix the economy and provide jobs in all sectors, including agribusiness, one of the biggest crises we face in this country is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that up to 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention. To bring much needed focus to the desperate and widely scattered youth employment programs, I have set up the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment in furtherance to the promise I made in the campaign. This ministry, that is the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, is mandated to formulate, coordinate, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. To achieve a legally robust regime to govern national service, I've also tasked the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to coordinate and present to Parliament a legislative instrument to support the implementation of the newly passed National Service Authority Act 2024. That's Act 1119. We will introduce short military training as part of our national service scheme. This will instill a sense of fitness and discipline into our youth. The administration of scholarships is another challenge. It has been fraught with a lot of challenges. The poor who genuinely need scholarships are unable to access them because the rich and wealthy always crowd them out. To fulfill our government's vision of promoting transparency, equity, and sustainability in the scholarship scheme, We shall streamline the award process to ensure that not only deserving youth benefit from the system, deserving youth benefit from the system. We shall introduce increased transparency, including publishing the list of beneficiaries every year. Mr. Speaker, job creation is one of our main pillars, and it was one of the major promises we made to the youth of Ghana. To help actualize this promise, we're going to roll out what we call the Ejumawura program. This initiative will create, track, and mentor young businesses annually with a special focus on our youth. For the first phase, the top 2,000 implementable business proposals will be supported with business development training, mentorship, access to startup capital, marketing, and networking to operationalize their innovations and business ideas. We will also launch our flagship National Apprenticeship Program to equip at least 10,000 young people in the informal sector with employable skills, including providing apprenticeship fees and startup kits when they have completed. The Youth Development and the Interior Ministries will facilitate the training of our young people in the Okada business in areas such as road safety regulations, financial literacy, and digital skills, as well as facilitating the acquisition of motorbikes. We will introduce electric motorcycles on a high purchase scheme to eliminate the use of petrol and make their businesses more profitable. Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President's Empowerment for Women and People with Disabilities program will also be launched this year. The program will target women and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups to build their capacity and offer them access to finance to create their own jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations will also focus on developing youth IT skills and fostering innovation. Under the 1 Million Coders program, young people will receive training in coding, web app development, digital marketing, and other digital skills. This initiative aims to equip them with the necessary skills for employability in the digital ecosystem. We must provide meaningful and relevant education to prepare our youth for today's technology-driven job market. Despite various reforms, issues related to low-earning incomes persist within Ghana's educational system. I'm committed to ensuring that quality education remains a top priority. The system we have inherited is outdated in many ways and must be realigned to meet the needs of the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing the urgent need for national dialogue on education and in the spirit of inclusive governance, I launched the National Education Consultative Forum on February 18th in Ho. I look forward to the recommendations which we will incorporate into our sectoral policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, even though Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees equitable access to education across Ghana, 30 years after the Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education FQ program was implemented, its full objectives remain unmet. To tackle this issue, government will redefine the scope. Additionally, ICT training will be integrated into early childhood education at the basic level. Over the next 3 years, it will be expanded to cover at least 300 classrooms, 30 centers of excellence, 1,000 teachers and district teacher support teams, focusing on the teaching of mathematics and literacy. This year, the Ministry of Education will fully implement a new curriculum for senior high technical schools and STEM schools, introduce a standardized national sign language for hearing impaired learners from kindergarten to SHS, and review the kindergarten and primary school curriculums. To increase access to quality education, we will scale up our social intervention programs like the capitation grants, the feeding grants for special schools, and the government's BECE registration initiative. Mr. Speaker, To promote inclusion and equity, the government will enhance and resource the Islamic Education Unit to recruit more Islamic and Arabic tutors for English-Arabic schools. We will establish STEM and TVET schools in underserved and peri-urban communities. We will provide scholarships to brilliant but needy students in deprived communities, especially for study in law, medicine, and engineering. We will support Islamic colleges of education with infrastructure and logistics, and will enroll youth in Zongo and deprived urban communities in the National Apprentice Program and offer free technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, it is important to continue to retain and motivate our teachers in all schools, especially in the rural areas. Government will begin plans for the implementation of the 20% allowance for teachers who agree to serve in rural schools. District assemblies are going to be involved in this scheme to ensure that the teachers are present and teaching in the schools that are selected. This scheme will reward such teachers for their sacrifices and ensure quality education nationwide, not only in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Teacher Dabre initiative, the construction of teacher accommodation units to improve welfare and attract teachers to rural areas will commence this year. Mr. Speaker, no new school will be built in this country without teachers' accommodation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, once again for emphasis and for the record, I, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will not cancel the free SHS program. I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries as put out by the previous administration was an exaggerated and false narrative calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, while the free SHS program has improved access, the implementation of the program leaves much to be desired. The outcomes of the ongoing National Education Forum will guide our reform efforts in this sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our promise, the Minister for Education has announced the restoration of Parent-Teacher Associations, PTAs, in the running of schools. It is important for parents and communities to participate in the administration of their schools. The Ministry of Education and GAS will, however, ensure that PTAs do not impose unbearable financial burden on parents and students who cannot afford them. Mr. Speaker, the double track system remains a challenge, and we are committed to eliminating it by accelerating school infrastructure expansion and completing stalled educational projects. To fund this, the Education and Finance Ministries are working to uncap the GET Fund so that we can accelerate projects in secondary schools. As promised, we have begun improving secondary school feeding, and the children are getting better quality food as I address you. Mr. Speaker, efforts to decentralize school feeding and food management include strengthening procurement and store management records capacity. Once completed, food procurement and management will be fully handed over to the secondary schools to do their own food procurement. Mr. Speaker, Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are central to national development, STEM. We will therefore expand STEM programs at all levels to equip all students for the global economy. We don't believe in building single standalone STEM schools. We believe that STEM must be part of the curriculum of every secondary school. Mr. Speaker, regional TVET centers of excellence will be established to provide practical skills. Every region will get a TVET center of excellence to expand technical and vocational education training. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ghana has consistently missed its gross tertiary enrollment targets with a rate below 22%, far from the 40% goal that has been set by 2030. Despite over 460,000 secondary graduates coming out annually, 55% qualify for tertiary education, and only 35%, 161,000 of the 460,000 enroll in tertiary education, leaving over 300,000 without access. To address this, government is introducing a no-fee stress policy to eliminate tertiary admission fees, which currently serve as a barrier to higher education for some students. This will be supported by an enhanced student loan scheme, which is called the Student Loan Plus. The no-fee policy will also cover all persons with disabilities. And for emphasis, persons with disabilities will pay no fees for tertiary education throughout their study. And so PWDs who gain admission to tertiary institutions will pay no fees. Additionally, TVET enrollment will be increased from 11% to 20% to boost employment. Mr. Speaker, rising enrollment has strained university infrastructure, causing overcrowding and inadequate accommodation. We are determined to expand access, improve quality, and align tertiary education with national goals, particularly in STEM. Feasibility studies for new public universities or campuses of existing universities to be established in the 6 new regions will commence this year. Seed funding for these projects will come from the GET Fund in order to enhance access. Government will this year engage with the existing public universities to identify suitable sites on their campuses, acquired lands, for the implementation of the private sector participation in the provision of hostels project. This is a partnership between government, the universities, and private investors to expand hostel capacity on their campuses. This will allow more students to be accommodated on the campuses to allow for a better learning environment. Mr. Speaker, academic freedom will be upheld. We will not interfere in the administration of our tertiary universities. And our hope is that the institutions will ensure good governance in their administrative practices. Mr. Speaker, next, our health sector faces significant challenges that jeopardize the very foundation of affordable health care. The Ministry of Health has a total liability of nearly 15 billion cedis, when co-financing obligations, judgment debts, and payments to clear medical commodities at the ports are all put together. The last major hospital equipment replacement program was undertaken in 2014 when I was president. Since then, most hospital equipment in the Ghana Health Service facilities have deteriorated or broken down. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing, that $400 million has already been disbursed under the 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 20 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money should have been focused on completing a number of hospitals and making them operational instead of spreading it over the current 111 hospitals. As I speak, some are at the foundation level and not a single one is operational. I have directed the Minister to present us with a plan on the way forward for this program. And let me add that we are open to public-private partnerships and franchising to complete and operationalize these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's sudden 90-day pause in services without prior notice and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USAID's strategic interests. USAID support for the National HIV/AIDS Control Program includes the supply of antiretroviral therapies in the Western, North, and Afro regions. These will also be affected. The withdrawal puts at risk approximately $78 million in earmarked funds for malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. It also covers some programs being run at the Noguchi Memorial Institute in research. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss. And I expect that this will be reflected in his budget, which will be presented to this House next month, on March 11th. Working with the NHIA, will revive the Onuado mobile healthcare vans. These vans will provide OPD, ophthalmology, dental, ENT, cancer screening and care in the remote and most vulnerable communities in our country. An earlier attempt to provide mobile health facilities was abandoned after the change of government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, public health experts are grappling with the conundrum of new diseases and re-emergence of old diseases. The unpredictable nature of disease outbreak suggests we must make our health systems more resilient to shocks. Since October last year, Ghana has faced a severe cholera outbreak. As of February 17, 2025, I'm sad to report that 6,300 suspected cases, 545 of these cases were confirmed to be cholera, and unfortunately, we lost 49 of our compatriots. The outbreak has affected 118 districts across the Greater Accra, Central, Western Ashanti, and Eastern regions. To control the situation, we have launched an aggressive vaccination and public education campaign, among other interventions. Mr. Speaker, sanitation within the context of infectious disease outbreaks, personal hygiene, and environmental sanitation must be a major priority for us. Our cities and towns must be made cleaner than what we currently have. We commit to right the wrongs and keep our cities and communities clean through appropriate investment, supervision, and performance tracking in the sanitation sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Upper West region is facing a severe meningitis outbreak. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you have made an important contribution to ameliorate the situation in your region, and I commend you for that. As of February 17, 2025, 135 suspected cases of meningitis were reported. 22 of those cases were confirmed, and unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported across 10 districts. We've instituted free treatment for affected persons and deployed a strong national team of health experts to encourage early reporting to health facilities of suspected meningitis. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, my administration is actively developing the framework for the rollout of the free primary health care program. When fully implemented, this initiative will mark a significant step towards Ghana achieving goal number 3.8, which is universal health coverage of the SDGs, by eliminating financial barriers to basic health care access. Also in line with our 120-day manifesto commitment, the composition of the technical committee is far advanced, with plans to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Cares, in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this fund will be dedicated to financing the treatment of non-communicable diseases, which have seen a significant rise over the past decade. As part of this initiative, the government is committing to allocate financial resources towards this project in 2025, with further support to be mobilized from private sector partners to ensure the sustainability of the fund. Once operational, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise known as Mahama Cares, will directly address the financial burden of patients who require dialysis treatment, cancer care, and other critical non-communicable disease-related interventions. Together, the free primary health care, which will focus on early detection and prevention and treatment, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund program, which will focus on relieving the financial burden of treating non-communicable diseases, will help to revolutionize Ghana's healthcare system by improving healthcare accessibility and outcomes and enhancing productivity and well-being across the country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will become the pharmaceutical manufacturing hub of West Africa. And my previous record in government speaks for itself. When I injected funds into Ghanaian-owned pharmaceutical companies to expand their production capacities. Mr. Speaker, as this exciting phase unfolds under the 24-hour economy initiative, we must strengthen every aspect of our pharmaceutical industry. And this includes the Food and Drugs Authority and the Customs and Security agencies in order to avert the use of fake drugs and the importation of illicit drugs into our country. We await thorough and unbiased investigation into the alleged opioid pill importation into Ghana and other West African countries. The outcome will be shared, and I can assure you necessary action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, as a Social Democrat, I'm resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. With my Vice President, the history-making Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, we will engage with all stakeholders, including our development partners and civil society organizations, to prioritize gender equality, equity, and social justice. We will establish strong social protection mechanisms and enhance legal safeguards for women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. Our initiative would include enacting comprehensive laws and policies designed to dismantle harmful social norms, to enhance access to crucial resources and opportunities, particularly for young women, and reduce overall vulnerability within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to commend you and this House for your unwavering support and guidance, which were instrumental in passing the Affirmative Action Act of 2024, Act 1121, during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. My government is dedicated to successfully implementing this act to ensure gender equity across the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is actively collaborating with relevant stakeholders to guarantee that this act is fully operational, including attaining the 30% target quota for women in political appointments. I'm pleased to report that women currently make up 23.21% of all appointments, and we are diligently working towards reaching the targets set forth in Act 1121. I'm, however, concerned about achieving gender balance, especially at the local government level. Very few women have mastered the courage to apply for the positions of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. And unfortunately, the few who have courageously applied have been edged out on very flimsy and parochial grounds. It is my hope that the National Constitution Review Conference will clear a pathway for the election of DCEs. The Gender Ministry will then be obliged to encourage and support more women to apply and stand for these elective positions. In our pursuit of empowering women, Mr. Speaker, we'll establish the Women's Development Bank. This will be a specialized financial institution designed to support businesses owned and led by women through the provision of low-interest loans and tailored financial services offered under very flexible terms. Consultative processes are underway to ensure the successful launch of this bank. And as part of our 120-day social contract, the Minister for Finance is going to allocate initial funding for the Women's Development Bank in the upcoming budget that will be presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, we're also implementing measures to expand the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program under our Big Leap initiative. As we work towards completing the Ghana National Household Data Census by this year, 2025, we'll reassess the status of LEAP beneficiary households to facilitate the enrollment of new beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to enhancing the legal framework surrounding disability rights by passing the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. Additionally, we will introduce a legislative instrument to strengthen further the provisions of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715 of 2006. We reiterate our commitment to ensuring that individuals with disability have access to free tertiary education and equal opportunities to pursue their academic and professional ambitions. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to ensure the implementation of legislation that enjoins public and private employers to reserve 5% of their employment for persons with disabilities. I am aware that a private member was shepherding this bill. Government is going to support that motion in order that 5% of all employment is reserved for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sports sector, once again, which was a shining example of excellence within Africa, now finds itself at a very critical juncture. Historically, our nation has been celebrated and has had remarkable achievements in boxing, football, and athletics. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. However, recent years have unveiled depressing structural deficiencies in administration, funding, infrastructure, and talent development. Immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative to reclaim our rightful place on the global sports stage. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a comprehensive national sports policy to align with international norms. This policy will be accompanied by an exhaustive review of the Sports Act of 2016, that is Act 934, and the rigorous enforcement of the Sports Regulations 2023 LI 2477. Infrastructure development remains paramount in our strategy. The government is committed to refurbishing existing national stadia, completing youth resource centers, and constructing new sports facilities in the new regions. We'll also prioritize community recreational facilities to foster greater participation in sports at the grassroots level. Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual National Recreation Festival. These initiatives will encourage keep-fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds. Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. After all, it is the taxpayers' funds that are used to fund these activities. The reduction in government expenditure and waste reduction applies to all sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Speaker, tourism, culture, and creative arts remain vital cornerstones of our national development strategy, playing a significant role in job creation, cultural exchange, and economic growth. In recent years, the ministry has launched transformative initiatives to position Ghana as a premier global destination, and this is positive. These positive initiatives aim to harness the country's rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, and our dynamic creative sector. Our flagship initiative, the Black Star Experience, aims to establish Ghana as the gateway to Africa for the global diaspora, featuring thoughtfully curated cultural, historic, and creative arts experiences in collaboration with the private sector, diplomatic missions, ministries, departments, and agencies. Our aim is to position the Black Star Experience as a uniquely Ghanaian tourism brand. The Pan-African Month will be part, the Pan-African Month will be a part of the Black Star Experience. It will include street carnivals, a film week, a fashion festival, a food fair, theatrical and drama performances, concert party competitions, and monthly domestic tourism destinations. We will strategically promote meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition tourism to diversify our tourism offerings. Ghana's peaceful and democratic environment positions us as an attractive hub for international summits, business conventions, and high-profile gatherings. We must capitalize on this unique advantage to maximize our benefits and strengthen our reputation as the country that is closest to the center of the world. We're also committed to revitalizing the Accra Marine Drive project, a significant urban redevelopment initiative which was designed to transform approximately 241 acres of Accra's coastline The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihood of countless of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, While the previous government has made lofty claims about achieving unprecedented milestones in the road sector, available evidence does not support its assertion that it constructed over 13,000 kilometers of new roads. Instead, it has perpetuated a narrative that presents road maintenance and rehabilitation efforts as new construction projects, misleading the public about what has been achieved. The proportion of poor roads has increased, especially in urban centers, where the number of roads in disrepair surged from 46% in 2015 to almost 60% by 2021. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our road sector is in crisis, mainly due to years of mismanagement. As many as 85% of awarded contracts in the road sector have stalled, and the contractors have stopped work due to non-payment, and most of them have parked their equipment off-site. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, unpaid bills owed to contractors in the sector exceeded 20 billion Ghana cedis for work that had been carried out between 2018 and 2024. For instance, the Ghana Road Fund obtained a loan of 600 million Ghana cedis in March 2018 to refinance outstanding debts and borrowed an additional 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from a syndication of banks in November 2019. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, the Ghana Road Fund still had outstanding payments, including some as low as 2,000 Ghana cedis, dating back to 2018. Current commitments for road projects that are unpaid currently stand at an astonishing 105 billion Ghana cedis. Despite these considerable challenges, this government remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritize vital infrastructure projects that address the pressing backlog of poor roads. Our strategy will be anchored in executing our flagship initiative under the Big Push program. The Big Push will see major rehabilitation of many key roads in the feeder roads, urban roads, and highway sectors. We'll also undertake the following key initiatives to revitalize the road sector. We'll reintroduce tolls, road tolls, using modern technology. We'll rationalize the road sector portfolio to focus on high-impact initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we will uncap the road fund in order that it can accumulate more money to pay for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we'll minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes. Mr. Speaker, the drip equipment, which was acquired at the last moment as a knee-jerk reaction for electioneering purposes, will be reorganized into regional mobile maintenance units to provide emergency road works in the regions. Mr. Speaker, I've realigned the Ministry of Transport to oversee 4 modes of transportation: aviation, maritime, inland water transport, road transport, and railways. The government will commission a feasibility study to develop coastal water transport services. This initiative aims to promote alternative modes of transport and ensure their integration into our existing systems under the National Transport Policy. It also aims to enhance tourism, reduce road traffic, and mitigate environmental pollution. Motorcycles and tricycles, commonly known as Okada, hold significant potential as a more convenient, timely, safe, and cost-effective mode of transport. Currently, the Road Traffic Regulation of 2012, LI 2180, prohibits licensing motorcycles and tricycles for fare-paying passengers. As part of our government policy, the ministry will amend the regulatory framework to regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for commercial passenger transport. In our ongoing effort to revitalize the whole airport, the government will facilitate the establishment of the state-of-the-art pilot training academy and a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The Volta region will become a center of excellence for aviation training and aircraft maintenance. This project will create significant employment opportunities. It will stimulate economic growth and bolster tourism in Ho and the surrounding communities. I have directed the airport company to release 10 acres of land at the Ho airport for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the Tema-Mpakadan rail line, the government will launch passenger services between Tema and Adomi. We will also begin developing the necessary infrastructure on the Volta Lake to facilitate freight transport between Tema Port and Bupe as part of our Eastern Corridor multimodal transport system. The Western Railway line will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. This initiative aims to support the efficient transport of bulk cargo and minerals from the mines in Nsuta, Awaso, and Yinehin to the Takrady port, while providing passenger transport along the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, the last attempt by the previous administration to re-establish a national airline has failed. We will reopen a transparent process that will receive expressions of interest to invite competent established partners to work with us to establish a national airline. We believe that an efficient national carrier can help reduce fares on routes where external carriers are currently enjoying a monopoly. Mr. Speaker, our communications and digital technology initiatives focus on expanding our national digital infrastructure to stimulate innovation and enhance public service delivery. We're also dedicated to improving access to information and communication technology, promoting the digital economy, ensuring inclusive and equitable growth across all sectors. Nevertheless, the sector faces several significant challenges that hinder our progress, and these include insufficient infrastructure for delivering weather and climate services across all time zones, fragmented and uncoordinated databases, outdated legislation and policies that do not keep pace with a rapidly evolving sector, a lack of adequate technology to effectively detect, prevent, and respond to cybersecurity threats, and a daunting debt burden of almost 2 billion cedis. To revitalize this sector, government is committed to reviewing existing laws and policies to better align them with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and machine learning. Additionally, we will develop and expedite the enactment of the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence Bill. This legislation will establish the necessary framework for the center to concentrate on research and development, consultancy services, and capacity building. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and reliable water and affordable housing significantly enhances the well-being and quality of life of our people. These elements are integral to our reset agenda and fundamental to our vision to build the Ghana that we all want. However, the water sector in Ghana faces considerable challenges, including illegal mining activities that contaminate fresh water sources, rendering them unsafe for drinking and agriculture. This situation highlights the critical need for a decisive and ongoing effort to combat illegal mining to save our environment and our public health. Government will prioritize completing new and ongoing water projects to improve access to safe drinking water. This commitment should be good news for the people in the Keta, Adaklu, Wenchi, Sekendi Takrady, Asankragwa, Sehwiwioso, Dodoaso, Kweman, Damfa, Goso, Dwabeng, Aveime, and Edubamso. We'll also tackle critical water projects in Damango, Tamale, Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa to ensure broader access to potable water nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a coastline that stretches approximately 550 kilometers. 2/3 of this coastline is threatened by tidal wave erosion, which impacts nearly 30% of Ghana's population. Rising sea levels have exacerbated vulnerabilities in coastal areas, leading to flooding, habitat loss, and community displacement. Consequently, coastal protection has emerged as a critical national priority. And so for the communities that are threatened by flood currently, we're going to prioritize building sea defense to be able to protect you. Flooding has become an all too frequent occurrence in many urban centers across the county, resulting in tragic loss of life, livelihood, and property. This scenario underscores the urgent need for sustainable solutions to address these pressing challenges. Many of our drainage systems are inadequate. They are worsened by careless waterway construction and obstruction, and the relentless encroachment on wetlands and floodplains. To tackle these issues, we have to explore alternative sources of funding to support essential drainage works, desilting, flood control, and coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the quality of life of any nation relies significantly on a well-regulated and efficient housing market that guarantees access to decent homes. Our housing deficit is estimated at over 1.2 million units, and this has been the situation for many decades. High costs associated with land acquisition, construction material, and access to financing have made home ownership unattainable for many, primarily affecting vulnerable populations and contributing to the rise of slums. This government is steadfast in its commitment to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, beginning with the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project. We'll also implement a low-cost social housing project supported by a district housing scheme. This project aims to remove the financial barriers to home ownership. Workers in the formal sector, public or private, who have about 15 to 20 years before retirement, can purchase and own a house in cedis and have the cost deducted monthly from their salaries until the house is fully paid up. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining, commonly known as Galamsey, has inflicted tremendous harm on our forests, leading to significant land degradation and pollution of vital water sources. This reckless activity threatens Ghana's environment and public health. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that presently 44 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been impacted. An area that is alarmingly equivalent to approximately 8,000 football fields has been completely destroyed. Mr. Speaker, the pollution levels in major rivers within the southwestern basin are critically high, with turbidity levels far exceeding possible units. To combat this urgent crisis, we're implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the creation of alternative livelihoods for our citizens involved in Galamsey. We're expanding the Minerals Commission regional offices to strengthen their regulatory oversight. We will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large scale, each with its tailored regulations. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a gold board, and we're in the process of doing it. Legislation will come to this House shortly. This gold board will ensure effective governance of the gold industry. At the same time, we wish to take advantage of Ghana's salt production capacity to place it as a central export commodity under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We'll also seize opportunities presented by the global shift towards net zero emissions to craft policies related to critical minerals such as lithium. The anticipated development of the integrated aluminium and iron industry will significantly increase the value of Ghana's natural resources. In our commitment to restoring degraded forests, we will launch the Tree for Life restoration policy and the Blue Water Initiative, which will transform mined-out areas into ecological recovery zones. This ambitious afforestation program aims to establish more than 50,000 hectares of new plantations, and undertake 5,000 hectares of enrichment planting annually. We'll also implement public sensitization campaigns to foster sustainable forest management practices and uphold the Wildlife Resource Management Act. We're going to involve school children and the general public in tree planting and tree growing. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive reforms will be introduced to enhance transparency and efficiency while ensuring tenure of security in land administration. Climate change remains a pressing concern for Ghana and the global community. To meet our climate mitigation targets, Ghana has allocated 24 million metric tons of its carbon budget, totaling 64 million metric tons of carbon for authorization under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We've successfully authorized 3 projects which are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of our carbon emissions. In line with our manifesto, we are committed to strengthening institutional and human capacity through necessary adaptation and mitigation measures to bolster resilience in critical sectors such as agriculture, forestry, energy, and water resources. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history, the history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, we must end the purchase of state and public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, ORAL. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish the Oral Committee on the sidelines of our transition. It is instructive to announce that the committee received over 2,000 complaints from the public and has since handed over a comprehensive report. This report has been given to the Attorney General for further review, thorough investigation, and eventual prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the recent arrest related to the unwarranted payment of $2 million of Ghanaian taxpayers' money in the Sky train saga, and then also the National Service Ghost Name scandal, mark only the beginning of a comprehensive response based on the Oral Committee's findings. Mr. Speaker, let me state that my commitment to fighting corruption will continue with the establishment of a unit at the presidency and the maintenance of the hotline where complaints and reports regarding graft and corruption will continue to be received and transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we will shortly submit for consideration a bill to regulate and restrict the sale of disposal of public lands and state assets. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the 2025 budget is approved, government will immediately take steps to reform the existing anti-corruption agencies by increasing funding and improving transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians voted largely and overwhelmingly and endorsed the NDC because we demonstrated a strong commitment and abhorrence for corruption. We pledged to fight corruption and implement far-reaching reforms that will eventually achieve a sustainable zero-tolerance policy against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the justice and legal sectors play pivotal roles in ensuring accountability and fostering the fair, equitable treatment of all our citizens by the state and its agencies. Delays and uncertainties have plagued justice delivery in Ghana, leading many Ghanaians to perceive a politicization of the judicial process. The public trust in the judiciary's independence is alarmingly low. We must work together to restore confidence in the judiciary. My government will uphold the judiciary's independence and work with the Judicial Council and services to depoliticize justice delivery and collaborate closely with the Chief Justice to combat corruption effectively. Mr. Speaker, in line with our manifesto promise to reform and expand legal education, we have developed a legal education reform bill ready to be presented to Cabinet for approval and laying before this August House Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on January 30th, 2025, I inaugurated the Constitution Review Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of our fundamental law and ensure that it reflects the hopes and aspirations of our citizens. The committee is composed of distinguished scholars, jurists, and professionals who have made significant contributions to our nation in both the public and private sectors. They will engage Ghanaians and consult with the relevant stakeholders and experts over the next 6 months. Their findings will ultimately be presented to the public for approval, followed by submission to Parliament for enactment into law, and referendums will be held where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Ghana's internal security remains stable, despite developments primarily rooted in chieftaincy disputes. We firmly believe that even amidst conflict, it is essential for our citizens to coexist peacefully and seek amicable resolution to these disputes. We will initiate comprehensive reform across all security agencies to strengthen our national safety and security. One area that has garnered significant public scrutiny is the recruitment process within our security forces. Accusations of politicization, favoritism, protocol, and selectivity have been prevalent. Let me assure you that we are committed to changing that narrative and fostering a more transparent and equitable recruitment policy so that all our young people who wish to serve in these services have an opportunity to do so. We are dedicated to enhancing the capabilities of the Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Immigration Service, and the Narcotics Control Commission, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and all investigative bodies operating under the Ministry of Interior. By motivating and re-equipping these agencies, we aim to effectively maintain internal peace and security. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare and well-being of our brave men and women in uniform who sacrifice daily to uphold law and order and secure our nation's peace. We will invest in adequate equipment and suitable accommodation for our security personnel. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I want to emphasize our determination to strengthen our democracies. This is particularly true given the troubled proliferation of military-grade weapons that have fallen into unauthorized hands. These weapons pose a significant threat to our national security and our constitutional democracy. They endanger the safety of all Ghanaians and potentially exacerbate existing conflicts such as chieftaincy disputes, and in many cases fall into the hands of armed robbers. Since taking office, we have pursued a responsible approach to account for these unregistered weapons while maintaining stability within the security apparatus. I'm pleased to report that we've made substantial progress and are committed to ensuring that those responsible for this situation are brought to book. In our efforts to safeguard our citizens, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our territory, to maintain our democracy, we remain vigilant against the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. Therefore, we are resolute in enhancing our defense mechanisms through diplomacy, counterintelligence, information sharing, infrastructure development, and the acquisition of appropriate technology. Achieving a stable and secure nation necessitates the motivation of our uniformed personnel. Currently, the Ghana Armed Forces faces a housing shortfall of over 17,000 units. and we recognize that the inadequate state of barrack accommodation needs to be addressed promptly. And fuel supplies for our security forces. Quality healthcare is another critical aspect of motivating our armed forces. As we work to expand and improve facilities at the 3rd Civil Military Hospital, complemented by the recently restored oxygen plant, we remain committed to finishing the delayed Afari Kumasi Military Hospital, which is still a top priority for my government. The goal is to complete and operationalize this facility before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, like many other state institutions under the previous administration, the Ministry of Defense is burdened with approximately 3.7 billion cedis in debt, a figure that continues to grow as new and undisclosed debts are uncovered. However, the demands of our Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to rise, necessitating the need for modern platforms for effective operations. Despite these financial challenges, I am confident that the Ghana Armed Forces possesses the human resources necessary to revitalize the defense industry's holding corporation, which can support the government's efforts in this regard. DHOC, which was begun under the late President John Ansah Tamils of blessed memory during my tenure as chair of the Armed Forces Council, is essential for fueling Ghana's industrialization drive, which is aligned with our 24-hour economy initiative. Although DHOC has expanded, it's yet to be fully optimized to deliver the returns needed for the Ghana Armed Forces and our nation. I've tasked the Minister for Defense with incorporating innovative and significant private sector participation into DHOC's operations to harness its considerable potential for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strong international reputation was reaffirmed by the historic participation of foreign leaders during the swearing-in of the President, myself, and Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on January 7th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the confidence our country's stability and democratic progress has engendered in the international community. Ghana remains committed to its Pan-Africanist ideals, non-alignment, democracy, and global cooperation, and the rule of multilateralism, embracing a policy of friends to all and enemies to none. We'll continue to cultivate diplomatic ties based on mutual respect and shared values. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is open for business. Our policy on economic diplomacy focuses on export diversification, foreign investment, and job creation. A new blueprint and delivery unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with clear performance indicators will be launched soon to ensure foreign engagements yield tangible benefits for our people. Because of emerging security threats, especially on our borders, Ghana is committed to security initiatives, particularly in the Sahel region. We'll maintain a continuous engagement with our Sahelian neighbors and continue to work with them to resolve the difficult situation that they are confronted with. I've appointed a special envoy to help sustain diplomatic relations with our Sahelian neighbors, aiming to achieve their reintegration, if possible, back into our regional bloc. Mr. Speaker, we'll expand passport application centers nationwide to reduce processing times to 7 days. We wish that a passport will be delivered within 7 days from the date application is submitted. These comprehensive reports at the passport office is going to align with our vision of a 24-hour economy. The passport office is going to work 24 hours to process passports that have been applied for. Mr. Speaker, as we reset Ghana to serve Ghanaians better, government will also revamp the labor administration institutions in the country. We'll promote social dialogue and foster harmonious industrial relations among stakeholders. In the coming months, the National Tripartite Committee, led by the Sector Minister, will organize a national labor conference to discuss pertinent issues affecting labor and employers. The recommendations are expected to influence and shape government's policies and programs in this sector. Mr. Speaker, we will launch the Ghana Labour Export Program, which would allow Ghanaians to go abroad and work with countries that we have signed agreements in specialized areas like engineering, technology, welding, carpentry, masonry, and nursing, teaching, and so many and so forth. The government will maintain strict fiduciary responsibility for the operation of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. This year, the NPRA will fully automate its internal operations and the pension industry will be regulated. This is critical to safeguarding the growing pension fund assets. As part of measures to increase pension coverage in the informal sector, which currently stands at only 11%, the government will implement an informal sector pension inclusion initiative to increase participation in micro-pension schemes. Decentralization has been at the heart of our government system, yet key players in the process, such as assemblymen and women, often face neglect and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I did promise to pay modest allowance to our assemblymen and women, and I'm committed to keeping this promise. The Honorable Minister, when he presents the budget to this House, would have a provision for allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I have just unveiled the state of the nation as I came to meet it. I've also disclosed several measures that I intend to take to address the challenges we have inherited. Nonetheless, no matter how well-intentioned our efforts to reset our economy are, they will not yield the desired outcome without the support of the people of Ghana. And so, to my dear countrymen and women, you have clearly and unmistakably expressed your displeasure with the poor governance and corruption that has existed in the past. Mr. Speaker, some of our compatriots did so even at the peril of their lives, just as our 28 February crossroads shooting national heroes did in the Gold Coast. May all such martyrs of democracy, those who have died in the process of elections and in the process of just exercising their civil rights, may they rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, we will, as I promised, investigate these deaths and we will provide appropriate compensation to the families of those who have died during the elections. My brothers and sisters, you gave me a compelling mandate that leaves no one in doubt about your expectations of me and my government. You embraced the vision to generate new and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those I have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, in the ICU. As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunity to be innovative in our efforts to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's taxness, reform tax waivers, especially on investments, and return to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset, and I encourage you to make your voices heard. I commit to the judicious use of your resources, eschewing waste and ostentation. We will always endeavor to make the most of the little we have, so that together we can guarantee a brighter future for our children and our children's children. Though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. In one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic challenges are not insurmountable. They present the government and everyone else the opportunity to innovate, to reflect, review, and reset, which is the theme for the commemoration of our scaled-down 68th independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it is said that there is strength in unity. Ghana's greatest strength lies in its people, its young and energetic youth. If we stand united, we can be more resilient and build together the power of collective action to overcome economic and social challenges. Every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we reset to rebuild the Ghana we want. We will rebuild a Ghana that works for all of us and not just a few. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our lifetime. And so, my countrymen and women, where despair once existed, let hope radiate. And where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospects as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it. So that when I come and stand here next year to present a message of the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with excitement and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank honorable members for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Members, honorable members, please resume your seat. Honorable members, Honorable members, honorable members, order, 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 order. I have the full support of parents to discipline the students. I will not accept any apologies again. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. So you will soon have your say. In accordance with the standing orders of the House, I want to know from the Majority Leader any indication regarding adjournment of the House. In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment? Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligations under Article 67 and duly presenting to us a message on the state of the nation. So, Speaker, things are clearly bleak. So, Speaker, I see on this side of the House my colleagues in black Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that they left this economy in a miserable state. And the attire that they adorn today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your kraal in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling. Don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country, and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope, and this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability. Those who so damage our economy must be held accountable. And we will support him to deliver on the commitment to accountability. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, congratulate His Excellency the President first on his election. This is the first time after the election that he's been to this chamber and to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Our side take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well. Second, Mr. President, on the 21st of February 2013, you notably said, quote, Mr. Speaker, the meat is now down to the bones. This was on the occasion of your address to Parliament. And you said that the meat is now down to the bones. This was at the time, Mr. President, that you were President of Ghana, and you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this house, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you had presided and re-echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. He has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed few ministers, but more and more and more presidential staffers and more committees. Mr. Speaker, the President again.
Honorable members, please.
The President again came to this house with a familiar story. The usual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the President has any concerns, his duty is to fix it. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet of 19 with only 2 women. The daughter of the founder of this NDC, Zaneto Rawlings, is missing. Hajia Ladi is missing. Helen Intosu is missing. Where are the women in this government? The Vice President.
Honorable members, please, order.
The Vice President is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the President again, as part of his lamentations, is telling the nation that through some arrangements, they have been able to do 2 things: pay domestic bonds and some financial engineering to pay some energy sector debts to keep our lights on. My question is, Mr. Speaker, has the President any budget? This is the budget he inherited, the revenues he inherited, that he has used for this purpose. The same government is condemning. Mr. Speaker, he has today told us that we have 2.2 million Ghanaians unemployed. But what he has forgotten, that in his administration, in less than 100 days, all we know is sack them, dismiss her. Mr. Speaker, on the streets of Accra today, the youth of the country are saying that Mahama Bakun termination bebre. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the president that he is going to launch the Nkokon. We are happy to hear this, but we are curious because only yesterday we heard of a confirm. Mr. Speaker, the president talked about the school feeding program, and in submission on the school feeding program and the status of it, he said that they are now feeding the children well. What he didn't say was that at the time he assumed office, the previous government had paid every single one of the caterers. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that President John Ajekum Kufuor, who is seated in this chamber, was the one who initiated the school feeding program. He did not acknowledge him. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing in this government? The same old stock. The same old stock. There's nothing new. There is nothing like transformation of the jobs. Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing the 184 or so filling this chamber, the 183, plus the independent MPs who have caucused with the NDC. Today, this house is full. But, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President must know that the majority is frustrated. They don't come to the chamber because there are no jobs for them. We have patience.
Honorable members, please. Honorable members, honorable minority leader, you have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, when Akufo-Addo was here on his last sonar, Akufo-Addo had patience for Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to speak. Mr. Speaker, there must be patience for the minority side. I cannot be limited, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, what we have heard today fails to acknowledge the strides made in the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, the president failed to acknowledge that he came to meet a peaceful and a stable country. 2, the president failed to tell us that he came to meet a public civil service that the government, in spite of all challenges, was able to pay consistently. Mr. Speaker, the president failed to tell us that in spite of all the crisis, consistently, the Akufo-Addo government was able to increase wages. And the minimum we did was 11% as compared to his 10%.
Honorable Minority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the presence of more distinguished members, and I want to draw your attention to them. Honorable members, we have with us in the chamber Honorable Bernard Mona, the PNC presidential candidate for 2024. 2, honorable members, we have the APC presidential candidate Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga. Honorable members, we also have the national chairman of the PNC, Mr. Asaki Samson Awingobit. And we have the PNC vice presidential candidate in the person of Joycelyn Akofa Doche. Honorable members, I now put the question. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 28 February 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
Gentlemen, there's one thing I want you to know, that our president did not address the true state of the nation's with a lot time will not allow me. One statement that he made that I was very much surprised was the fact that we had left billions of cedis at the defense ministry. I'll hand over to you. At the defense ministry, unprecedented achievements in the area of acquisition of equipment that has given us security as a country. He did not talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, our president failed to talk about the fact that Agenda 111 is ongoing and that some of the projects we have completed them. Government is about continuity. Government is about continuing what has been done. You remember the popular affordable house by Omampanyi Kufuor. Previous government, being the NDC, abandoned this project. It had to take Nanado and Baumia's government to even complete those projects. Now he talked about railway sector. Tell me in the history of this country, apart from Nanado's government, who has accomplished unprecedented projects in the area of railway sector. Driving from here to home, you encounter about such major railway projects for crossing the roads. We have commissioned some of them and even brought into practice or operation coaches that are operating now. So if the president is trying to create the impression that the economy was so bad and it was criminally mismanaged, that is the reason he's been given the mandate. And that is why he was trying to intimidate the judiciary by describing the judiciary in a bad way. But ladies and gentlemen, the same economy was able to take care of the poor child, implementing more intervention in kind and in cash on the continent of Africa and on the globe. But for free SHS, over 100,000 young ones would have been home. But for Nanado's government, NHIS had already collapsed under first Mahamad's administration. School feeding had collapsed. LIP had collapsed. In fact, teachers and nurses' allowances, the most essential services in any economic jurisdiction, is education and health. But he cancelled all of them, making some of poor Ghanaians coming home only to be confronted with unwanted pregnancies. And some got into drugs. So we are saying that MPP government, in spite of the economic crisis that was unprecedented since the First World War, we've been able to restore the economy. We handed over a restored economy to the Mahama government. A working economy, operationally, it was so fundamentally correct that in terms of primary indicators, in terms of secondary macro indicators, in terms of education, in terms of agriculture, in terms of health. They actually inherited a better economy. All the payments he's talking about, where did they get money from? Where did they get money from? Within this shortest possible time, they have borrowed almost 59 billion Ghana cedis. Only in 50 days. Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months. Mohammed's administration has borrowed 59 billion, unprecedented. So all that we are telling you is that Ghanaians have given up their mandate. Ghanaians are expecting them to treat everyone, whether you are from the north or south or central part of Ghana, whether you are Nilaye or Kwame Asante or Delali or Amegashi. Ghana is one country with one people, with one destiny. Why are they even sacking nurses and teachers? Whilst in most of the communities in the northern part, Ashanti, and in the Volta region, they don't even have teachers and nurses. In conclusion, we want to tell you that in the first place, the economic figures have indicated us that we lack a better economy. Secondly, the pro-poor policies that are betterly managed. Our economy was good enough. The process of it have been used to manage the pro-poor policies. Another thing that we left was a better security, safety, fundamental human rights. Ghana was peaceful. We were living together till they took over. So we don't want you people to go out there and be deceived. At the appropriate details of every bit of the economy and then the social framework of this country that we left as a government. Go and count the number of STEM schools we built. Go and count the number of school buildings we put up. Go and count the number of health facilities. Go to the police. Go to the army. Go to all the security agencies. Unprecedented developmental achievements. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying that the MPP government actually left a well-restored economy after what Ghana went through as a result of the severe economic crisis. Ghanaians were still enjoying the social interventions that I named all of them. Yes, Ghana went through challenges, but before we left, these challenges had been dealt with and the economy had been put on a very sound footing for the NDC government to continue the good job that we did. Thank you very much for giving us your attention.
All right, so that was the former Deputy Minister of Finance,
a new government has come. My interest is on one thing in the area of pharmaceutical manufacturing. He made mention or said that they are going to pump in more money into the sea. In the history of this country, President Kufuor-Addo's tenure is the only time that Ghana has seen a significant improvement in the area of the pharmaceutical manufacturing, because this is the first time we have even intentionally capacitated about 3 companies to be able to take part in any WHO procurement. Previously, no pharmaceutical company could participate in procurement in WHO because we didn't have the capacity, but we did that.
Before I let you go, especially because you were in the business space of things, the president says that Ghana is open for business again, especially because he believes that our ease of doing business has declined over the years. You agree?
Yeah, Ghana has always been for business. We are already doing business. We are doing so well. We have attracted very good investment in the last 7-8 years. I have been in that forefront, so I know what I'm talking about. We have already always been in business. We have attracted very good investment, good foreign direct investments that hitherto were not coming, but they have come to this country. We pray that they will not just talk, but they will really do what is right as a country.
Thank you very much. We're still live here in Parliament. Let's quickly speak to Dr. Afriyie. Good afternoon to you, sir. So the president has been saying that after spending $400 million on Agenda 111, not even one single facility has been operational.
It's sad. I have to say that whenever you lose elections, you should give some goodwill to the government. And I have been quiet because you need to give them time to put things together. The president mixed up a few. For instance, the Agenda 111 hospitals that were going to operate, they took all the staff out, they sacked all of them.
When was that?
When they took over power. They sacked all those staff until we brought it up as a public issue. As I'm speaking to you.
Before then, contractors had not been paid.
It's not all of them. It's not all of them that is operational as ready. But at Chelsea Hospital, as I'm talking to you, all those who were sacked have been brought back. And on Monday, I'm challenging GBC. You go to a Chelsea Hospital, they have all equipment state of the art because of staff problem. And the few who were there were sacked because they were going to be, the appointment was going to be terminated. They are back and they are starting on Monday.
So you're talking about the contractors or the staff?
I'm talking about the fact that the president said none is operational. So let's use the word operational. If you have a facility, you have equipment, you have wards, and the staff are sacked because we have won elections, all of you should leave. How would you expect to be operational? And that's what happened to a couple of them, including Achiase. Now Achiase, by God's grace, is starting on Monday.
It is his thinking that instead of spreading the money across country, you should have focused on a few.
It is my thinking that he need not to have sacked nurses and health workers. Healthcare is continuum. So for the ones that are ready, post all of them there and employ new ones. The ones you can't, invite PPP. I agree with the president with PPP. I agree with the president with PPP, absolutely. But I disagree with all the health workers is sacked from Agenda 111 hospitals that are now coming back to make it operational. Because he stated that none is operational. None was operational because you sacked a lot of those staff out, and for the sake Ghana Health Service took leadership and the minister also took leadership. It's okay. But I am disappointed in one thing. In the manifesto of the NDC, they said they will uncap NDC. The president couldn't mention, look, if the chair is going to have about 11 billion this year. The president was so quiet, extremely quiet, and I am challenging the president.
Why didn't your government uncap anything?
That is why you voted for them, and therefore the president had to fix it. The president promised that he will uncap it, and that's why they voted for him. But when he came over, he couldn't say anything about it. And then also the Mahama Trust, it's a duplication. Look, the NHI is taking care of all childhood cancers. So if you go and put a trust to take care of cancers, the leading causes of cancers are taken care of. For women, cervical is taken care of, breast is taken care of. For men, prostate cancer, the technical committee has recommended it. So this year it will be him. For non-communicable diseases, all of them is being taken care of by the NHIA. So that trust is a duplication and a recipe for fraud.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ifrie is a member of the MPP. Let's quickly speak to the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Mr. Murtala Mohammed. All right, so we're still here in Parliament. We'll speak to Honorable Professor Bayo, who is a member of the NDC. Good afternoon, sir. And so, because you're on the President has been talking about Agenda 1. What is the strategy moving forward to ensure that those projects are continued, even though the President has said there's going to be some thinking into it?
Well, so I think it is important to underscore the fact that the President told the truth, nothing but the truth, and that political sloganeering and campaigning that Agenda 111 were going to be completed, what has been presented, over 400 million paid, not a single one operational. You can challenge the former government to mention all their...
I just spoke to Dr. Ofrie, who is a member of the Health Committee in Parliament. He says that the Ansah Hospital, Agenda 111 is operational.
Are there patients receiving care? You should give us one that patients and doctors and nurses are working there and receiving care. There is not a single one. So, and there was no dedicated source of funding for it. What His Excellency has asked his minister to do is that they are going to review all of this, look at the percentage completion rate. Those that are very close to completion, we have assessed and we know we need about 1.7. Those that are close, we'll find some quick money to try and complete them. Those that are not close to completion, we are going to explore all options, as the President mentioned. PPP, partnership with the private sector, all of that will be encouraged, because we know that addition of health infrastructure will be helpful to the nation. So it is important to complete them, but we will not follow the same route and make the same mistake. Agenda 111 is one of the biggest medical scandals in this country. It followed the worst form of project management, where there was no pre-planning, where you didn't have a pilot phase of any of them to try, where there was no prioritization to select, and you did everything to implement any project. So His Excellency says he's going to assess it and then select the best so that we can choose and then work around it. So he's committed to completing them, but he's not going to do exactly what these people have done. Let's prioritize, let's get the private sector in, and let's try and complete them. That's what he wants to do.
Thank you very much. We're still here in Parliament. Quickly, we'll speak to the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, Honorable Mohammed Murtala. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chief.
We didn't hear much about the fight against Galamsey. I mean, I've seen you taking much interest as a minister in the fight against Galamsey.
He said a lot about Galamsey. What he said has to do with the measures we are putting in place to fight that menace. But we are not even stopping there. He mentioned the Blue Water Initiative as captured in the NDC's manifesto. When a water is lying down without any disturb, it appears to be blue if you use a satellite. Now, if you look at our water bodies, down Cobra, the Pra, and many other rivers across the country, they are having a shape and a color of milk. So we want to restore that. And now we are not only just stopping Galamsey, we're also ensuring that we restore our water bodies, reclaim the destroyed lands. And that is why the President also mentioned the tree planting, that is tree for life. And we are taking it further. And I was happy the President mentioned what I stated during my vetting. I mean, that we're having 3 per every child. So the children will be given the responsibility to plant trees. You remember under the previous administration, Honorable Abu Jinapo and Co. sank hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis into so-called tree planting, very fraudulent. We cannot even identify the trees that they have planted. That is not what we're going to do. And again, the President also mentioned the e-vehicles and e-bikes. The e-vehicles, we have had proposals submitted to me at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Tech. And those proposals are proposals we're looking at, partnering with the private, organizations to have vehicles that run on electricity, so that you charge the vehicle, you don't need fuel. And I have seen one vehicle which was brought to the ministry that you charge the vehicle for about 2 hours or 1 hour, and then you can use it for 500 kilometers. So what it means is that if you charge it from Accra, you can drive it to Kumasi, and then you would need to recharge. So the president's indicated they are going to have the charging system dotted around the country. And then we look at how we can give tax incentives to those who bring in those vehicles and possibly assemble some of them here. Once we do that, there won't be so much pressure or demand for fuel usage. And I think for me, that is refreshing. The e-bikes, President mentioned the Okada. We are going to regulate it and make it formal such that people who are engaged in it will take into consideration security, safety. We are looking forward of providing them with e-motorbikes so that they don't need to depend on fuel. They will be charging those. And I have seen, in fact, I went to Iran and I saw something like that. Many countries, in China, I've seen e-vehicles, in fact, buses that run on batteries so that you just need to charge it. All these things are going to create jobs for the people of this country. One thing that is significant that the president also mentioned has to do with his fight for against corruption. His commitment to fighting corruption is unyielding, and I think that this particular SONA was by far the best. But you see, our friends, they are not playing the ball. Instead, they are playing the man. They haven't been able to challenge one single statement the president made to be untrue.
The fight against Galamsey, is it my understanding that for now the target is on forest reserves and then a full-scale strategy will be deployed?
We are fighting Galamsey entirely. That is illegal mining. So we are, in fact, we have started the processes, and some of them are run. We've confiscated some excavators. What we are doing is that there is one team fighting Galamsey, but there is another team ensuring that it is not repeated. The people who are engaged in it, some of them find comfort by saying that they don't have jobs. So in as much as we are fighting to stop it, we're also looking at alternative livelihood for communities that are affected by Galamsey. We're also deepening the stakeholder engagement. Because mind you, without stakeholder engagement, you cannot do that. Chiefs are involved, traditional leaders are involved, youth groups are involved, religious leaders are involved, and that is precisely what we are doing in this fight. So we are fighting it. We are restoring the water bodies. We are reclaiming the destroyed lands. We are also looking at alternative livelihood for the communities that are affected in the area of agric, in the area of entrepreneurship, so that they will not have any justification to go back to such incidences.
So the fights against Galamsey have started, and you're not stopping anytime soon
until our water bodies are blue. Till the destroyed lands are reclaimed, and we have started. In fact, let me also tell you, I signed a letter to the Ministry of Justice and Attorney General, to kickstart the process to amend or to repeal the LI 2464, which permits people to mine in forest reserve areas. We are repealing it, and we are going through by the commitment of His Excellency the President. There can't be any justification in some of the activities that people are engaged in.
What will happen to the trucks seized, the excavators?
Well, we will take a decision, and if you ask me, my personal position is that we could add them in the vehicles, that is the excavators and bulldozers that were procured in the name of DRIP. The president is assembling them so that they could use them for the purposes of maintaining certain roads within the districts and communities. So if he sees my initial proposal will be that, but that decision is that of His Excellency the President to take.
Thank you very much. Honorable Murtala Mohammed is the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Quickly we'll speak to Madam Patricia PJ. She is the Deputy Minority Leader. Good afternoon to you, ma'am. I saw you listened attentively to the President. He's been talking about the dire economic situation that he has inherited. Do you agree with him?
I don't think I agree with him, because I think his delivery was selective. He only chose to speak to issues that he feels he could propagate on it.
That has been the situation over the years. You don't agree?
No, that shouldn't be the situation. Because if I want to talk about the true state of our nation as we speak now, I'll be looking at the deterioration of laws in the system. There's complete lawlessness in the system. What I mean, the economic mismanagement is one of the aspects that we are experiencing. Currently, he's creating deeply into unemployment in the system. A system you inherited where employment has been given to a group of people I thought what you needed to do is to come and continue. And what are we experiencing? Thousands of people are being laid off. How are you going to address the issue of unemployment if you are not going to continue and come up with good policies that will encourage that?
So you say that will you say that your government handed over a sound economy to this new?
To me, the government did its best. You understand? But you know that we were bedeviled with the global economy, which our government tried as much as possible to reset it. Because if you can remember, when the President Kwabena gave the State of the Nation address in the early part of the month, he indicated that I'm happy that when I became the president, I inherited power surges, but now, which we call doom so. But now, I'm happy to say that I'm living with the lights on. What are we experiencing now? Power is of critical need now. And when immediately we are able to, this thing persists, the power outs persists, what will happen is that you begin to experience high electricity tariffs. And we've had it before. So what are we trying to do? The issues about the unemployment, the revocation of employment, it's not something that we need to joke about. You know, it has been condemned by the Nurses Association. It has also been condemned by the trade union.
But some say your government did same.
Pardon?
Your government did same.
That is not what you're talking about. You cannot relate it to that one. But you said you are coming to reset the economy. You are resetting the economy with positive directives and positive policies, and not to set us backwards.
Finally, before you go, he's been saying a lot. Will you commend him on any of the initiatives he decides to take in the future? Any of the initiatives he's taken so far, the fight against corruption, ensuring a lean government and what?
No. I see everything as business as usual. If you can really tell by the body language of even the outside, you realize that there was nothing exciting. There was nothing exciting for them to cheer about. You know, so I see it as a business as usual and nothing to commend him on. So this is how I feel about the whole thing.
Thank you very much. We're still here in Parliament. We'll be speaking to Honorable Emilia Ansah. She's the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. She's also been in the House. Good afternoon to you, Madam.
Good afternoon.
What will you say are the key highlights for you?
The nation address was just what it was. It hit what the issues are, the current state, the economic situation that we find ourselves in. I am new in my ministry and I've gone and met huge debts there. So everything the president said was right on point. But not only did he show the current situation, he also gave some highlights on the way forward. With regards to my specific ministry, he had already mentioned that he would want us to work on establishing the Blue Economy Commission. And the blue economy is not only about fisheries, it's about how to explore and exploit ocean resources. So it's about fisheries, of course, but it's also about tourism, it's about water transport, it's about oil and gas. So we've started the work. We already have a position paper. We'll be taking it to cabinet and we'll be working at an
spirit of downsizing the number of ministries. The Ministry of Aquaculture should have been encapsulated under the Ministry of agric as it was in the Mills administration?
I was a member of the governance committee that proposed that, but later on when we engage our stakeholders and what have you, they thought that the fisheries and aquaculture ministry should stand alone so that there will be attention to it. But however, maintaining the fisheries and aquaculture ministry did not have any impact on His Excellency John Mahama downsizing, because he actually downsized. He made sure that he had only 60 ministries, and the aquaculture ministry is part of the 19 ministries that, I think 23 ministries that he set up. So irrespective of maintaining it, it did not affect his downsizing objective. He has downsized, period.
Your ministry should be concerned about the activities of illegal mining, Galamsey, especially because it deals with rivers and river bodies. Are you in any way, part of the fight against Galamsey?
Yes, yesterday I was at the brilliant event that was organized by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, and I made the point there that Galamsey is affecting not only rivers, it's affecting the sea as well, because the rivers, the contaminated rivers, flow into the sea. For example, my constituency, Shama constituency, where I am member of parliament of, that's where the River Pra ends, and there's an estuary that the River Pra flows into the sea. So the contamination of Galamsey, of the effect of Galamsey on the waters and rivers affects also the sea, and affects the ocean ecosystems, and affects fish production and the availability of fish to our people, and also as an economic activity. So yes, it is of great concern to me, and I am part of the team working to change the story of Galamsey.
Right before I let you go, in the next 1 year, when the president comes to this house again to deliver another State of the Nation address, what will be the story from the Fisheries Ministry?
The story from the Fisheries Ministry would be that not only have we paid attention to marine fisheries, but we have also improved inland fisheries and much more on aquaculture fisheries. The story would be that we have completed and operationalized the Anomabu Fisheries College that has been abandoned for a very long time. The story will be that fisheries production has improved.
Thank you very much. Honorable Emilia Ansah is the Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture Development and the MP for the Shama constituency. We'll begin to wrap up our coverage of the State of the Nation address. Rachel Kote is my colleague here in Parliament, parliamentary correspondent. Good afternoon to you, Rachel.
Good afternoon.
It's been a very busy day. We've seen people come into the house. What are your impressions so far?
Well, it's been quite an interesting time, and what actually caught my attention was when the thing was over and the minority leader wanted to come in with a fresh debate altogether, and the speaker had to cut in. Otherwise, we would have been still there, and he would still be debating over the State of the Nation address. But in all these, it's been good. It's been a successful day, and we've had reactions from both sides of the House. In fact, the minority side had it on
the House, speaking to members from both sides. Sometimes a little bit difficult, but today it looks like all of them were available.
Today it's easy because both sides of the House are willing. Members from both sides of the House are willing to speak, and like I said, it's been good.
All right. So that was Rachel Kote. She's our parliamentary correspondent. It's been over 2 hours of telling us the economy that he inherited and what he wants to do with it. So even though he's shying away from appearing to be lamenting, he says that the situation that he inherited is dire. He put it as the economy is in crisis, the story is a bad one. We'll hand over to you in the studio for the conversation to continue. My name is Morris Ogbete.
Welcome back. So that was Morris Ogbete together with Rachel at the floor of Parliament, and wrapping up there.
of course, speaking to members of parliament, picking their thoughts on the president's address. That's the president's first State of the Nation address, and he delivered that on the floor of parliament. We'll get back to the studio here, also wrapping up and quickly hand over to the news team, of which Dorian is standing by. They will take you through the news, which obviously is going to be more about what happened this morning into the afternoon in Parliament. Our guest is still here, Dr. Karl Mark Ahin, who is a governance and policy analyst. He's also a lecturer at the Political Science Department, CAF University. Maybe I'll pick your final thoughts and your summary, and we can wrap it up here.
Yeah, George, as I was saying, I think that the president gave a reassuring message. He was sworn into office. We have listened to all the message that he gave us. We believe that Ghanaians are going to wait patiently, and we are going to monitor how, because he spoke about a lean government, he spoke about the anti-corruption fight, he spoke about the economy, he re-emphasized on the economic forum that comes off on the 3rd and 4th of March. It's, I mean, the expectation of Ghanaians to see what is going to transpire. And we will come back after 3 months, after 6 months, to assess what he has said today and how the economy is going. Okay. So I wish the government a very good luck. And I believe that both the majority and then the minority should work together and sustain this, our young democracy.
Okay, all right. Look, thank you very much, and grateful for your time, joining us all the way from morning into the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. The president also gave a strong assurance that he's going to fix the challenges, which is the economic challenges that we find ourselves in. And not forgetting what the minority leader also said, that if the president is talking about problems, they should fix it, because that's why Ghanaians voted for him. On that note, we'd like to say thanks a lot for your time and for joining us. The next time we're going to have another extensive...
demonstration ewo krom ha NDCC Kumasi KJT awie no AMPP na be chaye na be chaye shops no NDC fo no akora adwadifo a na omwo Kumasi no anya bi enra meti dabe emza Friday no meti se menua media man bi so o ka sa asem we bi na mse wo sa kwa we uti so kwa nyansa bi ani utrim utine so ene sisu na den wona ode nam na uhu ba bia onfa ho mfa wo wiase opema kakra no apema kakra na nam sa no obi ya nanka obi ya fa joma masi ayiwie terminal 3 osi wie ya na ndisi call airport akofa do ba na obefa ne ma edom kotena airport omebua joma ma babai ena no shop duty free shop terminal 3 but anya joma ma na siye na MBB for no monfa terminal 3 emfa airplane entu kwai ene senka mo se joma ma na siye ntimo kwa adam nyina mo afa Togo so ahu na moko mu ntwamu ha ba bia I mean argument go wa minuanom no mo ya otia. Sometimes you ask yourself questions, and when you start asking yourself questions na wano ekopa na say so dey my honorable say Kwabena honorable na say no MPP na fe ni e be GS wo ya GS party MPP no afe ni ya GS yen MPP ni ya GS wo ya GS wo Gary ya GS party no e de asiwa ya mo bia ma ya nana do say ya tie di obi aka ya mpɛ de obi abɛka bia say ya we no go listen, we no go hear anything. That we talk down there. You know ani aka ya beso obi abɛka de ya mpɛ akyerɛ ya. You know ani ya. So
Yeah, I think say Nilante issue no a non-starter and Sedem di kai no me boniema minuso northern region baby a ehia me pa enye ebi anenye close to you no beka say onfa ho but ye nyina no ye nipa baako. I've been telling you this. Me tra Asantimampo Zango. Into ko Asantimampo Zango a omu nyina enime ye no mo kifiru no mo ne chairman camel no atifobia football team ne nyina ye Bobie. What you say ya transo ne Penny Yaro num time ya trawa ene frafrafo atena kakra akurugu abanga so omame ene ayichome na ne mame ene amampon omunia ayam ne ye frɛ na ayam bili ne etwa so ye na ayam frafrani ope fans tie na mane edi agro no eduru ba bia ne edi agena ayam no amane nsaso so edi ayam bili. I've stayed with Dagomas, I've stayed with Mamprusis, Mamprusi for almost 3 years. So I know them, I understand. What do I say? Enti, ye sabe ebusuya bako. And sometimes, se me kai ni eme koso o northa na me cry yakakra. Ye bompa ya sre nyame se onu mi se nipa da se ni nsoso ana ehye tire ena ode Ansah kwakoguo ena sa nipa no eye sa de a ene sa nipa no ene Kwabena Boadu sori ai Kwabena Boadu hwinisum Kwabena Boadu bomfa left Kwabena Boadu a wewu asem na meken onipa da sani na yesa Kwabena Boadu on sorry no onko hwehwe sum because ade na ekoso no enye kra enye now I think say yenuanom kokoma ne ada you know so menim se wahu videos no enkola no free school akofie. Yesterday I was so sad. I think say it's something that we need to discuss as a country. Ansana adani bibi a wanhwe ya yentimi nso anu bi, because you see when you go to the northern part of Nigeria they started with this kind of issues. Fede bedru baby no na area ni bia ye no go area because military abre, police abre, obi abre. And now me say MPP a communicator bi a friend say yenu abe sorry yenu abe a communicator yenu abe MPP me referee di madam pa, is it Evelyn or referee di asa me video no kra say yenja ma omo no omo brea. Is it Helen or Ellen? Ellen, ELLEN. Oh, ama yeah. Ama dia mia minu ba. Sorry, mia minu ba. Any Ellen. And me to say Ellen ekasasem because it's Ellen. I don't want to repeat it. But I think say na enye kasa papa. Say yenja omo no omo nkosa. Omo akuno omo brea omo de besane abaha e wona benze se Ghana no yemfa beria ento baabia eye honi ntino ufu se wo mfa ho e hodwo a Ghana baabia adwo anigi aba ye nyina ye abusua tu dia tranka se yenja mo omonko na omo ko anu omo brea omo bejai omo ko no omo brea omo do mani be kire ha one abunze say why a mistake. And I think enya kasa papa se enja omo ma omo nko a enye so omo ne pe ena omo konto obi anu o sori ya oseme de me pentokwa ena me kontokwa. There are remote causes as to whether issues no ba ko betimi atene ho as oh Kwame in situations bia no se ba ko anya jimi for so oh enye hwe ya eya na din sentiase e beba because in every situation across the world ba ko edi for bibia de we si we wiase a yesi we de apai ube kombe no baby ketua bi wo ho but enye samre we na na wo ko kire se abusua we di for ana we di bem no tinke ya de a omunyina so wo enye hwe chale let's leave it. I mean ya let's move on with our lives na yenko yanima enkasa na yenyina ya hwehwe so you can't tell me that yenja omo ko anu omo bra as if say any ahoho bi na ete Ghana na asa ahoho bi ene enu omo edile anyway so no no one issue ya me pese bi di hu nkomo but mame nko reference bi encho mame even ase mo join on Facebook page ya da mo ase se mo join here on your Facebook page mame nko reference bi kakra bi enchemo and over 2 weeks ni the CEO Adema Class Media Group Alaji Seidu Agongo are granting various interviews efa ekwaya MPP abanye fa so egu ni bank na unim adanu anu a omo egu bank no that morning afena na wa family adwuma foforo ana ofrance Kwame Sada na yekoye meeting staff there ba ewo Chinese embassy ibi no ewo no on froze say some facility be ewo Chinese embassy lemu a ewo na yekoye meeting no na Nana Poku abeye asase radio general manager Nana Poku ewo hobi Sada na ne de Nana Poku eba be kire eye staff because near finance general manager ewo CMG mene Alhaji Agongo tiwo sei ena obi frɛ no sɛ asema watini eni be 5 minutes ena me sha sɛ me nya calls sɛ yɛsɛ Alhaji Agongo bank no bana wasɔre piampa me sɔre kobisa no na yɛ no kure meanwhile that very morning na Kenoforiata I was in Alhaji Agongo's office when Kenoforiata called him echia no ebusa and said what to say Satana Alhaji Agongo office say wo you still dey ya me team ye tie for ura ya building no down down na Alhaji Agongo office wo intimine na ne ewo office wo ena Kenoforiata e friend no chia no bi gina no so ken kra na afrema chia me no ene ye de obi akọbobo ano ko meeting no awia 12 ni aye na so say Heritage Bank ye guno ubusa governor na governor Kachira was said the person is not fit and proper. What is the meaning of obinya fit? Say obey hold the bank Ghana. So right now Kwame na me Kachira almost say ewiase ade bia wo ye bia na etwa besinachi. So Kwame, this is another scenario Ghana for almost say Alhaji Agongo ewo issues with fertilizer and aban hwehwebunya and for that matter me wa no mo boa o oya frafra ni ntia MPP na ntimi nka that is it. What is the meaning of obinya fit and proper? What is the meaning? Manyaska me bia adwuma mafa nkrofo omo ye adwuma ni bi ubegu adwuma na natural medienti abegu na o say you are not fit and proper. What is the meaning of you are not fit and proper? Okay, But what the yemfa omono lame excuse na omudigu Alaji Agongo Bank no yemfa ye no. Granted, say omo lame excuse na omo de man no. Sa na tie. Omo se say ya, omo si Alaji Agongo ewo issues ewo court. Enya sa, enti issues na ewo court no enti no. Ontimi enho di bank. Kwame. Enti say Keno Foriata data bank yankwa tutum. Oh, ya kase. Well, ubie wanu nyese ma ya honorable a. Ma James. Yes Bobie enye. Oh, nya honorable kakra bi na abeka medin wa. I say bia Julius Debra no nyina ehia me achieve honorable. That come same. Ma soro kofi. Wo wo so obi asem wo court. Now Keno Foriata ewo data bank. Now Keno Foriata if on Friday he was being declared as a fugitive. A wanted man. And the Keno Foriata bank no. Abayin kotu tumusa Keno Foriata anya fit and proper. Si wahu. Kwame wahu. Me kacha mu se wiase ade a wodi ye onua bia no hwani ye na ebeko saa na abesu so. If the argument Addison, the former Bank of Ghana governor, wanu say wanu jail bed, sakwano jail bed, ebeni sesini, and he say, excuse the only buy a good heritage bank is anything to go by. Say see Keno Foriata, Omar raised about 6 different issues. Agongo the end na eba akope. Yes, so akosa friends fertilizer contract. Enya sa na entiase anim. Wey 5 different issues Keno Foriata. And say Keno Foriata onya fit and proper. And as a bank no ana Kwame data bank no ana omo release shares ema nkrofo sana ono a krofo de omo nyo we no wa tetefa e de amobi but Ghana for say wotie me awie ya whether you are in your home office, you are in a car, wherever you find yourself, just tell me a simple question. The argument yam di gu eye Alaji Agongo Bank that our issues our court and he is not fit and proper to own a bank. Now we have a fugitive, a wanted man in the person of a criminal called Ken Oforiata, a criminal. Now he is a certified criminal. The whole world knows Oforiata, Ken Oforiata to be a criminal. This criminal say Obeba me bosume abefesi justice. Now almost match so match Oma me nukrendu Obeba match. Now this guy is the owner of Data Bank. This guy is the owner of Enterprise Insurance. And he abai NDC abai enkoto to Data Bank any Enterprise Insurance move because Ken Oforiata is alleged to have embezzled on my Esika Yenina Semye. And until proven guilty, you are not guilty. Yes, I am Raneka. And to say as Nasebieno, can we say he is guilty? And for that matter, he is not fit and proper to own a bank and an insurance company. If NDC government decides to answer this my question by following the same screen, so CTV screen, so you have 5 cases. One is strategic mobilization, Ghana Limited and GRA contract. I have told you that we will get time and deal with these issues one by one. Ye perseke no frata ba Ghana ni echirichiri mu awia ketekete na otiebi Then you have ECG and Beijing Technology Limited contract termination. 2. 3. National Cathedral Project. So when you are not deal with it. Ghana software is to Dana Bafrimu. Ono na nyame afre no, ono de nyame aseda afre no, ono de nyame afre no kura no nyame no asa issue letter, green letter. So cathedral issues and other issues can offer no. And some example no. So see Alhaji Agongo, Seydou Agongo. So that time nasa mo court. If you are fit and proper say obe only a year banker and ne can offer the on any year ma any di every bank mu. Kese samre and kiatutum na enterprises so hwe Ghana for tie na media minim say it's too early, right? Media mema bobo apono enya one day na omudi behu ni nyina o. Yes, some of the issues we have a fair idea, like acquire omofaso ed SIC contracts, insurance contracts, enyinama enterprise insurance. Enterprise insurance a can offer a company. Or no, and no insure a state agencies, departments, and ministries. Mebwa. Where are they? Aha, pia. Wow. Your friend say insurance, enterprise insurance. Can offer that. Though we have a fair idea, but ye nim enyema akosum. What you say? Aha. You know say no. It make us now. You better Matisse or Haruna. But Akufo-Addo and in a family and in a buying it decided say Ombeba be guno. Very nice article. Make I will say you better say Akasafa MPP post elections report in Ashanti region. Omo kachre say Akufo-Addo 8 years why are there no ma ko fani ankrofo ako TikTok Akufo-Addo ba jubu omo wi na omo report no so ma say aka che say Akufo-Addo is the reason why they lost the elections. Chale confusion na basa o confusion na basa na da I don't go lie you. Confusion na basa. So you bedi won komo. Your friend say Oliver ne nkron for kotoka for no unya wo. All right, so my main question come away quick one on the banking sector issues. Lawyer Apia Dankwa, a private legal practitioner, and a nice article be kama pa. Lawyer Akwaba.
Yeah, Bobie official ba.
I think about to a lawyer. Lawyer. Bompire mama na amanfo ensire ebi megume so na ayedin
oh did I pass that research if you be research is wrong
and you are research in term na fidie no Greece no nya memu Council, what your article be about the state of your banking sector? How the John Mahama previous administration tried to sustain your banking sector, and how the Akufo-Addo administration egu banks. Me reading about 2-3 newspapers. Yes. It's very insightful. Tell us, what is it?
Whether I'm far away and I'm in Chow, if you're from in Chow. Who's a yet mind? Now, as for democratic dispensation, friends, you do 32 years now. And necessary say kind of for understand the role government plays. Now you're making decisions now. You're making it. So what kind of constitution now? Hello.
What
kind of constitution now? Specifically, the sixth chapter about the directive principles of state policy. One of the fundamental principles that governs the economic policy here, so it's the duty of government to create the right economic environment for private sector to then lead growth. Now, one is about economic growth are one critical factor intermediation. So, what kind of intermediation? You are talking about insurance companies, any banking companies, and how the government ought to create the right environment for them to thrive, to then also then grant capital to businesses. And so in 2014, in line with that, all these principles, banks goes through challenges now. His Excellency Mahama, in his wisdom and about the patriotism, his understanding of economic nationalism, has taken the position of salvaging the banks for the ultimate good of the Ghanaian as against the same. Now, how did he go about it? Now, who used to Capital Bank as a case study now? Who say, for the trajectory of Capital Bank, not first bank, microfinance, and the free microfinance every year, savings and loans, and every bank. Now, in the life of our entity for 40 years, now, Omo accumulated close to 480 million in what we call bad debt. Who's the call banking system, so what you call IFRS, a classification of banking assets. Now, only one of the critical bank assets is a loan. You're almost classifying it from very good to bad, and the time frame is 180. So that Okwachibisa bank, that's within 180 days when let's say any repayment becomes due. That's a win. That's a win-win. Yeah, that asset is classified as bad, and provision must be made for. It is bad. That classification way over 40 years now 480 million, and now classified as bad debts on the books of Capital Bank. Now this bad debts will not impact the solvency of Capital Bank. Now his Excellency Mahama and then Bank of Ghana government at that time what was their approach to solving this issue? Their approach was to invite Capital Bank and then find a way of first of all separating the bad assets from the good assets So no good assets. So good assets, your banks are now repayment a year all right. Then in more than 800 million Ghana. And apparently about 480 up to 480 into all year two banks, good bank and bad bank. And a bad bank or ring fence here. The your ring fence or activity to lips held the system and no agree don't be most shareholders. I only activities are bad more. Now they secure repayment of same with one more equity and then ban dividend distribution for 5 years. Then they went ahead to then sit down and say a commercial loan 620 to grant them liquidity support so that me higher sovereignty. So now due to essentially because of our positive steps on taking within a year and a half, not bank is solvent. Indeed, our loan repayment for 14 million a month or more and defaulted that. So one would have thought, because government is in continuum, can I not take over and do continue? But what did they do? A mobile pair, and they just went and then called in the liquidity support. Any attempt to reason with them in terms of how to salvage the issue now really there was no issue following on that year. Indeed, on proposal say okay, so what issue are where we interest and following on that year. So what issue are reducing interest from 23% to 10% and following on that year. Indeed, I'm more from say that's not outstanding. I'm funding equity. I'm following on that years and they just collapsed the bank, killed a Ghanaian dream, caused mass unemployment, and even impacted on businesses that are not depending on capital bank. The point is, the first thing you should ask yourself and say, to obey a president, what was his focus? What was his put ahead? Because after issue, there was no reason to destroy the bank. No, instead of following Muhammad lead, good governance lead, no, and then they are so yeah, so many focus say they reset here. Then we must reset all those bad governance impacts, no, especially on the banks. No, that idea is a terrorist attack on Ghanaian businesses, on Ghanaian entrepreneurs, on Ghanaian banks. There was a massive reset. There must be a review. The right story must be because Bobie, that's not Omugache. Omugache said, first of all, Mama Chomu 620 million. One thing.
Yeah.
Omusaka says, I said 20 million, no, a move from 80 million, no, show that's not at 8.
Yeah.
So this was vile propaganda. To what end? When in this 620 million, no, not alone, not for 80 million, no, and in fact, he had no linkage to that 620 million, no. Now, Omuku Bank Nibian, and Omu prefer criminal charges against them, against all of them. Omu use Omu power, a Cosima Tristan, a Koyasa, and friends saying, agreement that went to a church, they are opening. Omu Diakano, Omu call through.
But lawyer, what we are finding out whether Atuesian was in the position to pay?
You see, so now, first of all, yes, because they see where we are here. So indeed, so the first question is, where you can now where we are. That's the first question. I'm not trying to go through trial, no. The judge acquitted them on the ground, say, who's also charged this one? I'm charging of cumulatively for 270 million theft. So that 270 million theft, no, almost 130 million on you in a year. One of the accused, 70 million on another accused, and 27 million no, on the MD. On all these counts, no, costly who did say there was no stealing. So if there was no stealing, then the question is that should any issue of repayment come up?
But more any intention is a mobile appeal. And as you are not part of his legal team, you are just writing your article.
So me focus like I'm saying, if I say a resetter, then there must be a review. His Excellency must see that story must be told, and then we reset all the wrongs that have been done to this country. So our lawyers are on which side and which one. But we say they can't even from politically. Also, you don't want to create a situation. It's just a Ghana government. Is it to attack indigenous businesses? Because some also people finance on your business on here because they'll be attacked, especially when in fact their allegations say former financiers are not attempted to buy Capital Bank. So the question should be asked: was this unnecessary attack as a result of that failed attempt to buy the bank? Nana?
I see. So Mami Musa Wadewe is not part of where article now train. But Obiti say Alaji Sedu Agongo.
Exactly.
Almost say Oriano onye fit and proper to own a bank because almost the charges be abono. Do you think say it will be fair for the NDC government to do same with respect to Kenufuriata? Yeah, you declare a fugitive, wanted. Now, he is the owner of Data Bank and insurance, enterprise insurance. Uber recommended say we should continue the same way. Said the Omode Agongo Fasono, they should do the same thing to Kenofuriata.
Not necessarily. In fact, the first thing you're calling for say Omu review Agongo Diano. What do you mean by Agongo Nya fit and proper person? So research no Omu reviews are at the end. Not true. But then can say your system no. They say you are innocent to police.
But in the course of researching, lawyer say Obi and feel that penny bia maybe who said yes it here next time oba continue with the same behavior.
Okay, all
right, sir. Sorry, sir.
So rather no, first say no, investigative finance minister. Hello.
Mpacha enokre.
Some investigating no. That's a indeed. Come up of any of the criminal charges now. Then a credible declaration can be made. Say whether or not a fit and proper person. Because we should always side on the side of principle. Oh, they want to say. So if a mere allegation won't make a say to Agongo, that's not kind of right now. I don't think that the same rod ought to be used against the finance minister. However, so we go through the process. Now say you're about a good year, and certainly he should be dealt with in terms of fit the proper issue. No.
Alaja Gongo no money in the case ni you. Nindia no was standing as allegations same as ene kenoforiata di.
Say nothing like yam 38.2 no. Sir, vindictive wicked governance are clearly no any to the people, any to the benefit of Ghana for. I don't think that per se is as the John to the same line. And the year reset who Mama Ansah or the handle banking issue 2014 yeah. Said you almost the propaganda said Mama and that's right. And then I go for Adam. Yes, I'm on CBM no. So for me, we don't want leaders like Nanadomo. Oh, as I say, yet why people, patriotic people to leave the country. And so the fact that Omono I wrong shouldn't mean that we should also support why.
Twaso.
So me the man encourage his excellency Mama. Say, am I master bad governance and another no as changing. Time has vindicated him. It is our Ghana. Any indigenous businesses no. Also maintenance or dona na from to the mind.
Lawyer, Accra FM citizen show here that's baby. All right, so that's it. Lawyer Apia Dankwa, private legal practitioner. Any attending can a very nice article. Or call other newspapers now. Betty Panda mom says, welcome back from your holiday. Many kisses. Betty, minko holiday bia, minko bebia. You say honorable Chianwa na menamna media na man for the age of mama honorable bakope. Then I know your friend is a Eugene. Yes, say you for yes, say you want to me a FM say radio fool say I and now Bobie in your hair. Nams now wait years when you're day. 8 years when you be. Necra the affair your mama 3 months crown chai. Bebois. If you cry about your cry, not next year. Now, me here a chief of staff over there. And Papa J. Bebois, Dr. J. Now, this is honorable, yeah, almost from you cry. Hey, it's okay. It's also honorable, Mama is pa. Then, now, me say, me bomb a tie. Now, me same suit. Now, say your mama, why, Mama, honorable, no cry, my mama, honorable, no. Then we wait, the identity, there be a tie, said to me, come when. But I didn't have a friend, said, I'm in Pese, KKDB. Go, I can't say more ties, I'm more. Tiafe dia me tell you boy na me tete picture so babontin akwa was appear out picture appear out nam si ye na Crawford honorable respect nyina Crawford honorable nam si miamini position be na de che honorable we monyi me so ye. All right, so I have some few messages here. Joseph Dogbefu is here. Alaji Dantata says, welcome back, Commander. Alaji, on Krawamo, it is well. Kuma Christian says, you lucky you came today. I was about to declare you wanted, fugitive. Hey, me fenyamo. Concern you free so. Concern you do brave free now. If free so. Hey, who Eugene Friso when you woo Mr. KK in few be out if you don't mind them. Such as says who are the ones calling you the honorable? They're small, you. Wait. Senior is here. Kwabena will be Ansah has won my respect. I owe you 18 slaps for this show. Can't slap me. Sedu Magato Muhammad says, Honorable Kwabena, Mama Jemfua, honorable, I miss you. You miss you. You go stay outside. You do yourself. You guys stay. You miss me. We miss you. Maria Adams, the government should sell all kinds of properties, but leave the burning funeral home because he may need it for himself one day. So funeral home no see and the on one year better than one. Can you better than one? Boche Solomon says, honorable, honorable one. In fact, I was happy when I hear people calling you honorable. But not knowing, Charlie, maybe honorable, I heard a joke for us. I heard a joke for us. Well, we said, JM honorable one. We have in all official. Yes, the ministers in the Munina, so deputy ministers, Omunina, chief of staff, Munina, Omunina. Say, ya no quite independent problem, no. Crawford Frebia has honorable, my best school fees, and so did, and so that into no Casam, whoa, you are free. Nothing they happen. All right, so Magdalene says, Bobie, I can't stop laughing. Honorable of Bobie. All right, dear Mbedi here, or Chekoko Foster, thank you so much for joining us here. El Caneto, Uncle of Bobie, welcome, honorable. Hey, now you won't give me offer. Now you won't give me uncle. Now you won't give me honorable. Small time they see my beer white like this, they go give me grandpa. I swear. Wise man, Castro is here. I miss you, bro. I'm Zain is here, Commander. I heard Georg appointment. No, hey, Kwame, yeah. This kind of people, bro. Omubaya say Georg for appointment. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Just a minimum for Kofi Juma. Juma say. Oh, but Charlie, name people winning that. Oma appointing Crawford. Yeah. Akwa former KM boss in Dini say. Sampai ntime me mama ba mu wi ase. Ni appoint sa. Hey, Sampai dia ma. Fedi o ha ya se ya Sampai akoto ma yanka. Ba wi omukum na ntwe okum ase abato a. It's a board chairman you say. Sampai kofi anwumra yale no ye wade wo okum na ntwe no a twitwa apodwehwo yi no obudu odwane na ni ti ka ho ye se da no omde ma no o se o ma tutu ni ye o mo se o van kofi enkototo na nkrofo de honorable abatoa wan nyame adom eno obeye KM boss timpa so sa de ma ya JM menka se ani nti bempai dai baso akana what menka se ani nti ne bia say ni say that you hear me dem be your reporter mama me Dr. Lordina mama bekate no. All right, so yeah man for oh just a give no be some the mommy. What? Hey, I see. Okay, come, I'm waiting for why dear me tell no mama hwe na Kwame de say o TV so Kwame CMG ya raise bar no o TV so ntino mesraw we fro tena ko say misiw tu no me be bom ma se akra me Ansah eba bom na me chei tarama ha me boss tu no matiem o se be ko marketing me di crane kalo shady say boss to them jinem I am one more give or na ya monfa position. Okay, so all right. So any property or assets acquired by a public officer after the initial declaration required by clause 1 of this article, which is not reasonable, attributed to income, gift, loan, inheritance, or any other reasonable source, shall be deemed to have been acquired in contravention of this constitution. All right. So thank you. Noah. My banking sector, no, Mama mean dealing with a arrest. Okay. You go to Alaji said Agongo the interviews be it was nice. Nami wofi na me tie and I think say you go to Alaji Agongo. Yeah, levels don't change.
Oh, we dey put here. That me no cause the Bank of Ghana omo nchiro me dawo. Omo nchiro let them brand me say o bank na ye guru no because of say anything e go no. Means may have one letter credit feedback of Ghana. The only meeting me, Dr. Gusiboti, Poche, Benson Chupi, enemy MP, a call Bank of Ghana have in say, Governor no say opposite merge.
Merge bank.
Me merge. Oh, me medium put here. Let me know because the Bank of Ghana almost show me that. Almost show let them brand say, O bank na ye guru because of say anything e go no. Means may have one letter credit feedback of Ghana. The only meeting me, Dr. Gusiboti, Poche, Benson Chupi, enemy MP, a call Bank of Ghana have in say, Governor no say opposite merge.
Merge bank.
Me a merge bank with other banks. What you say? Merge and nature said, me need bank being come and I say, omo be a feno. Got to amalgamated so then send me baby. And I may catch me watches me no bank no. Men be say me per se me 100% throughout. Me be any my condition say within 3 years no. E be here say my partners. And I'm me pay 100% of anything no. I just need to get the foundation. Except me foundation no. Na mo sabe engineer. Na ma go pet foreign partners okay. But my mama let you say. Mbese mama ebi a me foreign partners bi a omo ye 4. We are 25%. We are 25%. We are 25%. Me may 25%. Na the page bank no. Because they tell you say so we are there no when you be a man critic wa. Onjeni. Say me no ka say. Me kasa now criticize.
Ebe take Ghana 30 years. Ansah na oman no babia President Akufo-Addo Dr. Bomiado oman no kokko share no yetimi a recover from that crisis. Economic indicators they no mo kan no say enye 1 year enye 5 years enye 10 years enye 15 years enye 20 years ebe take you 3 decades ye nyina ya grant interviews yet be economist for and the no Professor Lord Mensa no mom keka ho woni BOT no mu kasa and then others na e kasa de no mu de ban nyina no mu akonta wo mu bu o man no ho ne say e be take years so President Mahama for over 4 years etines sene President Mahama gina ne naso ka kire Ghana for say on share the next 3 decades because of 4 years obe fix crisis a Ghana for a woman wa beto eka amena donko na sa amena no nya national cathedral de ni bio wa beto amena donko eka amena wa beto wo manye ejija o manye mu ni panyi na si apini o manye mu ni pampempem enuma aguo o manye mu ni pampempem esan economic crisis, bad management, corruption ye lutu no bebre sebe atoba ha ayare bebre sebe Ghana ha bebre ayare fo gudem bebre ayare fo egudem after 2017-2018 banking clean up a course so e Ghana ha say no men's gold guo no no bebre sebe ayare fo e Ghana ha say na se yenya obi a o ka kire o man Ghana say enya fe no me ba beka ena Akufo-Addo ba omia this ena Akufo-Addo ba omia that ena Akufo so oni sa mele no Ghana fo ni time nemum de oba be yen say crisis ohia aho kire ekom enwumaguo ketesia ne mrantia wogina wona so wahodi sisi kwabrafo e was wo mo sorry kodi pa ya wo mu ne adwumaye no President Mahama say sa how no ba be fixe natural say arehemu wo ho eni daso wo ho se be ye ni daso ebi wo ho se be ye se de nyina ye di kankan say President Mahama kona wo kono omani bobire bia se de Ghana tie bia no won kan kire ye unsu oda labor unions for na say trade union congress any other labor organizations oda wo mu nyina ase se omo ti ase through his engagement employment and labor minister or Timubi stakeholders engagement of course what Timubi no what chira wo say this is the state of Yayan Kasa our beloved country say no minor first tie say Kasa be ma 15 na enye ye even 10% in kwa bro so 1% enye ye and can we deserve 15%, 20%, 30%, but enye ye na omo ti na se ed so mu 10% to oda o mase senka hode wo ha said year 2017 wonu ni siesie na chi eja sika wo futuo mu no woja 120 billion your predecessor je nyina ka ho 120 billion na woja sika wo futuo mu no senka ahode ni sa ni bi ka do no de na chi ja 2017 class sa bi no beto 2025 a enka Ghana adwumayefo mu deserve 30% anko de bema mo but that's not the case one beto ka over 700 billion Ghana cedis hey enka banse sa mangenyo ankanyo senka banse sa ma mun share mi page ni mame so de na my fresh pa colors no so colors no so ani da ho pa CTV nso ani da ho pa na CTV de ani nso de e da ho papa ka ban sesa ma enkanye senka yansesa he abusuafuo yi pa free yeso pa nkwa principalities fuo yi si yansesa wo mo pa mo man ko pa de a enka ba omia be wie 4 years nanka Ghana de abose ye to nanka Ghana ne de ka Ghana de nanka say nanka Ghana pa de nya Ghana bi hwe energy sector makana wa ha say we president Akufo-Addo nanka se si nchen ya enipa mienu mu di Ghana bro di Ghana nya eye na po Dr. Metopoku Prempe ene Dr. Mamadou Bawumia energy sector eka yegu energy sector eka na minority for ma she black akogu parliament eye dede dumso omo yesa dede no they know omunim o hawo mo de agu Ghana fo so afeno markets kri nyina yi kri no say ne ye nya no yama 2 hours na eninsem hu bi peso ka bia won kan aya black akosi wonu ya ena dumso nyina no omunim say senye leader te say President Mahama enka by now Ghana dumso crisis anke wo mu no enye bi ni say 3 days 4 days ni ya dum light 5 hours yankupo hu Ghana mabo kwa me yan start ni yanko ye mo President Mahama yini na ye ntoto asonko mo ma me se waka Ghana ka ye start ye free ho e ka o man ne edie na manya bre na ma kire mu President Mahama ye campaign o committee those days no labor unions ni trade union congress no catch am say aye ba mo ma ye honeymoon days any ade no na nkrofo kan na no wa madwuma ye ena nipa no kwa wo pe president no munti asem a woka ye bedi hanimu a day President Mahama swearing in ade chi ya pe ena independent power producers onu mu hia ye won office ya your office here where ya hayi cantonment hayi senso won so ya la bonu the office here wa hayi President Mahama is swearing in Adiachi ya pe anopa ko na wo ye meetings wa ha na chief of staff honorable Julius Dabramu ye engagement meetings wa ha John Jina po ni ye mundi ba no start e engagement e wa ha meetings no wo tu kwa Nigeria ba na mu fi se Nigeria na no wo ko no e ka wako ye business partners Ghana but in all no position ohun so wo minor say ohun so Ghana asay Ghana wo crisis Ghana mu nipa ebre wo man mu timamfo ebrankasa a teacher for bre nurses are suffering, teachers are suffering, carpenters are suffering, students are suffering, hairdressers are suffering. Okay, yanko ohun wenyina en wo say empremprem buafo empremprem Ghana jefo enyi obiade waye bida ono John Dramani Mahama ene betimi aba abegye wo man no no wasiesie wo man no enti said ye di kan ka kire ye say Ghana be ye yie be mu a e be take ye mfisia polepole aduasa 3 decades 30 years no President Mahama said 4 years yen schedule betimi aye
sustainable levels and ultimately eliminated. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of 29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing sustainable levels and ultimately eliminated. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of 29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayment, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to lead sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of 29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe.
President Mahama 2017 handing over 7th January. Ne handing over our year Edman and now Kufuado Dr. Baumia. Near Bofuto be a friend say sinking fund. Na sinking fund no the Emma MPP abino. Sikana edem na a 200 million US dollars. Sinking fund. Sikana edasa futuon muno a 200 million US dollars. President Mahama said in a na Kufuado edi ejano no. A 64,000 US dollars. I said that to be said. 64,000 US dollars. Oh, Sika omo beto ya wasafu tuwe munu a na ye 200 million US dollars no. After 8 years, na Kufuado Baumia buying Sika akamu ye $64,000. Cedis so a 143 million Ghana cedis. Sikano way. Lutes. Adia wo ha say. Na Kufuado Baumia buying eme kanchira Ghana for because President Mahama for 8 years in opposition they were consistent. Say Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund omuje $270 million wom. Ansah na sinking fund with BOG. Ansah na your friend is a stabilization fund so omuje $277 million. For 8 years they be no more same way. 80 MPP are buying so opposition here. Gather that momentum no courage no more rabonte me kanchira Ghana for say Safu to we ya President Mahama botto one more. What come here and send bomu sika na demu nyasem ketewa no. Omo kwone say na omu jaye. Who be na President Mahama say sinking fund omu ja $200 million no. Omu ja 64,000 Ghana cedis. Not even 100,000 Ghana cedis. Hey. So Ghana afi enfie 94 years ya. Every 2025 Ekopim 2028 ni 4 years no eka ya obetua debt e be service domestic ni external eye 280 billion Ghana cedis na matana no monso aka na bribia say yes call International Monetary Fund ye negotiations no DDEP debt exchange program ayeye no so 2022 2023 2024 MPP are buying Oman service debt be external debt. See ya swat dollars akwane ya creditors ya kwa kotu omo kana omo entua bida. Omo sumsa kana nyina de good President Mahama so ya starting 8 year from this year 2025. Etino omo necessary na do second term ne de 2021 no omo settle kakra no. Tua kakra no ekon omo entua biem. But omo sumsa kana nyina de good President Mahama buy so. Yes, I can 4 years in a car obetua. A year 280 billion Ghana cedis. Hey, me say, oh, we no can first rank or my mini, some crew feeling, call my mini, you almost 2 a jirai. And I do not care the idea of woman in Nanke, Romako General. Your level so come on. Yes, because won't mean you are my population. Over 3 population rise and on say 33 million. Now on say now on trans na wuni di me se we ya and President Mahama akogina ho ye ni abeka say we dey correct president former president Kufuado wanu munu ready di ame ada aba na numa hwewiem adwen awodwen o se bank na wo mu eguru no eka ya service etwamu 29 billion Ghana cedis. Se President Kufuado, former President Kufuado, any Baumia, banks here 9 billion Ghana cedis. Near the Babo Ghana for Numa who buying. Ama Ghana for a year Juma 9 billion, say be investing 9 billion ewumuno. Ye guno. Ama o minor a car that our minus you gusu a year to ya. A year 29.5 close to 30 billion Ghana cedis. Hey, President Mahama, waka say we are and I before no instruct one more kwache chenko for na me dey nsam keke kan say kura na say o mo da so atete o mu fie kura di me kura na ne ye kura ye start adwa ye bu kura start afu kwa me ye kwa next one afeyentie e car wo beto ye from 122 billion yentie President Mahama say e car na ban ababeto cocoa sector e car wa babeto ho yentie ni nyina and then Ghana ni bia so nim say cocoa sector ne de omogu no omobomu kro no.
Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. In 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 metric tons of cocoa, which it had sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this Honorable House, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, cocoa road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. In 2023-2024 crop season,
because nyame ni mu ni 8 years ni pa no ye di ho aboro. Cocoa Board amane na President Mahama elbo na wie isa no. Cocoa sector ya na ye the backbone of Ghana's economy. Cocoa akuafo edu cocoa season ya no omo kwa na wo mo ba. President Mahama say eka ya eda ho no mo eye 32.3 billion Ghana cedis. Na sa eka we na eda ho no mo no afiya September ye e wo si etua 9 billion Ghana cedis. President Mahama ne handing over 2017 na cocoa season cocoa ye produce wa Ghana ha say no 960,000 metric tons. 2022-2023 cocoa season cocoa e wase ye tone ye de ko ye kwaji cocoa loan ne ye de bitua ye ho aka no ne ade no ye ntimi enya cocoa ni nyina metric tons do ye de ko no ye shortly be say 333,000 metric tons. Ena sa Cocoa Board papa no ho edu no bo ahin edu Oni fifi buafo o man FM guy no a yase ene udu trasa kwa ne mansion to so sa ene hey 333,000 metric tons ho kan nyina no almost sum e de agu NDC aban eso e kan nyina no a president enti me shawa me ti se me sister e bisa me se na sika na president Mahama e buru so na debt se sika no wo kwafa na wai me sister for wa was na president Mahama gina wonu ma e na Ghana's debt e na Cocoa debt e na ho debt a wo buru so sa no se sika no president Mahama kwa kwafa na wai was na president Mahama den 1 penny baby antena for wa na kai was president Mahama adai ona asoma no I don't want penny baby antena. Case na ehu o. Eye serious ankasa. Ye kan say ya. Me kai NDC wo opposition. Na se Kwabena betena ha listo we betena ne ye betena ha se ni ye kan. Obi gina kira office wo pese NDC back power. O pese president Mahama sa back power. Enti na bia wani abere a wo kan sembi edigu aban ne so. But enne me pese me ka kira wo say another pre afeno markings sa micro minority no a omugu ofia na no ma she black no sa report we information we na president Mahama e give out no enye omo wanwo because omo ya we omo dear president onso omo to one ma ye di na omo nim na omo anka setiri mu no omo ni ewu omani magu ase because omo so omani Ghana ndi ne ye omo say omani Ghana ndi ne ye omani magu ase wo Ghana fo anim enti I'm not surprised say na obekwa to video bi wo social media na MPP communicator eti ebia station bi MPP station catch president Akufo-Addo ni ministers say omo de Ghana for catch up Njoma me pagana fo achew. Kwa me next video ne yenkone no ane yeye. Ya ma Ghana fo ehunu sede eniema esitie. Ghana fo hunu mo ma me energy sector ECG aje se Ghana han.
After initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of it. After initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and in some cases reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. After initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with...
Say Ghana, a public debt, 721 billion Ghana cedis. So, 721 billion Ghana cedis. Omo beto 121. So what it means is say Oma add 600 billion Ghana cedis. Ena ediaka the public debt stock no. Omo beto 120 billion Ghana cedis. And it is what 120 billion Ghana cedis. Edi free a reporter President Mahama Edema Yenumua. The children say 8 years in no. The Ekufuado Baumia at the account a 600 billion Ghana cedis. 600 billion Ghana cedis. Afe ECG a kaya da ECG so a 68 billion Ghana cedis. A car a pheno markings a buying MPP a bro a buying a trimodem for a buying mambo for a buying a pheno markings another pre and a masha black say Ghana yes soon because you are witnessing power outages. Ma buying a bro a trimodem for would for a chrome for buying ECG. A car one would add to one mono, a 68 billion Ghana cedis. Now, just even 2024 crown PWD audit Yamu Yano, Senka ECG, Sikomo de their far account Mukurano account. You are in change in Ankahu, but account to Mukurasi from 15.8 billion Ghana cedis. No. Senka ECG decides can in our crowd ya and Kabianka can be basis 10 billion. But you say, says the ECG did a year 15.8 billion Ghana cedis. No, Duamutia ye a best 6.3 billion. Diaka you know, Maria, until I may catch that was a Senkenyan Kupona Bua Ghana. Now you die, sorry, 7 December. Now the other chini kwasiada 8 December. Nana po a vice president. I mean, Penguma bun some fefra. Yanko po one penguala kia, Yamin pengu ye trim. Yes, when you trim. Napo energy minister 4 years. Or 2 4 years or be 2 4 party amount. Minister or 2 4. You are better to phone the amount. Now, put your energy minister. A car, one of your energy minister, no. What broad you go on, and ECG Kano, a 68 billion Ghana cedis. Also, was up vice president Yedi. Near Casano Poko head economic management team, say ye Jimmy and T. Because ye Jimmy 8 years, 2017, Aquapim 2024. It's no move free 2025 on so. A Jimmy for now, Omudi, yes, one. Ya said Jimmy, ya just yet, yes, Jimmy for the be mad. It's in a po Ghana, better or best sorry. 8 December. Nay, ya uko Google. Now, the vice president of the Republic of Ghana is Ready Yankupo. The vice president. Dr. Matthew Poku Prempe. Nation in a time. 68 billion. Na sa ekawe no. Enye Ghana fo na eba betua o. Sika ne sha omo to e wom ho sika no e wom ho. Na po President Akufo-Addo nom Baumia nom Haptel nom wamo Dubik Mahama nom emre bia Dubik resign ye. Many MPP ni bi hia o se je se Ghana en obi bokro no a obi di o man boni a obi ye criminal ni pani MPP ni no what describe the big Mahama so ye criminal. So that guy he's a criminal oni omo cartel ECG one womo bokro no na wa ya kwada ya sorry ye Haptel issues ba ye Mahama Dubik a resign. No akwa fie under his watch and import to container $500,000. $500,000 no womo ema ni si ho no mo a aban no confiscate ya obi koto $100,000 Ghana cedis amu fetch koto $300,000. na obi asori aka kire Ghana ni say President Mahama ntimi njeli obia. President Mahama ontimi njeli obia. How? Say the President Mahama ntimi njeli obia. Mama me national service dia ne yenko. Oh, ye mama agenda wa mami Ansah. Mi wi agenda wa matoa so. Now no energy minister interview ye. O say IMF for proposal so come to ayi. Kania bom say 53%. 53% ni ntumu ne hani pa o because me se Ghana ha. Last year 2024, me bill me tua. Many bam ho son from 250 me tua 800. One man can't just so much on Kania boom 1000%. 53% ni entumu ne ha yo. But enenam kwa yisa na egu nkrofo account yisiji na egu nkrofo account mu saa na o maboa no na ya be ka kire Ghana for say yisiji de ka 68 billion e ka da ho because akronfo akatel mama me e ka ya burusu nyina ye nkrofo ye gya nyina hospital ba ko pe 8 years ko mansi bi agenda 111 President Mahama say ba ko pe na Akufo-Addo so ne last so na o ka kire Ghana for agenda wa wiem 3 ni predecessor President Mahama so obo papa no mu hia na mu sini hu aboa pani mu odi ntro wo so oboa.
The Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to
spend it. And chance no more trade chadano when she's yano. Sika President Mahama say ya spend it $401 million US dollars. Ba ko pekura ni hwanu mo ye djuma na Akufo-Addo say we wie 3. Ba 3 na oso we wie ya na so na okoka ye no 8 years. He said ye I won go to aba man kokrafo bia so na medi president o Ghana hanu bi emu. Omo no ho. Odi oya kokrawa no a extra time no wo after 70 years na extra time na dwen papa bia ni nitini 8 years o. After say we ja wo manika 720 something billion hospital back up pekura wansibi. President Mahama says sika wa ma send agenda 111 no $401 million US dollars no. Agenda 111 back bia ho ka 18 million US dollars. Enti say we calculate here 18 million US dollars no. $400 million US dollars no was sank ye 22. Back 22. I was saying ye 10 key operational contract and we ya na say ye 10 key nurse for doctor for patients you come near kwakoye adwuma after see spending $400 million no baako pe ha Mrs. said akokora bia me di president okrom ha bi mu kwa me ma me fa na wa kokora we bia nya 70 years wo extra time awo bona dwen papa bia me si we mu na we no ya busua pani obi wu no obedi ade a kokofuo behwe waton abusua fie no waton abusua sase wo twa tondi ono wo gye na ewu onfo bia ho ma me last one o se national service scandal no ebi adwane dwane de wo bedwane but wo beba abe fesi yenye energy okay yenye energy wi ana atoa so national service ntina eno ana mitu NDC fo no funu sebo adom na aso hoso ena de achia wo fa ba bia congratulations
Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion. Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent and affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African Gas Pipeline, WAPCO, were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African Gas Pipeline. I have been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Ministry.
Ansah na energy sector ESLA. Somebody Mr. President Mahama na introduce ESLA. Energy Sector Levy Act. Annually, near 3 billion Ghana cedis. Ya the best service debt energy sector na wo hono mo. En we jai bo for 2021 wo kwai wo sika 8 years ni ESLA. Ya generate ya 45 billion Ghana cedis. 45 billion Ghana cedis no. Eka ono beto ye 70 billion Ghana cedis. Na wanya bibia ma wase gya abone koro no. Na ekufuado. Iswan passe onipa ba. Si wanya bibia ma wase a ye gya ebone koro no. ESLA wa be 8 car watimi anya film 45 billion Ghana cedis. Wodi yanka fa bi kura anka ho ana wodi 45 billion ka gya bi. Eka da ho ye 70 billion because ESLA no odi akosi awowa akoji hu sika aspanda ESLA no akosi awowa ji hu sika o yes ikano so a ubisa so de ye da ya radio wada anu mununu rada adwen awodwen sumahu se ne sitie enti energy sector we ECG 68 billion now ba energy na nsumu nso a eno so no mo ye ka road contractors ka over 20 billion na ka bebrebe nti mo be cha magana fo na atu ana se ka bebrebe ya mo busu ya burusu kwe ni ya burusu se ya burusu sen President Mahama say national service for na adwane ebi adwane Mustafa Yusuf onwane okọ parliament po onwane ye na bi onwane ye Ghana ha o say si be former KM mayor onwane ye Ghana ha ababa wa no kwan gift wa na adwane obi anwane osiso ofa Togo ofa Benin ofa mikro malata opekro no nkofa Kuwait opekro nfa Pluto obeba ababa fesi Ghana mra me ba be din komo me ne rich honorable Rich Jan oye MP Gomua West Deputy Minister Energy okay okay and green transition converting but okay so Deputy Minister of Energy and Green Transition on one ye MP Gomua West Honorable Rich Jan Mensa babedi enkomo ewie ye ba na mene Charles McCarthy munso atwaso edi efro ni nyina eye sona eho enkomo na ye babedi no ewie sesia ye double live Ghana's #1 television station CTV inti baby a wo bia no Facebook fo no so enema bapa never again no my brother we ye Eunice Efia ena edi we baye dumenu ena edi we baye ye beto aso na maba monso madwe nkire no so nyina na ya to aso but ye ni nkomo ewo fie ana ba wi ai mahan
me joro menu abizia
yo na boko de
dem na dum
parliament boko
de boko ara na no ina mampe mam we hu de wa me ye hu de nzema nkoyi wa san hye wo de obe ni ye
okay ama Ghana fo hu se ne ma obeto ye no
nye
okay
go yin be ka de monyo
okay intina before election na munim se ne ma sei
before election ni nda nzama nkoyi na mesima na yesu ni mde o nzama nkoyi nti wenyi sum da se nya kwenya ye behwe na ya yenzama ye na mum yensusu de ma ye hu na sisem ye hu
man susu sane ma na
asedam
aseye dru beyond repairs ana
oh o ma pe Mahama Gutaji ma untum kada beyond repairs
okay
o hwe na yin so ade hu na no muntu a o sha ase a o gu akwenma say bia ye nuanom nkai ena say bia obotu ina nko bakado beyond repairs ba mampe ma we jeju no mu re ma atete apansam no putu misisi nti bia o man na kudu bia no ye wenyi sum do boye no waye ni amen
mbeti bia ye
o ye bobon mo ye
okay abusia force medical catch say honorable Rich Jan Mensa ene no twetwe enkomo no enkomodie ni nyina no ifa pem no ene ni nwura mu no sona State of the Nations address eno ho enkomo ena yedi no ene ahwien honorable Yemra energy sector mu kakra because wa converting de ya hwe said that bia no obenya approval from parliament na ya so in na wakwakotai honorable John Jenapachi na mofrase ya adwuman energy sector hon yenim said de ene president Mahama ebiebie niema ni so ache before kra na John Jenaponso kra no ebi niema ni so edi akere eka eda ho mabeto eka ena minority fo no anase MPP fo no ena ehihye sa kawe boss akawe ede to ho ama January mu no enye January ye experience power outages before election nyina na yewum ena this year so start here but me the free parliament then the course of parliament minority for ye black because omu hunu say bia Ghana for ehunu dum so wo hwe omu na oman ne hye omu sa 8 years ene amana wabo ede ato energy sector ho na no ma ye black because Ghana for hu dum so a Who almost say, I now fan say, the NSC, Yanua, Omania Brea, Omana shout on top of their voices, air complaining as if say, yeah, boo, bitterly, say, Dumson. Then our candy farm.
What's the kind, Medawasi? Na Michia with Tiff Ninara. Masachia Adisha Ugo Mawes, when I walk into no wolf in the State of the Nation address. A motor renum, the 5th time my witness is the State of the Nation address. Because in the last 5 years, 5 years here, my witness to make one share even the composure of the president, share the communication, not share even in the chamber. The way no beer at town national and ority, even MPP Fumpo. Said baby or the way we been tea, but Ubunde, who a chamber who do beer at town national and ority.
Otie or the buy.
Some of the buy.
Okay.
O son the baby was chassis free. Not what share Ghana, baby the Bobie edu. Na it's one as a Ghana ya. Na se imudenti o mine obumu wo hwedo. Another mine na it was on autopilot na na and I nzama.
Okay.
Na so mine you mine na obu hwedo dra say it's ho. Na say wodam MPF party ni ma we go ho. But I a politics nti all the way bibi. Wa ban wa she tuntum de da. Wenyim there. Amuna na de efiri a wo sum yi no. Efrin rebe yadze ma wotume ginando akasa. Because in the State of the Nation, Omampi Mahama was very straight to the point. Osan kan ya poche de Omambeka no sabi Ombeka onye lamentation there Obaka rewo sam da kire hin. No mom say penyifu say enyim baby efiri a na wiruto anamo na ahuma no ma yeden butu. Ntopodo magana fu nyina yehu tibia obotun. It's often the State of the Nation.
Omani bobre
nso ntim beka nche de o ena eyi na memeye eyi na mbeye odo ma yehu sesiara omani bobre no oteden ena ne obada ne zeri kire so ehwe ma offer eye energy sector na o shasi free ECG de oba abotun ECG ne kawa da ho ECG se eka energy even the Ministry of Energy na eye enyumeku a shase wo ye nkrokro friend 16
ECG
American energy
okay
agencies shase nyina ye 16 or single out just one ECG na say enyumeku krope na ho kaun oye 68 billion na unya bisa na atre because the whole public debt in India is 721 billion. I the ECG penny cowardin. Aya Kwabena or Haninchimudu of the whole budget government public debt.
10%.
Almost 10%.
Okay.
Almost 10%. Now the Madi Nina Cordu, a year one penny for the Nabai ne bra obedi or mind. Say yes, in there. No, I can't do so. Now, Ghana, ha, we Yaka, Madame Cade, and this in Yibian Cade within this short period, young whom they be Kanya Akko off another bibida. Answer the to about the same man, my young sister, and yet at the Fufubia. Oman pay Mamma Kanya consider the no kind of a brewery fra Bayman. No, I ye energy sector in terms of power situation. No, how I wanna. No, I he said I fixed it. You know, so you say. So generation. Baby and year war in a new more year and sana ye freedom how no more. What 2017 time I cover the Bayman. The first month I buy and wash it and oh can I know I there this will be can do now, Mahama, but everybody knows that Mahama says what by miss on the generation makes it better that come. It's in there a kawa wage to her. It's ye Ghana for no and the picture of my mamma what an exact train. Or put you who you how never in Pempendra. No, I saw my end, I hear the strongest assurance there. oba no obey ni wan kan na ma keke o kire kwana onam bra obeye in terms of the energy sector odi kan o se kan ne sam what is she by also friend cash water force mechanism on there say wajije kanyan ho kawa
sikani na
obwana okofako no wa kire kwana the miskan wo be chiche mo be ko grid ko that's the power generators no mo be ko ho mo be ko wona wo supply ni nyina wo kire
VRA independence power producers okay
wo chempo two categories A and B
okay
dama hihye ni nyina wo digu akwan no nyina enwa ni won fa ye adwuma
mo baaye no omo mfa eno
won fa wo de adwuma san kada mo ka wo ye mboto nhihye no kwan ya sedank wo fa na wo gina do wo de yen oh what's the who is the finance minister no mo se do de kan won fa nka ho won fa ye adwuma oto de bien ekop temahaba nzama wato wo de sum ho
Woma import
wo de sum ho sabe duty o se wo tua wodo na wo yi ne po ntumi ye ma de bia brofo friend the demorrages and the kawa se yin zaman mo gu ha kawa se de itua afi eno so abe kawda do
okay so aside the ediga hu yese container bia eno no demorrage $500,000 Emma will be cotton $100,000 Ghana cedis. Actually, ECG fetch cotton $300,000 no. And Emma be brave. How am I saying importer?
Oh, so the money be so share 168 billion
68 billion Ghana.
68 billion Ghana cedis na. Watch him.
Okay.
I think mutuma friend mutuma kai there because me figures no.
Yeah, into ba could be a bit.
But me figures no me phone. Mutuma chere into 68 billion no. So be nyade bia am pay mama obegina no wabo friend mpanyifo ka there Muslim kan was then.
Okay, waboni slim.
Me you kasi am bede me yiram figures no. But mama kai wo mitrim there. Nzama wa kraba no. Our friend suppliers also the wutu awaka. I don't go 10 year about 9.2 billion. And now IPPs wanna why enyenam kanen ho adwuma also the wutu awaka. Once what year 52 billion. Ansah nti I think the menya figures no ha.
Okay.
Me pede me ma figures na kasema. Nti dama suppliers no go 10 9.1 billion.
Okay.
Nti ebi cable contract, ebi distribution contract, substation, posts. Ma asefim wo mpo ye. Say hwa what the crew was a figure be was a vehicle leasing, cars we lease cars what the adwuma na no ko tin po na over 500 million Ghana cedis, 540 million Ghana cedis.
I don't current cars na the year.
I mean him nti sector minister honorable Jinapo or the committee B abo be so nku wi a o se wo yen hwehwem wo ye procurement we ni nyina nzema wato ni nyina no wo yen hwehwem no for report mbra nti yem pede be kasa afa report na ori ye no ho nti ane de wo de beba nti se ehwe ebia na account no mesma nti power generators 152 billion ma what the suppliers 9.1 billion ma we power producers no kutia what Grico no in charge of transmission what the one so call 4 billion one kasa wo loan na syndicated loan wa ko so over 499 billion 499 million Ghana cedis say aban ne to also the utia levies also the utia bi utia emma aban and so what the muka over 734 billion say if you subsidiary loans are bosia no so ajiji you are still one so and so about 1.8 billion Ghana cedis Mr. Star ECG you know say I am said na the previous government you know na ECG were board na
Ansah board chairman here minority leader so be ye bi
obey board chairman
obey board chairman
nti na make garanti empanyifo one way nhwemi with the report never nibo nti so da menyimpa wa board am ka wonyina esi wona ndo gina no akohye tuntum ye friend doom so baka do obi a na nya agimpo de dam tibia ne ewom. But I'm just saying there. See, yes, me nyuma eye bosom kro na nakakre a omampi mama ba be mi. Ejuma wa ya. Eno minko ministry hodi. Na mum ada me hu ne chede. Papa no we sigina there.
Obeye ejuma.
Obeye ejuma. Ina ne mranta onyiwo ne ye ejuma titi Oshasia, the energy minister. The gentleman has done a fantastic job. Watch there, Ejuman Unyim. Because Fango Sisia Manuka say, Doomso walking near Doomso Biara Mai. Nemum or how cra, Yabo train, Ninsun Sound, don't be so, a how I drink a cra. Ebini Manuka say, you mean free. What the generative power and do nara? You use a gas. Gas is so you're more free at Twabo or from the Western. You're more free Nigeria, West African gas pipelines who was worthy. Nina Boman, 2 years then, you're the power and machines. MP before. No, said the pipeline now. Fango offender gas in Nigeria the ban. A bribiera will be how to make way in CCA routine maintenance. You know me, Breno son said away, Ujai. What to Abani we impose or Ghana no have in Papa and we don't find out the Abani Akoto my ironty or the Omano who don't see. A you want to the young Shana then, yeah. Also, one fan to her. Nankofu, what about me? Hey, I didn't hear the cow be because power suppliers and one one madam gas yet the cow in this what banana say, a who be here does the way maintenance and where when you scan fan to fango. Where hey Ghana for will be full. Those are the young people until the yama paying the work on a nebush of fenty. One ma a year I can see free young son and him there. Ubutu moda bois and inti. What would the CCR gas name Mbappe? Why arrangement? One ma yenya a year my friend the liquid fuel. Fangoa and Ubutu maiden what they replace and what I human. And also no boy at den. No boy at Jensen gasen. But in any name on paying Mahama with it in my room, Wabuama, it made then. Let me bring it to me in your light. No machines need to have. Oh no, or yes, solely that today what the gas and
gas and
what the power.
Okay.
Did that machine is a gas in the Buduma unto me?
I
got a cradisha. Well, machines need to so I know so out of Chimaka crack.
Okay.
I don't so until them a beginning now what power was producing in Yano.
Okay.
I don't know what say. Say in the system when the bra you mean so bra or shoe in the end temperature no scrap mama demand no so then
okay
inti yen penful or to but one assurance there
honorable we kra no ye last year nyina na etim
me chere posi same pona or how e wo munu ponu ma ye wo December yen ba yen tumi en kado e na chere
mo betoi
ye betoi dabi ye mo how no moti ni e hwana muntu aye den ye tu ho and ho na ye pede den ye kan wase
okay but when you na chire no see ye hwe kai a ye bruso energy sector e kai and then ECG 68 billion no na me ne me colleague Kwabena te ha no e kan ade a se Ghana fo esu eye enkane abo a ye tua okurum ha nim se unyanwura ministry ho because on abode bia me de me de e na ye example minim system kwa mo fa so ma upgrade you to that level ECG for last year me kan Ghana for say bia from base June Hoban year 2 bill mu base 300 and 400%. And one some ye new installations bia meters bia mo de abobo kromu a say auto first no prepaid no auto 500 the new meters installations no afi wo beto base 2000 sana bosome na so me dia bon ye postpaid say me bia me phone sure e ready nti me nya app no me bia na it was me nko a metwe 250 mani ba me ho so no na bosome ni nko awie ni e bia 800 850 but yan kan kire yan so say ya to be mu be 500% and 400% e kan so da ho e na say ne tie bia energy sector no so ehie ska enti when ye kan no usu say dia be na dia ne betimi aye because no na Kwabena e ka say ye mpe debt to GDP asemu ama ne ebo atie ye mpe na we yetie de Ghana ni person wotie ne say enkane ne ye ntimi nto enti 1 or 2 when say ye ya e betimi de aboa the consumer Ghanaian.
Ma motuba kakakran de Ghana fo wonya arehim owo mampima ma na ne jihye se yehwe nkane no ho asema kan ya eye tariff no rekoso ni nyina ni nyina ne fapem gina kwan ye nam do a yenya eye power nankasa yetumi yenya nti mo friend the generation kwan ya the power ni yenya tariff build up no mu be oha ne nchechem edusia at 60% goes to energy generation. In this when to my manage generation na a generation no nebo no okosura automatically na my bill na den akosura. So you to me aboa ma generational cost no ebe foma ebe mama ohos computation we den akofo. Oto de bien distribution losses. Ghana ha yo Ghana ha. Abai obado de be mam kan de aban ye ntwatwado se ibai na sabi obi rutwa kwan na waye anamonkor na se etuado a na o ejeden aboa mampunto eden aba aban bai ye da hwa tetebra abati no bi so owo mita be ya afekuru wo magi ni light bulb poda na maji ye da ho isu afi biara ye tede aban rotor meters no de ye baze meters ni no botum aboa ma wo hu bia moreji meters ni bi sumpo yenya nti de mesmerican ebi wo hompo a on sheda onye ni reading ne papa obi ne di read low obi so ne di already kwan a fenden on sheda nipa already ti obi ne di boka na obi bosum be ibasa ni nyina ampo no ebi otwa bi kitikiti ene sabi ye nyimpa ye wo na won Ghana ne mpuntu na kanko no wo so wonwe ho inti se why you wanna do here? And light bills in it. In the group numbers, don't make checking it almost about 50% light bill no. She say, well, me Tessa, almost about 50% to more than 50% a year prepaid. Into a child would chiampo and send our consume. Never catch him the margin in nature, no, it's a kawa. Not today, it's kind of dear. Into distribution losses and a collection losses. And that's how the vetting. Na meka honorable afenyo can be said na meka be there friend distribution losses no obisai there inti manam susun there one fa prepaid manam say omejetum na mon prepaid no one fa mbra na nhihia me meka there mon koye there prepaid aba na nyimpa no support auto creditor onya be bi nye den ento ti de otu kwan anse na onya credit dato also on ti da nam say baby amete mi krom baby amete me was smart meters ni bia no ye the mobile phone ye the to me fie won kran ha motor creditor me wo prepaid chidem ko vendor ho ansa to inti ebia me won kran motuma nanto akọ vendor ho makoto na ebia ekọ mikrom go wan sempanyina se vendor ni bi nya sempanyi na chidem fukala me ba pan se na boto bia na mfa so yin de inti shaya o se de odugo akwen mo nka oboa ma collections no so konanyim no mo mama kan na se ehwe nkun tare ba ye ehwe mampanyifo no wodo report aba na mo mama susun eyinye report amenya misusun da bia sika no wogije a friend baby ebi fa baby
e ho na asem no wo no na
because ehwe account mpo a wo wa account nche de bebre in the omampany mahama through the friend Minister for Energy, Honorable Jinapo, they should have a single account.
Okay.
In the end, this kind of say, well, you have one boy scanning in our no good offender, the account team.
Okay.
Now you to me then, you track.
Because
Mr. Mijay did the margin in aya. Collection losses. See, yet so do. We send in the build up component to be one allowance be for collection losses are what accept way. Distribution losses or components be transmission losses or components be what do it in the builder the margin in a is one or Bobuama a year we need and rate tariff
because ECG back up 84 bank accounts.
Just imagine
20 banks na say 84 account.
Just imagine.
Ena sikani ya diwe ni eduya kogu hanom ni eduya kogu hanom a on say Ghana ni ordinary Ghanaian na say said ye kan komodie PWD audit omokokoye ye hu say just 2024 from January ebepim December omo ye audit wie no sika efa ECG account 15.8 billion 15.8 billion no woman declare ni nyina woman declare 10.8 billion is it I think yeah and sika kwanso was so mutua so kran omutua around 6.5 billion enti se wo hwemu a na chesa afimu nkwan sika besa 9 billion de ye hunu ba bi e fa
enti na yenu anum na wa ba wa hyetuntum wa wonyim de bi mbedem
enti ona wonim bibi hwe isi
ndu wa hyase wo di awerho ansa na
omo ye ho ayi
wo ye wo ho ayi na se what can somebody can is onya yim hihibia na masem onya yim
and then board chairman so ya fenyo markings
na mesi tuntum na wa hye na wo de ba in the suna no wa wo di awerho wo fenyo wo tim na wo akomam wonyim da moti biara we ora mampo a wanka se wadwempo bachi watu
koma ye die no ade ehia me kese pan so ke me ma de ayi actual accurate we say figure so PWD e de aba betu dwase from January to December 2024 per omo audit na omo eye no say ne kokosi ye ECG continue to under declare revenues to the regulator in 2024 no or say it's under declared revenue by 5.3 billion Ghana cedis. Its account showed it collected 15.8 billion, but it told the regulator it collected 10.4 billion. I just say 5.3 billion omo and declare, and then Empokra say omo declare 10.4 billion no krano. Cash waterfall mechanism no do omo tua ye 6.5 billion, leaving a variance of 3.9 billion. So the 3.9 billion equal 5.3 billion no ho na just a 9.2 billion. Just 1 year no. We no other baby. Board chairman eya fenyo markings. Enti meni wudi nkomo ye de ho ne ba besini abuare but ade a energy sector okoye deputy de also hunu say Ghana ni bia ni ho obeda sum. Se Ghana ni ti se metiwei na bosumi mitua 250 enra me check ye ene 27 fee mi meter everyday ekobe 800 Ghana cedis na se month na ma me meti a me nko ameti mi ntua bill 850 mi na sum 850 no sumi nya ntua ana bo o te dia make na se
atwase
se wo se bosumi mi ntua 850 se mi meti we ya mi nya Minso ami na
why you adwuma bosuma he no wutua o
yes enti se kobasa na akwaya se baby a enkane akọ se de e kan no sika no ne de be ya din illegal be koso bebre ti se ye mfa se temahabo yesi wi first ye temahabo ho no maye mabu nkama faso ni enya sika pa se ye no so no a ho no so aye empty no abandada ne nya sika pa but de akwaya ne se enkofo de fa Togo so hu wo mu di wuram saa ense mi say ye betimi aye hu bibi na say bia na ma mitua 250 kwa no akọ 350 the 100 cedis na ato so and even simple 400 kwa na mitua ba so ka chem say mitua 800 a busumi so 250 na ene free 6 months de bia 250 na mitua de aka ss egu ECG for de wo mo pop mo betu mo mitanko on say you how on say na where you how
ntina make and say hwenzama edegu akwema Medical kade ehwe tariff na nhihye no generational cost no ansana eye distribution na no nzama ne nyina ye wo asudi kese de yehwe na nzama ne nyina ye so ano na key amongst them the generational cost kwan na mdo ye bobo ama eye power na nkasa na ye nya no machines are used in ebi use liquid fuels no be RF4 na light crude oil na de no bo no wo so sisi amenyim ka say machines ni bo dey use diesel the diesel ade gu kwa odugu offend the car man no bo no hwe ne bo matin any blender sisi ye dey ye
and na me say president Mahama can say gas ye to ye import de be ni nyina da no mo ye hyehyɛ ya ni nyina da no e be
sisi no ade kura menyeme minister kasai omtase de opede gas na sisi hu de gas no use gas no the power machines na aya na relatively no na bonu wo fom kakra sinde bo use liquid fuels no nti mayenya free atoabo na mayenya free ENI sisi no ye wo gas ni bebre wo pono da wo ya wo be ka da flare chede otu keke nti sisi ye repe
gas ni ba ye tugu
wutu fango na
okay
say gas na wo nti sisi no odi nya processing plant ye obi wo hodeda maye atoabo but the capacity no ontumi mfa gas na wo podo ne nyinara nti ye hwede ye butumi nya additional processing plant mo fe no GTT2 gas treatment plant GTP2 gas treatment plant auto de bien nti eno say no so cause afi from a minister me yedin komo waka mam ta sen there afi mu nyinara ye hwe fuel a ye be hia ira power yen generation we na is about 1.3 billion dollars nimu be ye 800 billion ma what the bottle liquid fuel so ohwe so a ma ye bottle gas ne chere no wofum nti se yetum yenya gas no dodo a dam over 800 billion now the bottle liquid fuel no do beden obato so obofuma so oboboama because tariff no build up so binyo bi no so na akadebia light ne bu nkode o won hihye wo ho automatic adjustment ni nyina wo ho but mpanyifo bi say fende ma odi be hyemin no hu sunsun ado na beden benya inji sanzama di hyemin ni nyina edi hye build up ni miya yenzama o wosra adano de day no bi no so beden obokoso
okay
no mo se etum ye hwema kwan a ka na edi be hye and build up nyama bugum no ne do ateto kakra fande ne generational cost 60% no se ne do ateto kakra bon the cheddars ne do to by 10% ebe translate my tariff so I then above by 10%.
Okay. And tisani awo kan say atoabo no 8 years na expansion project bi anko do. Ye tu oil na gas na ba na ye tugu kwa.
Me chede atoabo de say ma woyen but ye work. Oil offending feels ni bi ho no wo gas no wo flare like chede wo mama esen so na onya be a obotum na do process.
Enti 8 years ni no MPP.
Wo ma anye bibia atoabo we no obotum ne 9. Wo anye bibia amfa. Yenu anu no komai no obedidi no o ye de worku aire mehwe mesma nzama ye bai abenma bakare bia sabi wo sheda asomo ho de wo ma no be se Ghana no wonko ndize hu no MPP bi gina bi na no ho ye ne zen ma o kan we a minyim de MPP for wo ye friend sabi wo ye wona o mine no ho do no ewo mu no wo ho a wodwen hu just there was rather over to Mobejina no Wabeka Wasem because even in Parliament in Zambia within the last year, MPP Funibi, near MPP Funa MPs Nibi, no Kojina de Omampenian Finance Minister. And when into the Munia the Wakawan, Nessie show one on one. Who the ones watching who be? Title one with the own.
I made your money bonnet.
I was in there. Let me share some of. I was looking at the MP before Sabi, who there or man who don't know a woman. What shall one demeanor? What's on why it dean? Why it dean? We would offend them. In Tibia, oh, no way they take a crown so because on Pele service. Why win him? Let me animate what it.
Okay.
She won't have a Ken must go. MPs in do Nara, woman will lose and lose primaries are lose a main election. Indeed. Nzamani nkoye wonyim.
Okay.
Nti omane de Nyankopon ni hihye nyina no onyim menta na mebre ankomampem ma man ko se de oni ne na ne ma wodwo aho na oka na koma mo no nya kukuru do begina obejiga ne fida mo ha wo.
Okay. Enti yemra so na nimu kakra na yenhwe. Said the President Mahama kan ya wa auto no aka seja mo wachire no. Mo hu se oman no enema nkoyie. But mo ba ba mu no mo ankase ma hu se enema monyo no so enkyere se monya hwe magana fo. Ene President Mahama koyi ni first 120 days oka niema opeso wo ye. Enti on se mo start ye no me hu se minority for na ka and then we hwe Ghana your public debt stock 721 billion. And no edda ho and then other sectors eka edda ho this year yukura no bills bia eka bia be macho a betua no ne ade no 120 days ye twa e-levy ye hwe kan say ye next budget no e-levy ye twa betting tax mu ye try emission tax nom, and then there are some nuisance taxes per manifesto President Mahama speech some of the two dra ewo winibano and a mebie no eham mubenye skawe
nti ehwe omanpɛ mama ne nhyehyɛ ya sabi sika na region bibi expenditure nti sɛ rekati hada accounting of bibi the balance sheet what is aha kosora what said haso yɛn okosoro it should be balanced so then nyina yɛ den ɛyɛpɛ nti omanpɛ mama why there o Sunday taxes na fiscal regime modi sika ban or twitwi oyi be feminity ono so no expenditure no obotodo.
Okay.
What you can there? Even look at the ministers in the cyber parliament. Obi so the way minister you o Sunday ye kan nyimdifo and this we nyimdifo out of the 188 MPs e wo obia de nyimdi sunku na eden odaba anka da mebri say omanpɛ mama poputu mamu bia adwuma mo ayede no haye but ni nyina so de kauba just okay munya no mtimase oyi no mu eye erusian per 60 that aye adwuma eko other sectors o say won cut cost MP bia nya na the minister bia nyu na ban mo bia rentu kwan no kada no for first class nyene nkotin ehwe even at the presidency yena no was you omanpɛ mama fa nyipa bebre for office of the president ni nyinara or the todo nemum se sikana ebeka no enyuma na wo ho no ahwe na den odaye
okay
ebi so wo ha ebi ti the taxes tax na sisi eji na nkasa bi wo ho abu so wanyi ebi na meka ECG obi wo ha be 3 years mpontu large border nzi den shepegu akwema obi wo friend the boundary meters yemfa nde dam area mu henya labon ne area akakra nyina no power eba ha nyina no wo de meter kro kese a power ni nyina afi mu reading chacha de bia ewem ha ebia dam number of megawatt in den fm nti at the end of the month if you ejeje light use light ni nyina so kan ni nyina wo dwumedi boma o se da onye dam reading ne den onye ne yepe even if there are some losses I would do a minimal nti dam e na mazina obotum aboama o ajeje sika ni nyina ra na it will discount about boama dwumeja wo di ne den udwumeja se de epede di bia ne den edie obeyedin yenyim de nyaga obetrotroba obeyedin na di biara se is gina de beya na inya kumapa na yakobon so radum kan ho abeye
na wo ekitaye ankofo so tawachia
ntina omanpanyi mama se ne dwumeja oridi nyina no ono nkutin sorry nkan ono nkutin yakobon mama na dum ti obosoro aheke he will engage and do a lot of consultations.
Okay. I was for Charles Makati ne Samuel Hunto nom kwadwe yeboa. Omu nyina join me and State of the Nations address edda. Charles Mahai, my mini can chill.
I'm to me.
Sir. Any
time into one of Charles I'm to me.
Charles Beto. Man, who is so Beto?
Mamin chow na mencha atifo na in studio
Honorable he said yeah ofia ha
machia mpenyifo ameni o machia eye honorable the first time sha nana me not TV so afanyo wake ebisa bisa nse
no wo de ya misam wansa
so mu fi region ba kunjo man
oh na be se me do ni me call literature anti ye ko ye things fall apart
the center cannot hold
anti things fall apart na there on pay mama the dia chair that I'm microphone here but only he's telling us that he's going to put the center he make sure the center will hold all the other handles together.
Okay.
Machia kwa joina machia samia ne papa wu invitation ni dan ka mu a sha wa bia no dia ma toba kra no invitation
me frɛ honorable me ka cho honorable say me pa no office abesi na yi ana honorable say any after bet ana honorable say after bet o tro force me dance ni wa bia ente na me bay miss invitation ni dia
da card
da front seat
asha dey twa ni baby
da front seat invitation honorable ba na mtu wani me de boba ko be ku ba na na ma de di ka ma me mo honorable abaso say 2018
na see me
oh bra I mean come here asem we are put me we position opposition
some ye na ye mre no kona ye said be
2018 papa na oye adwuma the one of the oil companies in Ghana.
Okay.
Ebra wo unity say all ba politics no. Krofo be bra no me say na papa yi because me corner office very nice office ni ka o team say bibi wo ho. Now ora politics mu na o so resign. Enti mi di na chi ekọ constituency a Gomua West.
Okay.
Mi di na chi ko ho. Oko Gomua da Rampong o see a whole brand new party office. Eda o kwa commissioner was part of it Kwabena life. Ede man. Ejuma o ye a they win 2020 election. Our man for sa won pesua so sanya gidi o msa to aba man no. Enti na no metisi aboni din as a deputy minister energy na me so yes. Afi na nkrofo sampa President Mahama. Ejuma no asuampa on ma nkrofo appointment just because e bia baby afi nemu mo hwe unim dia wo honorable Ematinkwa.
Okay.
Now we hope Edema Emabuna Edia Cheba. Some of us here politics is too big for us.
Okay.
But
we must have for one some record just me some and me need time.
Me di manusina me power basona my congratulations. Approval there beba. And the obiani himself formalities. Beba. Yeah, having minutes deputy minister energy. And I'm on appointment. I'm on fine appointment. The Larry done no more Benadanim PC no. But see will be a dancing who know Ghana.
See why?
Gaming Commission.
Quite ever my mama.
Now me back. See me. Or you over age. We pay the mama who Obama will do be bow out to one penny.
My mama Kwabena me patch
me Johnson Nama.
Me yes.
And your national address.
Me yes so na me pamacho.
Now what yes so now?
Yes, I know deviate from the main topic now. Mama me time and
topic no.
And let me yes so now.
Topic how the man no.
Me see me yes so now. Kwadwo kasa me yes so now.
There be some state of the nation.
Me yes state of the.
Oh, you producer.
Wait a minute, congratulate one about.
Where we are with us.
I didn't know can
oh gentia.
And this is for ni pado duwa. And this is so no mom to abane kra no. Omo 7 million. So to my say. Now shame him dear for be brave. Na see ashim na see yini say onko energy. Some no kasa so energy sector and some of us so. Eni so. Eti enye obi asabia mu sabia nya no nim de wanimu wonim nyansa wa ho bra so betuma toto ne ma yi. Na akofo bi nim say na pomu bi sa de ko bi mu a. Ene kanda next we na be bro de opepepepe what ma say. Nti ahwem ne setima yi abrantie so onko. No wo so mum ye no nyansa young. Mon ko na mo famu nim de nkonko toto ne ma.
Ohwe John Dina pon ne deputy.
Deputy to be bia da na kwam. Ena wutu omum ye no person be ko bia meka omu bi. And I'm missing who the Pemu reach him so bit my boy money because I'm an electrical technician.
Okay.
Now, Nana must also be a Ghana fee
and a contract. Electrical technician. Yeah, I'm part of my contract.
So when we should be a Ghana fee, baby, I could do and the my catch was about 70% will be a legal connection.
Okay.
But any here pay a psychiatric plan tester. Why a legal connection? Because also be the and for should be cool. Wa shube kun abreko apa we twa mu fieji ye before ye ntimi so nasu mu eti dodo na ye saade we eti eso mo timi abai omfo mo adwire nko na mo ma bibia amra fom dodo ni nyina atua de omo pe bi omo sabeka ba mu miam te mu mia nipa emu ne dia illegal connection so simple eno so apeke homa mienu ada
ehim ho na bede so
akra hada na bebe ho wotima se eti de mepo na bo chelse esra mo bi o sa brand bi a ekufado de wo hwe ni tina na so no a ni ebie so ahwe nim na na compare ni wuti wa be ha Ghana for see anti we for bisa the whole month be man 700 Ghana cedis na bosume so otua be 2000 on energy pay na we expect say e de be no mfa nkoko tua illegal pay no betimi de tua na yi ti de make kan say mrante mi no mo ko we die wo betimi atoto nema ama na ba form I say Ghana me electrician ti de be am to cable si na de opera square wo kwa Ghana for shops na wo ho no Nigeria for the no e ho ne to cable nyina cable meta na akota mo ton no one yamfa say 1 cedi e wo we am ba bi am de 50% ana coins bi na to so Ghana ni ba wo ye na mpemanim eti Nigeria for shop na wo opera square e ho nko na ye to enema won be farm ya to ne Ghana for to mo de hu What am I say? But we have more profit because of Omodiana economy. Tiasremo, the prices now more for dia honorable. Illegal connection, there be a easy baboka. But a Niamaba from no Bias will tear Ghana being a profit. I'm an Brazil to be say where the wool quaid dear. No more to tune ya, will be your Tinima, will be your T Fadama, will be your Timadina, yeah, down the windows, any home, will be your T going to be fun. Baby, as I'm on tot here, need an actual window now, business with your and from Ampham, won't be no sum, what am I say? To one boy, yes,
because some Osha. ECG how no any revenue mobilization.
There be
a year crown one casapana major challenge nankasano. A year crown no cost system nankasa.
Oh, revenue mobilization.
I know the account because honorable any I can so be an assume.
There be
hit the end is a mimic conquer there be. Now catch them sending me 200 reminds me to 800, 850.
Well, so I'm and you ran was Sako. It was not better than a meme to way with the American Yanko Point to me legal connection. Nakamia meet me a Yanko Fofi, I may way. Nakami coffee and Antica Mother's room. Yamia Juman to me, Barbie be on my own to me. I mean, obey ye. None to be someone able. Yes, someone. I saw baby crying. Churches legal connection. But now no minimum card in the Honto. You could get any about when you are sorry. Yeah, you're quite sorry. It's a one my bonko. Michelle, meet and about sorry, demon. Meet and the Bohoka and on my heavy legal connection. Yeah, I just out to be so more from your problem here from the Sunday, your correction, your means, Ling actually got them. What am I saying? Just more crazy. More money, Mamma from you. Yeah, for the VAT. Thank you. And what them? Why legal connections have a year correction? What was it? Only kind of so white. I don't know legal connection. Now, me make my bed. Me, there be a member studio. Be on me, the move a fin. I know the about studio. Maybe I'm trying to make a coffee and my coffee. Me boys or site. I hear you. Why are you near that? But me, there me a appointment of my me get many braces. I'm be because no, me the answer near my because system. You have a contract back. Me do me answer.
Legal connection so.
Oh, I know the task force. Yeah, baby, I said task force. Me name what was it? You disconnecting go for a normal one about it.
Okay, Sammy. Nana, hey, my cat is na seven member.
As a man.
Yes, Sona.
Sona, normal can zona.
President Mahama can a energy sector was it.
I don't know what program.
I don't know why I'm
now. So I was still with topics and me please over my topics.
Address and say we are about the energy sector. So you want us to person we Ghana's
ministry cow energy.
Okay, President Mahama say kwame NSS for no a video why. National service for no dear President Mahama come on madwan. Eti ba cho mama me say video no na me nto aso mfefro na Ansah na no ye beba son pamacho. Mama me mpesika kakra. Na yanto aso ye de enye illegal connection ye de bibia ye nti mama mpesika na ye de atua ye bills why. Rush energy drink. Rush energy drink and no Emma wa hoden wo sori anopa na energy level e wo fam a e ya ma mate fo ne adrover fo e na afa so carpenter fo mason fo ni ho adanse enkyerɛw unnum bia e boost energy level e mo ahoden e ye nutritional e de unya meat pa akra be hu se mate fo ne driver fo no wo mo kwa na energy drink wo mo di meat pa enom e ye kama pa afa so kra ne hye ne so se Father Abraham ewo enkrahia Herbal Spiritual Hospital enkrahia fanko barrier aso faster oil filling station ho ewia so bibenya wane friade yade ya cancer stroke diabetes nom weak sexual weakness nom and kidney cocoa how cholesterol how sickle cell typhoid HIV yade yi etwere enimguase yade mesro wo kidney ni liver yade bia ba ho a be ma prostate ha wo no Father Abraham ho wo bibidro wo mfidie what saw ya dear na sunsumu adwuma so ye edebo spiritual cases so pay promotion. Congratulations on sanka wo dia Father Abraham ho cases bia da usu bia wo pe lack e wo wabra bom wadwumam adeton mu a awale mu a me patcho foni ekire honom ye wo special soap ene na ade ekire chief of staff ohuni ema wo nani so pa enkofo atensemene dwale ankasa enti bomode apɛ special soap bi favor grace ya chese be wo so no enya semketua ya wo fanko barrier aso faster oil filling station friend 0244 371695 0244 371695 and that's 0559 114122 0559114122 Top Choco chocolate spread the munim dada chocolate ya ede your Top Choco chocolate Top Choco 3-1 chocolate drinker cocoa wo mu kom sugar wo yo hia ni so hye kakra bi we team pampa ebusu Ghana baby afre 0243 033 video na you ready you jin patcho for me ne why give us about center e the give us co caps saba ko ni ayam team obi amaman house
as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy oral, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy oral, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted.
Where you come where I there? A year national service. A juma de share ora for the sending or the Emma a year Attorney General. The one you heard Juma. No, you can't get ora no bia. No, a wumbiano or Washana Waji is Kadamahin. And see, on our pain our academy there. Wow, what does Jumanashi wants and Subu to Hanamon?
Okay.
I asked from there. Ubibu tumna if you Ghana native be a woman we create ghost names them. Ndiana bisa more than every year be my wife teacher. Bobo huna teacher you be a one ama. What certificate? My we secondary school na dinya de be a show bag. Teacher for continue be a baby on and be get certificate. Because we one afro then no be a head count or the way a friend we check ghost names. Ndi all these things are way ni na still ya ghost names are. Na ubi said that ebe juan wo ye.
Okay.
Enti ehu hia papa de amampain ni hye de gwa kwami. Obi ara we bibia on famra. Da ma so ye so. E hia na dwuma wie. Na se yeso ye ni ya yeso ebubu nkonta. Ndi afende akuntabudi. Menje nji de sabi obi kan do say witch hunting. So ye we dwuma ye was bubu nkonta. Wa ho bu nkonta obeko. Ghana ye wo ha no bi mo ha. Wa afro ko yoko. What one call serious fraud office. What did we call a friend them Pushraj? What did we call national security? But what questions the man as a baby okay? What you know the no call until Bibiara Wabonija from Bia no availing. So in the Bibiara, I'm paying Mamma new or new Bia Sabi. Obia you miss my pretty.
Okay.
On Tata Bia in your justifiable.
Okay.
And to be a what I'm to be in one of the Mr. Womra Sunday, who to can cross every Ghana for it will be I would do for never. It will be on from Sunday. Over to me invoke some laws to be a would to me, the baby will be an order.
Okay.
It's a way small Ghana Hasha. Ombra now, you be a new to Miss Mama. Every was over called the party of the Sabbath.
Okay. Let us say I was Richard John. Mensa Minister Designates Energy and Green Transition.
Deputy Minister.
Sorry. MP for Gomua West. And no Eshiemu. Honorable Yadasi.
Maso Medawasi. Na meda etifu nyina so ase. Na masan ada party mpanyifo nyina ase titi wona obeta mechi wo eye vetting mu. Na me de na se kese mo wampanyi mahama. Na baby a me shey otumi ya man satellite no tumi tomodo. Yimde ya dum meda na se Yakopon inshan. Na me minister so doji tumi de onyimbe ye adwuma. Ya me nhira wo nyina. Muso message na de adi biara se de me ye e ma jeje o mampanyi mama nya wo memu no mutumeden maye ma aso enyi ma o kire bi se bebunu bi another Brian bi so ho na so no so enyi tono da wo hu de Richard Woman akwenya no ye adwuma ene ye minister Janjanapo o ma no adwuma mre bi atwam o ye na adwuma ye nti da me bi wide no akọ n'enyim enyim da ma nam so embe ma do ma maye ma usuma ko menyim me da wase ya mishram.
Okay ya so ya da se papa Makati afa memra oso hwegum ni yanko Charles Makati
they say why strict to topics no next time o frame me na was send me topics ni synopsis na mahu say me the topics na nam on be tell me say me stick to topics abrawa me topic
me topic now the gaming commission there because yeah mo de me dey to nche
one mama topics woni me say one mama topics
me say yes state of the nation's address
anything I can take from anywhere is that not the case so why restrict me what was the restriction for
say manti gaming commission so na
state of the nation ni omo tro pen e beka
manti gaming commission
na man for kind the oti ni
obi aya fa no manti ho asem ho ye nko
na man for kind the oti
me se me the floor na ma we see 5 minutes ko
and them catch trust next time o fe me
say see 5 minutes ko
no problem o bet ma do time
ye nko
o bet ma do time
ye nko
ana
ye nko Makati ye nko
state of the nation thinks presentation President John Mahama new when it comes to public speaking, the skills, the finesse, the panache and the and Tinubiana ye binumu say yes, he will speak to issues, he will deliver. Or shall say from where he left Ghana. I'll come by baby obe fa Ghana fi and watch a car or mabo and a car a daho interventions are any a dana needs to say or pursue ye magana or kaya maetia says a car or mabo to was 721 billion Ghana cedis and omabatu cocoa board nkwa ekram be 30 something billion. Then the energy sector the summary of their mayen but the details and you say we will get on the statement na share details Osaka say we are willing ready say you go after the looters the Nuntina or T oral. But my indication say yes, at the office of the presidency there will be desk on receiving complaints. Now I'm forward it to AG just to go after looters. And you know, we are clear on where we are. I indicated the hatred for state capture. Say any idea of best so any sifo and I emphasize national service scandal where Abba now till today yentimi hunya omoye but o indicate say your friend omo madwane no you see but no be a wadwane asem for me that directive menya clear say President Mama Kache and say national service scandal and amount for be adwania. I don't want to buy into that narrative. It's been economical with the issues on the ground because the said national service or no first see our call national service executive director no Mustafa Muhammad Yusuf or MP now or and now no issue statement Dr. Asibe also wo hanom wo Ghana ha on call by bia or no ASC mana your executive directors two no nyina wo I say from 2017 every 2024 the people who pretended about this thing no more ho but ya jaw mo ho akochi ohinijan Osunuba no ma detaining no deputy ni there no boni ni den other than mpanyifo no ho a mo invite omumpo no mo kochi deputy one adwane the only person who niga na ha your friend
gift your worry
any other person who ye do national service secretariat is still there Makawo has no won't mean chi enja obi a we responsible for the IT system the validation and what have you set but this time it's a man for chiom but president say a man for adwane why adwane it is the lack of action in mum man for adwane manasi yes no yes our publication manasi say nyo na ye or see for first state year publication na gift to Ghana Gifty actually went to court to stop them from doing further publication.
And before election.
Yeah. But before election, that police in this is Ghana.
When they said your mama,
no. See, the mama about mama look as if say police ni ho na investigative bodies ni ho. That is not what it is.
Because President Akufo-Addo no onye interested.
As some American no, omo ye interested one no match no.
Okay.
Omo ye interested no. Embassy ne mpanyifo ne nam ho. Those who sanctions are working about. President Amaya Tia says we are directive say mon prosecute omo and pursue it. What has been done about it? Yeah, let's look at it holistically because a child said a man for state institutions you move you be a na family dey nanka you clamp on them and move invite a man for the mudio statement and ko we no ma ban ko mo to aso ma ye nhwe han ama gift a fire pot the figure na hako you get it gift was just a deputy she was just a deputy this is more catch say national service set up no deputies no a powerful senior bosses and that omune yes idea no
one a gifty boss
na Yusuf yes gifty na bi na na share Yusuf ase ana na bi koye or resign ye no mudi osono ba be she ho no onu a wa beto omo no onu de makoche no onu de match no ntem edina because onu de oni obi obeka bi amanana. Is it because Oshwe is a low-hanging fruit with among the setup? Until one day, Yakofano Moa will be Ankasa. No, say you see a justice, we must apply the law accordingly. Or more members of parliament are no more to me. I movie political mucho my bema bad name no. Mumfa kwine papa so get them, invite them, interrogate them if necessary, detain them. But that excuse is a man for people have not run away. You have a chance to say, look, Obibia mo investigating our nigga na to no fata. You freeze his property until be submitting when you didn't my dinner or you free and no majano. Today he has said something like that. I hope say investigative body no ebeyo majuma. They should not be intimidated by the claim say culture of silence return to Ghana because you are invited abronye and now because you are coaching the friend the professor Ameya Konfi. No, these are just two no crowd there ya throw letter abronye you lucky and I before sa waste paper abo letter mano sibra. You get it? He went there with his lawyers untimi nkazi a return of a friend culture of silence. You were man for one now opportunity to be invited. They were bundled up, and you do more 2 cells. A 3 1 week, 3 days no more that cells. It be quite sanity. Asepa. Then Asepa can Asepa was arrested, taken to court. A D Nasem Bobie from studio and a chino many others bongo ideas ye chino bebre a man for na a maya memma Ghana. Yes, a man phone to me call Madrid, a man phone to me call Masem, and everybody is talking. Into you can't describe this as the return of culture of silence because a bedroom maybe not trade union congress in Timinkasa. A bedroom maybe not Ghana for a soft phone casa Ubia Casa and everybody is free talking. Ubia Casa Ubia yen no ye and say getting some money and I won't pass them. Now you suma national security NIB say was some way don't want to bet me dear. They will come and take you.
Okay.
The law allows them to take you. The law allows them to detain you. They are investigative body. Who say who? Kwadoeti ye jana be after program you will jani. As I see your mobile chu dikutu. Honey be ya unyani figana. The law gives them that right to do it. This will be the castle NIB need to me. So be investigative will be. This will be catch me. So national security need to me. Under the powers no more national security, they cannot investigate you, they cannot arrest you, and then you'll be justified. But until then, nobody should tell us as a police for nobody should tell us they won't mean for soldier and koha. Yet Ghana soldier for a police stations the Kokumunipa. Nobody spoke against it. Until yes, corruption will be DH, but may come as a man for no dorsal. National service what dear no and you gift your worry pay into mean 80,000 ghost names. How can that be possible?
And ya fiba pencil.
How is that possible? And then that mean the moon narrow the argument should not be narrowed to gift your worry. Say 80,000 ghosts and gifting Kwabe Tregum. Your regional directors are complicit. Because Munina validate district directors are complicit. Banks are a beer account, no. A mass are 80,000 ghost names. Why not interested in finding out which are the banks? Bank the Obineko beer account because I can you try to bank. And to come so that I can to me for nipa 80,000 account too. So the investigation must be brought. The banks must be part of this thing because the banks are complicit. Bank be our creative ghost account. But this time they should be answering questions. And I mean, person me who, but I'm not gifting. I'm just gift their journey to a month for no.
Okay.
And I know a month for Bubun Konja Parliament. No book count. No Mustafa. So what is the problem?
Okay. So
Nana, me da say me ni amakati baby me ni agye baby ni agye Bobie agye different baby ana me ni agye say no push it say Ghana Police Service and o manyo mo adwuma yi ana Kufado aba na anya na adwuma yi and no person de Kufado abai mu nsem no e push o mampani jomama no omu decision no mu take ena sa kanka na no boni na no mu di no nyankola na kwa na sika no mu omu fawo empanifo ni nyina aka ho etu expect say Kufuado na wono no na mkrofo na ayi ka ba no wono ba mi akwachi obi ana enye djuma sa time no eti sa time a yetu abawie na gift o ware ne wo man mu no sa time no mampani John Dramani mama na ho de won no ni ahodi bi enya fam ayamamo ni share nsa no no ni tumi bi obetima ka se yankofa simesi ana obenti wotima se ya ni tumi ni share nsa wie no satana baba wa no otido okoda dada wotima se endi wakase obi adwane a nyese ono no giye no dwane ye bata baba wa ni dwane nsa na ye de tumi ni ma no enti wona na me ni amakati nya adwe no ba media ha me ne emrante no omnam krowe mu na asia to ye boa ma omna na bi unzo no potimi kokosi president o ne kokot nya de ade because of termination of appointment near the with me on mum. Meanwhile, part of this decisions are when we take here. Obian put the young papa no not more so no. So no the car man no call that mo. Mustafa Mampani Mahama Kasanko, we are not as a BNI for Mumpeki Mustafa Vanenko. There is a part of the cabana no. But I mean, such a show with go community to Tiompo. Nana, Sanko following never found at the right time. Now, I say, Shadow, and on a do running in me, said to draw now had the young form, and son of Baba on Baby Obiano, one of your coffee at the number. But I wouldn't end this for you, my pa. Nana, me to Mompany John Damani Mamma was starting beginning to share now, some quay you make a crams by. Shall I get done it, Timono, and then another day up upon it? Shall I get it without my place in all? Now, they are no younger head in the party, I can't even with him. Who should you know walk casa? Nana point, just and someone walking in a do running in a non shabby biazo. What makes you are doing now, Baba? 10 DC 4 on Pabuaka, papa. So, when you be to your mamma, who bet my baby Ginaho, I deliver to the papa ye, point by point. Never be a car crowd do baby and Yagi, sports for one another. When is that sports are from Foguapa? And young in a gun of Maya to me, young in Jessica, near the Amana Nasa Nana, Kokoya, dear Maya. Yes, it's Canon and Ade can yam woody.
Yen disclose,
Nana Kosuba, Yanka, Nano, after Yon Cocoto to Papa, so near the Scomuji, Yodo, Munya, Yodo, up to now, Minu. But you to because now, no number way, dear. See, the ones the two see another name more Kobian, will be make sure to be able to account for. And I'm so Papa Yamit, they say, what did they need sports for? We are conformers on and I'm going at the Ketu. Na me na me say panimu due matemante wo hwede anu o kasa na nko betima kasa enke coach ne die enke be change na ke ba me hwede o kan nsam dia me say coach no me asesa no na na mampani John Damani mama enne me manya gidie woni mu me hwe ne am o kekan na NPP for ne ka ba be da na e ka na da hono me ba na me tie o ye ne e betua na nkrofo no mo adi o no metua because so e ka na da hono obo so no next year na bebe tua dia o man e tin recover da we make sure say nothing na make say in the beginning yanko house to house no ya mo kan say emre bia no say odiko obi fie wa wo ya wo say na na maja akwa wia Ghana fo sika e dia agogu ni fie no so ot efie mu yes ye ni mra bia di betu akọ ni fie nti ye nya akopem say be court be ma ye ebe na nipa no so court wo no so no say man kakra dia wo ye sure so be grant to bibi say fa kwa na kofo nana a card da honi ade ade na honi de e say o mampani timi trase me adwe say no sankrofo we yem form no form mra sika no bude fa obi fa de nsem bi obi anfa mra ansa kra na de wako gina mra na no ye nye physical money na ansa because e ka we ho am na e ba betua ye be de kra na o man ne ho timi atoye e na me ba na o ka yisi ya me so de e be ka ho na so hwe ka ya bato e ne kan de we me ne kono da be na o be betua bi wo betima toto o man ne ye am ye nyina tuma fie ntuma efra enya na asem o akufa do wie na no ko ni krum no mo boni tutu mo boni e fa so be na be anfa hwa won so ni tikoto wakotra kura ho wo didi nnum wonum na dura wada ne ho ato no ya wie omo wo ni kwa bi o betu bi o mra na o Ghana no e jankofobia mo tete o mo abokro no nyina to ennem no ka say ndisi bae no 50 days no mo wura no akromfo ni nyina ya da so no mo ete o man mu na nka sanya bibi ne ka ndisi fo na nka so mo cha black and answer red at the parliament because o mo and no mubi ewu womo na asem ato womo na mo inherit kakakaka o to mo nka so mo de womo bo danger de call now amenkrofoi nana se wan hwe obedi o matem nyansa pa di nyansa bi ni o mutimu o mo ka ho na mo create this mess ato na mo twa sha black ma ko town mo semfo ka se dum so na wo ko na atoto niema ye na o hye niema ye dum so be ba na ana jo mama ndo na ma no de dum so na nam na be nyam panimfu asabia mu se be kan so mo dwene obi was abo PhD 3 mienu miensa na nyansa san ni tim ni ese kokko kan kwase asema na ko support this na o se dum pempenso obi ana papa ne kasa no obo figures ni bia de an kan so mutimi eke ono usa na fe mutimi nya biom o mu nyina nim se woka afede ba bia do na ehu akromfo na o mu hu se ba bia de ne kono aye de meto am hwe se wa hu de one na kan so mutimi heke o papa na o se mutimi nya akufa do timi ba mutimi heke na na fe na no fomfom no de bia serious na ba fom but edru ba bia o mutimi biem o mu se figures o de gugu ne nyina ye pepepe na sa figure we ti se e de na mimi panimu asabe ma wo ma me ma wo na ma fatari tuntuma betra ha si e ba bebo obi ntutu na wo ko ka o jare papa ana nka nyansafo na ka mubu man na se de makoguo na nka bedu this mess it be the mampani and Yemen working in a many age. We hope say better friend to my prefer. But now we say only 4 years old. So 4 years better a fana. And I just say your crocums are mobile to be. Idea so to me and say do baby no shana the idea. Woman young money more. No one chinko for in a room. Nana, woman chum crab, nipper, and not say I bring your fan and I am fan.
Me crab,
come on, my channel.
Oh, my job, bring it.
Call home, Mujan,
what call ya bronya call?
Or call Vienna.
It's here, invite ya bronya.
Eh, and this is on my almost on my high. I brought you at 48 hours or. Hey, as a more young and father for all. I'm more young man, money. As somebody pans radio. Because Bronya attempted to work the President Bahama. A crowd in a fossil and someone in the war. None of Shakrono as I got to see. No, not to be Konoa 48. Nakufado tab. Let American 24 hours in Poo, or Kwan oppose, so called night to a Bibisa, and a few when you reno. And no matter what they say in Akobida. Nana, and this is for the two baby, I'm a Savomo. That's a more good near mum to do. National security, and I be one war. Previous administration confirmed a one man. And I saw Mutimus and I do Pensobia and Crophobia say you're Mufio, you're Mufio. One I brought it to be called the same day. I say to me, check it.
Now, send me a Bisano response what the band will be releasing.
As some men are bringing it to me to call my name, Papa.
Senka, as someone we invite our Bronian.
Yeah.
Omu the gravity of Sassam Crusade be as someone will carry to president. Omu was some new draw. Omu find the same word be said, dear Bia. Oh, Tian, we won't rank a boy and Yanam. As some be a woman who me a luhuno. Friend of friend will crave your woman who fast was the 2 months. Who fast also keeping.
And none of me say, I mean, by Jennifer, by the NPP Queen. Let me tell you, what's a bronya Casado? Will be able to do a mampany less than 1 month. Which will be a sky, then now there's a better so. What catch us will come up such as Papa and Share. No one check crowd, that's what to be given 48 hours. What must say? NPP phoning them and some phone worthy. And some of
so we invited and soon we send us in beyond to uncle.
Mr. Nana, Baba will be committee, and only 3 days. Your friend Juliet Nana, your friend Juliet, ya Asantua Santi. On way, see you, way, National Way, Film Authority.
National Film.
Yeah, NPP. Oh, we need to crowd. Your friend ya Asantua Santi. Juliet.
I said no, or act out.
One was option the picture, so was our man. Because Shanbek, one no say, Gina Honomo, no no be Mubonko, or no Saka say, one of you be able to change you. A Kufado appointee. What does it for? What call programs are general? As hard to
because relationship, one of you so
it almost a Pia Bontia, almost a Shabufu Ghana Film Authority. What does it was a CEO? One not a Pia Bontis again. There's a brilliant and some 40 because farm and penny. That's what we are just a Kufaro town. Satan no more Pia and be a chair and then conform with Chi one no money bonnie. Why you don't cry to be a 48 and 24 hours? What I say? Nana, me send this in Penifono. One more money now. No more Timusunya Hukakra. One more Munya, no more Timunya Ding. Now no more friend I'm your comfy. Wakwa I need some hours biambo. No no sober fee. Will be a papa penny more no sky train. Train the from Ukraine ya woshe. $2 million or so. Papa in half of Uncle and Kwabena 48 hours. No a film. Or Kono baby moi. Sky a form the Ukraine. Not the ever found from him. A cromfo we have Bobjabum. And this for the Duomu Diagro. Now never from no Mako fear 2 hours, 3 hours there. Sanya a Kono Janquantia.
Because I say Ghana for some Munya be and 2% Muya baby. Ghana for Kana Mubai and a Munya Shay and a Munchu be at any ye invite to be. Dear Bronya Tina Ghana Hanum 1 year president. Mahama Nanya Mia Bona no Quaco Pie. Now for case is a foolish case into one.
No, I'm not a bay.
No, I'm not a bay.
Well, about Kwabena day. Nana drum pempen so bisi ya ya no ma ya bre ya ni ya bre ya kasa ya no edu ba bia no ma ya ba mu abu se mu jam nkrofo ne sa enna me no ka sei wo mo wo bia ekasa bi okwa no mo nim sa ndisi fo do me fa so no wo mo ntwa anya wo hwe eti ammo mo da ahode na mo ye de mo pe ba me se mo mpani ne won hwe ne nkrofo no mo appointment no obi oda bibia no bia no enso otimi ye de enso otimi ye de
no kofia palu se mahama ban timi njeli obia o Ghana ha
no no de se nyo no ECG and Yama Corsi, one contract by the man or ECG. Many sure so on point, one eye check it, investigated. I check it. ECG contract on what you to me, I showed to me advice. What you to do near my ECG?
Sir, Mustafa, you see for Ghana.
Not the parliament.
Boss, Ghana. Nasi ye kochesi gift you worry deputy or nuni Ghana.
Near coach or Hineba, I was no ba. Samuel Kuboy, small baby Nancy, on a letter and the Jenny, you, one only a coach in about 2 months. I didn't achieve what I say. And Penifono Mudia, the Omomi Kanka, or Momudi Bonini, other, it's a send this in Penifono, or more than Rana show Muslim. So make sure some run on by implementation. I'm a young and you will fear now would to be beyond maybe it's bringing result them move. Well, not to me, I thought so. Actually, I can knock off court to him. You need to walk out court. Nanka no I your way remind be at least by 1 month or 2 months. Or ban a court to Namuana prison. Your John is on coffee and go day. You send this in Penifono. A bit more bread in my way. But the man nobody mean some use some better on Germany. Well, share money. Who are the other one? Sir Andy, you know, Coco Home. I did the one in this song. But I mean, I will say, Nancy, you know. A year yeketwa ya papa na da fom ye na na da be bia na da fom wotima se ya mankro for ya inviting crofo obi on manya dodo ni na tuamba emre ne arefie nti sra mo mo nsaka card no otwe ankwadwa ne ngomako na mo de ngoma na bantem wotima se ne de ahyehye niema tetene so ye ne wie ne atimfa so ne behu na aye ne kwa ye kwakwa ye nsan nya de ketwa o na de bia pese ofa bia nya de ketwa ti sra mo same bra wa bre ya ne papa fimu a ene wono te yi paso yi na mo atoto niema ntem na animguase de emfata same wonto tiesremo mumma ntoto niema na niema ntimi kwanimu yanim bia be move bia Wednesday na Thursday wotima se ya kwa de bra nyine kwakoto abrantie so am ya kokko ya yi no minim sa so beba wotima se
same yemra so na no
ya yena kwajo sie na yewe hia nti utwitwa so ana se
ye besi ayi yes ya
wonya ye na mesi o na me cheche ye ni mu otwe ankwadwa ne ngoma ko enkofo bi ozumpa o munsanka mu invitation wa mo first ame wonto online so no mo ntimi mu no ntimi move Monday a wo move afi kure mu no no otimi akọ ne ko nya de ketwa o
nya ukunu kwan so se won kon kenken so ayi
wan na onya ne cruise ana ngega so de na wo
anyway kwajo mo bi da se menchia na na ma menchia makati ni abusuafo nyina se de kwajo kan no me nda ebe na wochi ena eye ni de hyehye so na ma matonsa from afro bia nipa ne doso na ne se yi echi kura kwajo bi ni mbenya problem obu ana wo oben pa na so na nipa so when you invite na ju ben se won ni asem pachomi ni obi ani asem na me ya adomo a se wo kasa okuta wo ka wo di free Kumasi banking care so is between 1 hour and 1.5 hours drive na wadu se bia pese ofa commercial car o kofa techima car no we bedu na ofra ya ba be fawo na wa ba be jaye tinanama mi hwe wani maka so wo ya cool MC ewe yi na se because in so for sujari a obi ne yi
no
ye nyina ensentwa adwuma me na me papa ada for my dear tomani mintimi nkoso microphone mu enti mafa ase cool MC and as a cool MC no my expect to say latest by Thursday
no so this a what radio so no waka
me come obi ahu na
na wa ma ye kwere be fa so
ka obi am kan chance say bi mitiri mo
wasi me yie wa ma me invite wo se me ye MC de bia ba betre bia no je so oboso
me kan aboso ba na meja all right
se mama kwa na me ka me VIP ni me bibia me the friend ba be si Kumasi
menye sa mistake ni se mama
se wa ma wo adwuma akoye wo wo adwuma akoye
flight in and out na be si Kumasi na matoa so e se mitimi kali nyina bo na me the king so de akora ka na me 2000 ase no waro no
na wan be MC no
anyway mamenchia yewra eye Kwame Awuto ebo na mra ne friend no Bombay okọ eye Ablekuma Wesa penyufo a o ma ye adwumade a na grassroots ne bompa so ma ye MC papa na boa papa wa boa nyankopon sha ne papa na ma ene parliament en MPP fo wa ye me mobo hey woni ncho mo ye mobo na wo videos na ba ye no a chese MPP fo number no what they need a single room o they need a single room chese Oma kwasha wanko na kitwe bi. Nams the MPP party.
Oma mobo.
Where than micro minority. Ano masa kwasha black. na said Honorable Richard Ansah kind omu nim said do omu dudu na be koje ento ma hyasia omu esu na na ma State of the Nation's address so we Ghana ni ba a wodo oman ya niama mienu enanana wo be famu de di nkan wo rebe ho ama wo man ti asema Ghana de to so biem obu be fu na wa hwehwe ba bia kufa na kwadwo akufa do we
okoni krom eno ngobo ndutru oba no
sa me we na man invitation
we chebi
okay me be ma a delivery guy
mbo bedu ndi ago
good wo rebe ho de di nkan obu be fu say or how we Ghana ekomu after Kwame Nkrumah a champion penso dumso ebe to Rollins ebe to Kufo ebe to Atamas ebe to Mahama jina ne naso say I will fix it Mahama ka sa asemo no enura ne 10 years pepepe I will jina parliament e ka say obe fix dumso. And indeed, Mahama fixed them so age excess energy capacity. Ghana for Sebi Dudro no ano enti ase we chiri. You see there be Mahama nye ene kufa do buy. Mahama nya mfie 9 pe o. Ano de solve problem a e sha ase o Ghana ye na ti studio ana enwu obia. Mahama de just 4 years ene fixed them so. Akufo do MPP binya 8 years a do mu di ja Ghana for eyedum so wo de no kra sa to nchen a e ka o ma brodi agu ho na mo ka eye illegal connection me 2000 and somewhere 2010 2011 na me rent wa alugboshi atimota nche okru broni we for alugboshi me di me fiewra wo ya illegal connection me ko report no ami ebe twa light num woni bi no boso me so a ye ne ofio nyina ojo obi light be pepepe o no asa connect krama outsiders yes wa connect am outsiders nipa makuma 37 ene na boso me bia no age na ene na oba beju bill na se wanya ka se connect na oba
o distribute
obedi oba bejina mpuma che di watema ma bia ka papa otie krase
distributor
ana me kwa report na bi twa light num ena ye tenant na ye form association eko ECG eda na yekoye no yekoye na penyimfo bi to omuso sa osofo no so aye illegal connection ya chi no ano so twa no so aba betina ho no kana asem but ene nyamianim no kure nie se me menye no se me hu so bi aye illegal connection na me ha me ho da se me free ECG na me kwa ka se nipa na illegal connection me chi no unim de nti amenye hwe ile ECG adwumayfo unim say adwumayfo no every month omumo musika for mo utility bills
yeah
eno kra na nche kro no a Mahama Dubik ene nkrofo a eda ECG ho abo Ghana no san nkrofo ni nyina chibo so me so a yesa mo musika so mo mfanti o mo utility bills na ono ye Ghana ni osu ye Ghana ni uko pe meter kra no a ufa genuine waste channel na pe meter bra obebre omo frustrate wa to the sense e be mia wa ma wa be give up just to say obe tie sika ma obi awo back door ansa na di meter na ma san crofo ni ti omo ka omo sa bokro no me yesa ma omo na me hu obi a single mother a woso esebio mako anase yanga wasi so adwuma kropo wonya bi anye na ne single room wakwa illegal connection na makoba amane ye nyina ye Ghana for yes ye nyina ye Ghana for Akufo-Addo MPs ministers komu fie na kwa nyama no mu yusuo sa AC man maritime authority how many ACs na no yusuo 3 bedroom house 11 ACs and na no yusuo ontua enti se oman unse president Mama Kase mi say baby Ghana yedu no ehu the so called political class no oman disappointed Ghana for na so man you see this period and correct the mess oman create a serious security threat and sense of patriotism anyone like me make and me ham also me kwa illegal connection because ya chemia me nimegu ase but muso bi ya menka PDS mutimi di PDS ebejiji Ghana for sika nanama for 6 months billions of Ghana cedis. PDS just a nipa kakra bi tena dem na mu kreti PDS sa over beto ECG usika osmini bi umfidie osmini bi na emom fa umfidie no ama me na mejiska wo de oye ne se wo de over bejiji ECG for sika PDS didn't add one value to ECG. Omo service omo ye. The only thing on be say omo no make capture baby a ejiji sika. And for 6 months edge billions of Ghana cedis ebesi no mu akonta. And the ECG the car over 70 billion Ghana cedis. A company under Mahama 2014 ECG nyamfaso, 2015 ECG nyamfaso, 2016 ECG nyamfaso.
Inti dia necessary.
Now from 2017 basi na ECG timia boka 70 billion. What it means is say every year bia under Kufuor MPP ECG boka 1 billion. Na enne MPP for Ansah black at the parliament.
70 billion every year bia what's it 1 billion?
10 billion.
10 billion.
Averagely 10 billion every year. And Mahama Cocoa Board no year Jumanya Faso and the Kufuor boka. And Mahama boss no ye jumanya mfaso and Kufuor oboka to no ye jumanya mfaso oboka enegoy eka eda goy no enye kaketwa ejuma bi omuso mu bia se no na Ghana for me say munya abotre eno ameti say NDC mabunu bi akobodompem e wo party ekote say omo so ka ho bi no mo bread party ni ba power na asempanyifo ayo ma jeje mu omo wo point nemom na meka say is too early NDC aban ba ye 2 months kra maaye 2 months kra maaye several positions that on my appointment no kra no President Mahama have to appoint for more than 15,000 no yeah. Appointment also as a president in Kwasampo no is over 15,000 positions be pre o hono man microphone bi nemum se atis obi di aba no obi e pre no se ne sabetumi aka ne de nana MMDCs a omo na ekwa ya aban na musifo nkrase no a omo soso ebe ye president e wo district wo e wo municipality wo ma be kwa konya omo kura na yenya appoint omo ye omo so de be take position a obi o ye branch member no I want him in Jubilee House. Want him in a minister hono. Obetimako MC, obetimako DC ho. Sankrofoni nyaba to munyambo tre. At least by 6 months, near who sanya maybe say ya. Because 6 months they are enough. But less than 2 months, no. So called Chairman General Fiao. And Crofua a good now me say position bo on mo se woni man don't envy and Crofua go mo pay juma na nya juma ketwa but I know say with time no be abetumi anya bi because system no e be clean o mu nyina the system na no say we Eric Ejedo fantastic yeah what and so betu say na no be nim say do ba be no the system will clean all of them. A back clear will be the free system no more. I'm will be at me. But in the meantime, we end this ni now I Juma and Pa Obi and Mr. Why Juma. Now we say MPP ni be KKO from position now 2016. Now we Juma Abasu and MPP ni foreign and MPP ni be 2. So when him say MPP now I didn't see kwazo so be kwa kutuno. Also to take position said that Samia Ukuka in 2012 take position.
This will be a boawaza.
Will be one member.
Example na mebusa.
Yes, take position. Samia Ukuka in 2012 said as soon as MPP is declared winner, take position. Sabre nya na afi na be from no Sami Ukunaka say commander mini baby was he take position, we take position we are e chire ni aka say wa ku school na so one school. Take position. Na no peni bi a minimum no. Somewhere 2017 2018 I'm koye my license wo DVLA ana nipa no hum no ba me nchen ene edidi nkoma ana so o ye NDC ni no kana kosem se no ye adwo o DVLA ho MPP for ba no mba pamon free no office nti so adani goro boy nti won na mantwa nti so obi ba ube 18 obi ba be ye registration aja wono so de ho anu anya bibi papa itina wa manano almost a pamo mu free DV ha see say do mako ha chu
yeah
I no kra no so okunkon ho me nipa make we branch executive wa ye adwuma ma party no NDC we ni almost a month me nam kwanso a me ba na across my mind so me friend musa and say how far me friend musa no nam say just say yes nam say say what share adwuma say o si da bi wo so fie nam say da so say ye DVL nya nyu bia nam say hey
ti wo twen
and I'm saying to try and say president Mahama be yi DVL boss na DVL boss na be mo adwuma na DVL boss na be no ni mu and I'm kazan say nya one aka time say 2016 ye to aba na MPP vo be pamo nti wa den tena so nkopamo mu firi honom go be the bear go and clear them ko yi ni firi ho TUC for say so mo hene say president Mahama nyai mass dismiss anon kro no ba where were they Trade Union Congress, where were they? One more say President Mahama de onye where were they? When MPP for etimi tubom some mobro, Ewura National Health Insurance Authority office. Omukwa wanko take post, omukwa robe womo. Sika ya ajijia omutimi bowra mu via womo, eko to to boot, ahodo e robe womo. Where were they? Anya bia President Mahama oyi MPP fo nfi ho a okofa Burkina fo na de omoba Burkina fo no kofa om de omoba na anya Ghana fo na wo so ye Ghana ni NDC no e Ghana ni 2016 no e Ghana ni because any party lusu yenti no wo so ye Ghana ni chen no e do party aba power kopamo no na wo de na party aba after 8 years na ye run 24-hour economy na wo why 8 years shift kono obi sum na no be bia wo so nko say osake o ma musi onyai. It won't happen today, it won't happen tomorrow. Na Baumia said President Mahama we are Ghana for you as a vice president Akufo-Addo and MPP for this Ansah phone 2016 even they were killing people. Okay. What did you say? You didn't do anything.
Okay.
And to some from the mad there afekwa na ebe koso wa woni ba bi obi she bia yini pie
okay
ko yini pie na me se kwan na ho no bia ma me adwuma just 30 seconds on the sona nana president mama bia furu nani ama obi ahu na yade na Ghana for do no anim dada na fe na figures neighbor na ya hudwiri na ya asefem ba bibia Akufo-Addo bia Ghana for hwehwe no afenyo marking no ye board chairman e wo ECG
yeah
afenyo marking wo ho as a board chairman and the ECG crack container $500,000 na ebedru port wa omuso muntumi nyi na akodi mortgage no obi akoto no 100,000 cedis ni asa beto ama ECG $300,000 afenyo marking so no as a board chairman do ye fa ho ne say what the policy by say contractor bia obekra ne ama no say ne ma ne bo no anfa ne sika nkoyi that's it. Afenyo marking must be held accountable. All the mess cause so ECG no as a board chairman no why they take a decision.
And you na professor me confused no $2 million.
Fantastic.
Or your board chair you invite
more fantastic. You must be held accountable. This ECG the anam say then your PDS and class or yanko ho. PDS or yanko until mo dem opre no. Abronya de so bika we kwakoda cells. Ama ne moto mu pampan kra sa akukum krofo ho. Say we are ate woni my boyfriend ate woni ma ate kojo so woni ma ate
adem
woni ma ate woni ma ate so on take kra abronya otisa ate ni moto mu sent e wo wa
ate wo twe ne wo ka ho kra mpa
wo da kra ultimate sent ni wo da yim enti say ni power say ne kokko shares no de moto mu kankan ko an
obesa ko kekan kwase
mo bia ha no ono ane braso okodada abronya ne bra ono anabusiafo ne part o matu ni pawi
abronya so onye Ghana ni
o matu ni pawi so we no waste
time na officer Ghana ni
na eye warm up
abronya ofi Burkina ya de ne baba ne papa betra obi ayi we mu ayi ba akreference ene de ne to wo mu
ya abronya ye obiribu
ahe ene ne to wo mu eti abronya maame wu ye na NPP fo kwa yie no ya na busu afọ no so mpese obi abeba yie no
abronya no
o Burkina ni Burkina eni kwa se o case amu wudi ndi agrope be wura Burkina ene Burkina president ma me fa no ti we o case be ma mane nko
Burkina President oko ka
Onim say na nanim say ade ba ko etimi identify
and for betman say amanaba
onim say ade ba ko etimi identify obi ehu ni treat ni origin ba bi ofi dentist wo sin egu anu onim say etimi hwe etimi say wo even na Ghana ha tribes ahodo no ye betimi ayo wo sin ehu ba bi ofi hwa abronye si egu na nu
ene ne kala o hwe no mo maso ne kala
egu na nu next time tribe wa e wo Ghana e possess sa ese no
Ose you try.
No waste your time on this because
Ose try.
Yeah, me we see. Nana would
Nana wa would just imagine.
Okay.
We a bear man now you akwa wo so. Akwa hospital no akwa hospital do a midwife and say, "Hey, uba ne say osabronye."
Hey.
Say kwakum. E wa talk am nye DNA test because we there. So one abronye.
Ono ankasa na yere kra wo. Na so say abronye no a.
Na me abronye yere do no anya de. Me crave ni pass ma ko wa abronye.
Makati mimra so yen share this week appointment bebre na aba unam bia say party communicators bi wo hono mo a yesusu wo mo edu mo agu institutions na agencies ahodo mu ti no makati yen fa no nto aso say ya opesa wo fa no
so na
makati
kwachi frame no osi sona ti meka sona tie President John Dramani Mahama ano ka bi say Agenda 111.
Agenda 111.
Aban mayati asese omuwie na 3. Completed. Fully completed. The others at various stages of completion. But as a nurse and Dr. Ansah bibi.
Sorry.
Over press conference the church who Sika yani 1.6 1.4 billion and 1.2 billion dollars, so 1.4 billion dollars and 1.7 billion dollars for completion. But no crown one country and it's a normal disbursed $400 million. $400 million United States dollars. Now ye hospital bakupe bakuna ye nso no beds nim hwenim dan no keke de si ho no na mobo se wo fa o calculator na wo divide sa 400 no by $18 million I just say tisina president Mahama kan no ye benya 22 hospitals by Nanado Danko Akufo-Addo on one estimation in a calculation. I'll see hospital by Kubia the $18 million NEC. Say the $18 million NEC. Now what the $400 million at Tuma? Nanke see now 22 fully completed. Nanke see region bia betimanya regional hospitals and region bia betimanya bako. Menu kase entisa na 400 no na president Mahama mfa nka won se wo titi fimu a beka be $4,000 wachi aje no anka renya iska echo. You see, this is the wickedness Akufo-Addo di be ye Ghana ha na nadu timihwe Ghana fo anim kasa ma promise mo maybe see agenda 111 ebe ye see na ebe see ne not a single one completed na nadu timihwe Ghana fo anim abu hospital ye adwuma la general hospital e di bulldozer akoho no se dan na nyame fe entimu mubungu me ba be ye ni till today hospital ni ho no why you win in area Akufo-Addo manifesto 2020 2016 2020 there promise as a benya police hospitals a benya regional mortuaries in some part of the day na amaso and yahuso ye be here 22 billion Ghana cedis Ansah na betime agenda 111 hospitals on fully ye kan ba bimpo de e foundation level, some areas e foundation level, other areas there omo rufu omo nya hwe but e sad and the president say on ye PPP Wow, pese we sika ubetimi ni aban aka boom ye be franchising ni the amount partnership entino mamu wo sika no begin to look at it. Hospital ye moka ye nye hospital moka entimu wo sika look at investing in it munko jibi na ye mo anentimi nye ye na nkwa nanim oka enrollment, tertiary enrollment. Your target, you go, any son can be 40%. But we are short. Tertiary enrollment, you see, consistently, yentimi meet 40%. And in Cromwell secondary school, say, Ghana over 600,000, 500,000 is you, you know. 22% pay any timinya akonya ko school ni ya bisa ya won say ya ko ya na say ya buy digedi some of these things a serious issue assess aban enhwe so what by megidie ni say the Minister of Education Honorable Haruna Idrisu odi nyama betoto na kwam na Ghana ni bi obeko secondary school awie na bitima possible say obenya university akwanya akọ with this no fee stress any student loan plus the there obi any excuse bi so betina fee awie secondary school what travel say that be sika ni fee nti it will not be excuse again. That says, your goal of 40%, you know, we can achieve it and achieve it well. You see, I will go after looters. I will recover the loot. Now, a man for the Namo near Chachingituano. A man for my yard, the Nankasa. The criminals are walking about freely. Now we are going after my accomplices. The best President John Dramani Mahama. Mema kanda mesia kane. Se beya yoku charge special prosecutor onguni nyina no mfanye ora onka samra sa agency ni nyina mumba ku fatumi ni nyina nya ne bako no mfanye je be pedin fufura to so ayem fedin fufura to so because ne abaye me huhu faso bia say ora abaye na within 1 month ewa na omutimi receive 20,000 or 2,000
obofika ke save
yeah it's a 2,000 no about 2,000 petitions are complaints are that is a man for what jidie wo ora mu sene OSP a man for what jidie wo ora mu esene shraj a man for what jidie wo ora mu esene yoko this is sad tie dia adena yed na ne adina ni so emfa mra ni nyina nka mra ni nyina mumu nya no one emfa mom na emfa yes yiri mse di boy my ho ban na emfa so be ba ho esene sa we no mo ha sika kese no moji we kwa no wakosi statue we kwa no wakoyesi no emede it's too early but budget we mami hope I see hope so now we state of the nation because the president that renew no commitment to many of the things are waka Amayati says seed capital for women's bank no and a women development bank no Kwabena to forcing and what is it to bar forcing the next bar forcing budget I would debate to the 11th March no or be make that announcement any see I must say your boss levy ebeko until after March then levy in Kabio any many other commitment are so you been within the 120 days nanka sang wa share no ya ticky boxes in kakra 50 caught me wa 50 until akabe ye near woho say do so ya be say abetan na marking
70 days
e be do e be tran ha na ya tikin back we dey o kan waye we wu kan waye so far so good apart from the fact say a man knows our cabinet no and there may concern. I have raised it and I will continue to raise it. A cabinet of 19 na I think say we have not been fair to our women, and this is so ma wo papa ma omo nimdi. Yeah, these are nimdi, these are women of substance, quality women. We will end this more. I feel say ankomunya opportunity ko ye 5 mpo a ada 4 percentage ne be ko anim but
two say ma omunya ministerial ya wase yi wo mu fem ni so appointment no
appointment the one about the wonya ye no enya cabinet yes but it is a president who now betima so these are my priority areas and me person who deal with over cabinet amame. They get it, but they affected the number because over ministers are any deputy ministers are a man here 7, a woman. I say just 7 of 56. Oh, I can 4. The 4 on the bit myself man kwa. I say, I mean I won't be surprised. Early klima kluda bakwa. Oh no, just because of the constituency to be able to consolidate a constituency. Ni akano bitima ko bia Mustafa Abubakar no nyina wo ho bitima ko kojo ye boa wo ho kojo nya amanya o ya se me kojo nya me deputy so I say etino yam focus on a man more. I think so na
me a balance the natural Rollins so appointment issue no so no e was say omo no mo ka ho ase
appointment I then
Zenato the conversation on Zenato no I think say mon situating four deputies president mama kwa member for me member
na for say the third term ni
amon fa mama kwa na yehu say sana na atumi balance na mano ratings na ko high because
Makato can say we are many one share anya dwene ho.
Oh that be
the ministries or the I be or the for na iko no. E man no parliament no. E be qualify so metu akobo ho no man na.
Eli claim ba.
Open dudu wura na open.
Senator ba ko.
I don't want to discuss. My person may discuss it.
Joyce. Yeah.
Yes, we.
Kwame she say professor Grace
the
difference NDC man
cabinet yeah mama you visa what kind of 3 person cabinet we so me is 2 and 3
only
2 yeah mama you visa vice president can we oba
I don't know
position cabinet meeting what can we
cabinet ministers
there be a hobby obi better ko cabinet meeting po no nkasa.
That is
an issue, but Fatou check.
Obi general secretary no ko cabinet or the hangover ne.
I'm want to be quite shame.
Hangover.
Media me. Nyeto your ban out many in America. Some people am ko prade em prama oba pa de nka me de nka nko. Na me ba me bo so. Some ko prade me prama oba. Nka me po ka me nko.
Adent.
Na me ma pray ade ama former chief of staff. Ma hu fa so bi o de ba Ghana. Ma prade ama ai Ajako wife. Lydia Lassa, my who is so fast will be asa. And mammy, pray more, mammy, force more, when I'm over chief of staff, no any card, where we are cramponos up a match me. I'm giving an example, so me, Kwajo, for me to set my house and an amateur, and a mad running in us, so when your position, Yano Mahoma, so different. It's me, Kwajo, a boy, dear, ye padia, mamma, dear, Yanam town, pretty momo. When you are fair, when you be a good. But some corporate, no make where you
say, I remember some of
a point. Time until me from my room.
Mr.
Man, will believe, but you see, a year, Bibia, ye dear 2 years, needs to say, a TV. So at least, you be not 30% of a ma. in politics.
And you do
governance. And as affirmative action bill, you have passing.
You go for Bobie for yourself. You really and a crack chamfa machine to Galamsey.
And no interest.
What am I saying?
No. But won't mean you should be from more paria yeno. And can't say because of man, you know, a man in us.
You know, a man should be so. You have more appointment, one more trauma demo. Ni deputy no atuni mu ni da mu mumia program no yakọ ni mu deputy e ma no de mu position da na nye o mumia position mu to different
ministry bia na deputy kra ni dex bema na ye minister na deputy dex
na appointment na e ba ye no e ye nigye Emma mia who's a me better be an make appointment once them but me share me am na fofo no abre for companies no adwuma mo yama NDC and to tell mo to mo NDC if him something we be to say the like the example president most time yaman MC adewe cha na convert and o mo yin the films on kan ho bi the life mu na bam wetima force wa afọ no cha the land pay na 2000 what am I say? That's why NDC Juma baby beko the whole Ghana the laka will be and no pay you numere why ye Juma sent appointed in my friend na ya na ese surprise ni o ko we o e ho de e ho po dekeke what am I baby I see one ya be ye see minerals commission what o ko am say see ba na su yi no ye be yi no so because you see the NPP ni ye be yi no ni ye be yi no president say no ni Ghana and e bi nfa akwati kwai what man say kubolo for be fast here go rem when be so aka mo yen yom ye be ye isi isi kofie
ama obi amoni din say o
and na me see ye no o NPP ni o the next NPP national chairman eti wo fi mo ama ndi se try na djuma and o mampani ba wonu ma se mo kan na me de wo so wo ba no ba galamsey no wo be twatu kra eti wo galamsey so minerals commission take side and the forest commission take side two places in NPP for na akodo oja show wo mo so to galamsey chamfa woman na kura mo woman na mo bad way no ayi ni na lances what am say san kro fe be yi omo eti na fo and no positions e ba no and PSC okọ boss chese utie ba bia ayi miami nua akowu achasa akowu me no tu so odru buidam what am say
okay
Charles wow Charles otia buidam okọ and PSC okọ boss and krofo na nyanya positions e kama o mampani ayade what am I say and to e kama and wa shemrante ne maba wona ni munyam so wo brena kan
communicators
omunyina o de PRO adwuma de omunkwa na de amamo e ho na makati pese okọ ne we no I gave commission ho no nipa mienu po no nkọ crash ye mame kama asem nipa mienu na kọ crash ho no what am I say
e de nipa mienu kọ
o da bi e ba and de ba me PRO phone ko ye 2
how
and omukọ ho no what am I say ya enua
document ya so na catch ya issue letters many per 2
mistake me ba and omu mienu ya akoko chia oba bi what am I say e don ko chia no mbo de ne ko mo atem ho ase say ye nyina ne aba ba ko be see ne ba ko deputy papa no gave me commission one see we no on president stamp former was it papa no ho no me ban ma hwe ne din di amount papa no say one no do obi ho no ma wode ne baba ne PRO eto mo obi ama me yadwuma no papa no so ko yekohwe mu a one wadi 63 years one no so mo obi nyadwuma see wadwuma so na ye retire 70 years akufu ado nipa boni nipa asabia mu sabia nyado the tisoro se brebretim one po letimi ma eye twi okay we the ticket so na enye brebretim one po no timi ma kofi dwuma etimi di 70 years plus no that at work ya constitution make it clear senya de obema sabia nya do this sister eso kofie nana ene papa na di 63 won nke obi aka asanka wo no be check wa no be cho ubi bia mu ba papa na age wo de adi no wo a wo mmomu na wo se me wa baba abo bi wo no ma wo na mpese position me de ma no etimi ma obi anye eti sam na ante no so awa wini mu oh me a guy said don't quit me no kwa nam ko nice guy ba ko Bernard and the other one and nyina na ta ko studio bu o me ni ko ho no papa so mo nya dwuma
ba one issue let us ni free hefa
oh na let na
eba e free hefa
let be
same office and emma sa
appointment e crash ni patu yeah
and o mo ko na papa so ntimi no mo nya
o so ntimi no mo nya dwuma
e ni patu ni e hefo a
ni patu
boy e hefo a
ni patu oh Godwin Mahama
and
the other one's a friend Bernard omo yeti no mkoko ekohia wono na omo kran na nka omo ni hampo omo kran no omo ni atazo wanya hwe yemi ne se dia ba hanma
but say Kwame pen bas ontimi nka se ontimi no omo nya adwuma
wo so ontimi no omo nya adwuma o beto of god ma da bia na e show
se obi na appointing
no one say na make no edu empanimfo ne bedu ba bia se bia mu se nyaado ya no mo adwene se bibi omo wo nti ase se mentini no mo nya adwuma because me baba wa bi wa mpem ne nya adwuma gaming commission na gaming commission po unu say chacha ya register na professional ati say sa bet companies e ho na register na ade say adwuma po say kamrant adwuma akokra no akoda no what did you hono mo akọ retirement o na point na make us nkofo bi faase na won say we bi na make no o mampani tu kwai na no oni hono e na tu nkofo bi fa we store we no mkonye appointment ne bi wo munya no mo so sa anya din e no mayamasa issue aba na papa ne de say yi no na sa amrante ne mienu ba akokọ esi wo na papa ne kofie we are 63 edia ne papa ne wo ababa awani mu edia no ni mu fa ababa awani ntia wo so ma obi anya den enya adwuma yisa ababa awani no na adwuma
but when your issue
president issue by ka say what
no mimi hu ni say nye issue
papa ndo we kofie 63 bon qualify
ajo mimi hu ni say when your issue because me wo ya mama appointment
na me ya mama appointment
na me so ya mama appointment
yeah
say free Dr. Callistus one able say free able na say me kuta ma letter na me dia ba no one catch me so ntimi ni me
ya adwuma na ka so mati ase na ka me kofie
ase sa me kofie
eh na ka adwuma na make enya Japan
ana wi na wo nya me nye
what ma say
say wo mu no na nipa no a ono so wo yi no ya man appointment and answer ono no what that authority that power say ono ne be appoint obi ono
oni that authority
then no mkwai
oni that authority was obi ono ma kasa ho man dada to oyi obi afia monti aba obusabi so odi ka akoye adwuma so many years eti no wadamfo bi ho na mu a woni na nti wasa afo so asa aba biem
eti lady ni dia after say ono no fi 2016 no
na bo papa ndo che ho
lady ni dia
oda so ho okay and wakọ no asa betu lady ni biem and was one me no be adwuma
and okay no odi record odi kwama
won fan ko ba bia
committee say lady no ni be ye
won fan ko ba bia so no won na ba no de eno an nti won ma position won so mko clear sa de no
portugal
no mu nya de papa ni po ye time go and no mampani na de wo ye de bi si da wo party bia no to rewarding him the party officers said they know yen nipa 20 no me 21 to 22 wa ye aka bebre eno kra wa eya reshe mu say wa wunya bi no wo benya bi me say guys so no munya bi no me ba bia no me sugu me yam what man say me na fofo bia nya bi ti adwuma na ye no mampani hu ya na say wo obenya bi wono obenya kase aburu we so obenya me no so obenya kase
okay
kwakubu ahimunya no mu so bia nya nto ba say every free anchor put the matese say yes your presidency
okay
and na sana meti say so Julius Debra mo ya create ba bia ma no wono eno de nya confirmed but eno sana meti no me so bia benya but no me hwem crofobia mo timenya na e hwem kran so we same honto na nya bia kwa akoma to yem we makata nya bia kwa akoma to yem we liso we na nya bia to bo bia benya bi ena adwuma no na amesa kwa trans kwa better ones be bresagu
ebi so afra say ye no ministries
bebre ana say bebre de ebi ma appointing crofo within what man say mo ye adwuma ba say na nya omo dia say Charles Akowu say ayi Ahmed e man appointment e so no omampani akada bi e wo me ne wo yense Charles we me di ma obi wo me am mo separate one wa paja buidam hwe buidam kakra kai abrante kokoda no ne kasa mo keke e dia ba biem na fe say we e show bibi makufu ado ene na pipi fo no mtifie na won kwete sa akromfo no mabusuafo begu wo no a e ma party ni konya 38 no mo dia 41 no ene so say pipi ndisi fo hwe de ye
obi anu say 38
sa percentage o mo create 41 no ade na 38 ye be kan ye na ba form so mo ye na ba form ye win ye nti ya forget those things akufu ado suni ne bambo ne ye ma party na ko ditch no papa we de nya de obeda na me so ko so be say gena chi amani papa ama obi papa ba be hye nanim enno mani agena na mani age o me nya bi ba me no say me ko dwe ye board me nya bi mpanya twi what ma say ye be use contract akese e de agena o because me ka say o mampani ko fama mu wo wi amamu no o mo polafoko ani e photo me ba bi obi anya me fa de credence wawu ametepo sankro fo mi mo nya appointment ko fam ko fo wi o mo na mo billionaires wo mo na esi from mo eti me fa me ho say no ansha party be ko opposition be 20-35 years wo pesca for mo NDC mu a na me ko wi e board lead yeta me ka na me di animu me nka ho sam be di
wo ye NDC ni
na ka me ye di be ni
card bearing member
ma ye djuma me obi bia
okay
what am I say
mate se amamu nipa obu man ni amamu a said the president Mahama be no you don't need appointment to succeed said the kwadwe keme honorable Erikopoku ban officer mete ho media juma me receive any appointment letter I say bosome so a ye mamtaku ana simple
okay they say ni media na wo da no
enya me na me da no tire me kan okay enya me na me da media na no because ministry ho no ye wo PRO department
okay
ya nkosi ye kwa akwaje obi adwuma me wo ho nya me nkwa me wo me nuanum be nsentwofo mienu a mo so wo ho no okoba bi na e wo se magana 40 a Ministry of Communication, what do they do? Ebi a website and obey update. Omo social media handles no kra no enye effective. Obedi a no kra se Honorable Erikopoku ka ministers a omo baaye. Open media no mo omo. How is it happening? Ejuma ye so ye no. Ye mama appointment. Na no okatachie mo ke eye resoma. Say resoma ya man appointment. And an appointment aba. And somebody like Resoma, he doesn't even need the appointment. And I see appointment be bro no more. Eh obika uti pupu a obidio. Uti pupu a ya obiti. Ebu one man na responsibility gu ho ne can say expectation ko for be free ho no no. Why akra wo da wo na. Nyankopa ya adom. Say the kwadwo ken. Oye professional electrician. And to free say ye see school. Ye see hospital ye government project bi na oni minister woni nipa wo hono mo a na ye pe contractor na okwa ye adwuma na ye de manual se kwajo pe contractor na so be fufuro so enimu ne pe na ho na office de be manual
na wo ye ni yi a
na ye de manual. Do you need appointment to survive? In any case, Ghana for to abama NDC is almost 7 million. 7 million no omo ebi omo ye card bearing member of NDC will be more than 2 million. Abanya dwuma e wo ho no mo a ebetimi dia man crofo se omo nye amo appointment no. It's about 15,000. It's not even 20,000. So can you ubetima satisfy obia? Debi. Na ade ba ko ye me den say we appointment na president Mahama de buy na empenyifo na omo ye ka se senior minister senior yi no. Unso obi anya position. Obi abenya kra ya futo na dama no, but all of them are calm.
Omeko board.
Omo making sure say they are giving the opportunity to the youth. So many be adwuma. I see MPP for omo problem ni say. Who say na no MPP youth organizer ka say me say. Obi a he no obi a mo mpa ya ma president Mahama na Ansah CD. What is wakasa asem? MPP youth organizer Abdul Salam. Was it nobody who pray for President Mahama to succeed? Do you know why? When him say, Obia can say the way Mahama ashe na mamu na sie no. Ekre baby odibakwa kowie. Na washa asie yie. Awo baby anana mo otu nyina so otu ni yie. Enti MPP sa 87 and 88 no. Eno kra no omuti sa keka. Yes, omuti sa keka. Eninti no wo so omocha black omusu no. Ebeye ye. Ghana fo nyina nya abotre. At least afena President Mahama in the first State of the Nations address haba. Na me adomo next month Finance Minister Honorable Atoforsi. And in the first budget statement ba betuja. Na budget ni ba wi a na approve. Na sika ne ba Sikane ba fe ni ebe chiche dia ko ministries ni government agencies no. Now fe NDC manifesto any policies abane de ba no. Afe na eba be sha ase. Ti ready budget match. Na bi scan sha ase se eba. By June no ube some changes. Enti obi onya adwuma no. Onya abotre. Okay. Na fa tu trim se nyo obi aso na betime nya adwuma.
Okay.
Na dia ba ko pe ena president Mahama mamu akwese kutire bini ya was a two na fita bi aba beboto dan parade as IGP dan parade as IGP ene wakojina ho twa president Mahama kuse what ho ye den
because
president
Mahama nya na dwese wo yi dan parade
o say
president Mahama and decide
bagana fo ya adwen say ye mpe dan parade
okay
president Mahama ni aba ne pa on the omonka say yes civilians yen ka ho omonfa ballot box enkosi police headquarters omomfa nko police station bia omomfa nko national headquarters no omonto aba say dan parinya 10% ani finyame me come to say dan parinya 10% of vote for police said they want dan pari as their IGP
etina omudi fake news near they ba out said dan pari has been fired
nana dan pari ni de o de kodo obeko na wo che
because you also money kono enye na adwen
so na ye kan president Mahama say o che
I refuse ni bi
refuse
o sa na e don na make
WhatsApp message
car no tie car no engine
may
car no de Toyota no ye hu body no but engine no de ko muo
engine bay
car no engine
you see unse na no e be ka se
car no engine no
na no bi na
bro
e fa na net no fan ti ba no bubo mu o se na ni ti wu ka sembi said Dampare onye careful because Dampare ni a permanent friend because
sami we de gina ho ni ti wu aboni di mi fa ne de nhiem na me yira nkwan kofi da bi me pacho da bi o o se ni ti wu o te me mpasem brugate ho no te so woni fie ho no wa ba wa to efie be miensa efie tinge efie nchempo ato ba ko no ma se o si apartment be mi no de rent na me ko mpem ko pe ba kwa rent wonu se ni ti wu me no ka se nana last 2 weeks me twam ne soja fo woni fie ho this week soja fo me ensasa so wo ni ti wu fie ye bia ni do o so guide e bu sase anya bia former minister no wo qualify say so nya amefo so wo mo guide na na
so a member of parliament
ese soja fo
na make us onye defense minister sa
na ti update na soja fo akratuo da so ni fie
Dr. Omane
mane bo amaba bi obi amese no woni project jamfi sa de me hu bi da ena me hu bi so da adukufo wie ye na ne akwawe the still akwawe so di omampani John Damani ma temu ka sa tewa no okope ba bi atra no obedi na tema no pa bi ma bi abro niti da so security mu a omo ta guide no soja fo a omo she green omo kratuo ye bie ne do ma no apie wo ba ye bie no awuram Ghana
President Mahama what we do first state of the nation's address what say eniamanye uko police mu a say kasenki ye read the current state of Ghana police service situations on air west corruption wo ho no mu a president Mahama kan de course Dampare air west
me time aso e bia within the police administration but civilians so more outside yes am mu
pity mama ka se mi chiro Dampare adanko dada dwe
because you no problem yeti robbery incident cases aya koso yeti insecurity issues but under Dampare no as a Ghana dwo
o say
san ye be fan
ya hu sa adwuno no be tiwa no akun
oh please
o say
you be che hwan okun hwan when I saw ya
Dampare can say
me time aso
o ma police for inform nko ashama no criminals bi onkofo a che o mo custody ya de abanka bagu o mo sa no mo na mu lead police for no ma akwa kire
o ma mo shutu bully over
o mo ko no ya ntwatu enso nko
o mo shutu bully over no enye bully over na am Roberts na sem na woken
san crofo na che o suspect no a o mu lead police for do ma come hide at ashama nipa 5 ni yanku obi abanka bagu ni nsane ne nan
ya mo di police
for ne ko obi abanka bagu ni nsa wo na wo sha wo selso e na wo afa na
me time aso me
onya tuo no wa
kan engine no
so president Mahama eno ni ade ate o max Dampare na no
Stepping up is woohoo. Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Hey, 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 Kwabena. Hey, Kwabena. Hey, Emmanuel Siden Kwa. Tabia takum, wedi emema yedro no. Eme yenya ahode, ane ahode ye. Aye mema dro. Anu ti na banwe bi ehia bi no. Etufo ane atofo, ane obi opede do etu aton bia. Enko chemical shops, pharmaceuticals, ane herbal shops bia. Ewo Ghana hanu be bia. Anase frey, ewo 0243 686861 and 0245 74
MPP fonko na etwa mo hwahia. Omo so de se ni de ntro de omo be fa ne kwa. Obeliki hu information de aba se ya. We eye free advice consultation na me de mam sa no. Me nji obi ahwe. And then they know officers awomo be bia makono we ye CEO, we ye deputy, we na we head the communication team, we na we he na we so ye offices ni na MPP for ni go. Because my predecessors no omo make sure say omo be fa wo mo ho nkrofo do omo agu ho. Enti free time me yakopim the next 6 months. Ye bia mo be ye recruitment 1 or 2 1 2 3 4 5 b e do omo rewura mu no. Mo hu se mo ni aja taburuwa nanka sanka eyi no apremrefo e na atwa mo ho ahia. Omo set traps atwa mo ho ahia. The least mistake we fa huni. CTV live na ama hey na dia ma fam ho seteten hwe ya ba na aba for Ghana ha I say there be an be aba na abu no pain no gain. Congratulations sa na ekwe baby congratulations. Eti Facebook so live mon share na mon fama me Pacho mon share mi Facebook no kama na mon fama me. CTV so na pesa wo hwa ya da so live kala no so de ejina so pa. Advice na me dey ma o. Hey, boss James Ajani Buate na office ya wo koye ma te se ne deputy seguo no nyina MPP for. Institution bi abewura mu bi MPP for. Erica J okoto MPP for. Ewe na yi na friend say nep anase nep. Ehoi ene nyankopɔ adoma da Roma. Abro ni beye ho no na no mu yusu. Edi lutu omu create that agency no. Ya no omu didi omu bɔne etu omu fa omu ku wonu nyina omu twam. Se ensu oto ne mframa efa so ho no omu twam. Se you know. Omu nya permanent staff wo nep ho. E na kire se ne wa clear omu nyina se omu nko. Obi apply. Ye be fa wa ye mfa wo nso a ene na kire se ne wutifie. But o hwe other institutions na be bia be rebia mo secretaries o mu gu ho workers deputy workers o mu gu nyina ye MPP for ministers make sure say or the MPP for ne betwa ne ho ahia CEO for make sure say o mu the MPP for ne betwa wo ho ahia edo mo key positions e won institutions ne dia mema wo mu enti free time yakọ 6 months before mo betimi aye recruitment no dear. Se nyankopon adom aboa na se congratulations ni ebi asonso de ya tutuwa na mo yie hwe wo hu yie because wo de pa se de mo ka wo de pre be ya pre se man ka pre na ye MPP before do be babonti sesi a won be leak information sesi a ma mi ya yi nu ko ba bi mi mo ni din kana asem MPP for no one masum ni fidie sa system bi and one faso no akotua $10 million e five MPP for na gu onu mo okoye system no nya hunu mu ye e na fidie bi no masum so ahu enti senka we no yaje pre na nka ya nanka media na som hey yana because me hwe paper kra Herald paper e dis reportage no kra ba ni me hu dwiri me enti hunu say congratulations na wanya no a ye de ama wo no obi ahye wani munyam enti wonso kona kohye ne munyam sabe wo bank account say 10,000 a demu a yeah expect us after 4 years 10,000 ubenya ebe 15,000 ebe 20,000 so obobra ko wanim but common sense use your head your brain for dream any nyansa efato enko create ghost names because digitalization key no Dr. Bobie fanko opposition digitalization system no Dr. Bobie ko opposition no won tu mu se won digitalization ba Ghana enti keys no watum pen kenkran ori ne kura no wode kɔ ne wo beye bia system bia wo pese wo use bia pese wo di cheat wo di rob wo di steal bia no you be exposed but at the end no na ho betu no wani begu ase enti nana ye wo de no congratulations no position no enye nkwa na wo sefata wo bebre wo kire ya wo mo sefata si ade obi be ko maslock ye do obi be ko GMPC ye do obi be ko gapoha ye do obi be ko MPA ye do obi be ko NEP ye do obi be ko other institutions no bebre wo kire ebi kura no qualify esene wo but aso so na adru so no eye nyankopon ena enwu mobo na aso so kwaye adwumaden na bobra na ko wanim enkofu sika because me metena ha sei metie mu yen rescue o man na wunya appointment na wunkojimi wo ho na me da ho no ma na dwa wa frɛ me sɛ na ama wa ama me asɛm atom ende me nye I won't do it eno de enya de akwan bia so meye da sɛ mo face ni into 16 ma me why me fra ase a me sweaty eno de I no go feel do it oh I won't do it but sɛ we ye adwuma papa na se nkrofo na agya taburu wa fo MPP fo no mugu office no o me wi o ma dwene so mo be how de a eno no se ye ko wo mo so ni ye ko wo mo so de a ne ye ko wo mo so esan se wo mo ma agenda nyina ne se aba we se be faili na se aba ni faili a o mo party atimi aba power ntimi sere mo congratulations to all of you obi a wanya appointment bia no congrats utiri nkwa munya adwumaden emu awoman no woman no enkonenim Council of State elections here across Ashanti region yenim de si ye wo ho na neme be kasem kakra bi de afa ho agrek nzimahene na nan kansa buadu woni NDC former chairman ya obi mpe wo hwa contest o mo pa na gina mu pa e me wi akire no former regional chairman e wi ni ya agrek nzimahene no elusuye na afterwards no and we granting interview bi yen share down for ya dwene nkoso but ye no a sebe ye free Ashanti region na ye ba no ene me ba be ka mu asem kakra kire regional minister Dr. Amoakohene that young man no wa granting interviews agrek Zimahina na cancer buadu or your contractor our radio so say Dr. Amoakohene Ashanti regional minister ejina nanim e ka kire ne say otumfuo mpo entimi mane me ya council of state member that small boy sa akwara no oni ntete ya onu jina nanim ka kire ne say otumfuo mpo entimi mane me ya council of state member after so we lose ye no and was starting here and granted those interviews no na asema wo mu nyina ne say sa na Ashanti region tie President Mahama ya appointment no wan koyi wo mu age mate so ho o mo levels no a wo no mbekwa akobo golf no otumfo mo kan no mo akobo golf no wo mu di business ho nkomo no mo ye business transaction na ebi a wo MPP ni kura na wa pass no man contract bi no wanya yakwakoyi young man and e say no yehu youngsters ni youth no yehu so mo ni da ho o mo ba adwuma ye because so at the moment ya obey use otumfo etia regional minister say regional minister ka kire ne say otumfo mpo entimi ema wo meye council of state member and representing Ashanti region no na we frase e incite Asanteman against the regional minister because onim ye kro mu Asantefo no the way otumfo ye hoahoa no respect e wose nipa e de masebe ohimpo bia no asanteman e de mu otumfo na adia asanteman empene say obia no be paketekete kura e de etia otumfo enti se wonya ohimpo bi ohin kese bi wa Ashanti region na se wukuta position bi portfolio bi e wo soro na wa start se waka bibi e de etia otumfo a na opese ohun ye asanteman ahyi ti se sabe umbu otumfo enti agrekins man na nkansa buadu no sadia na start ya ye wo incited the Ashanti people against the regional minister na wo ho abaye hi onim say Dr. Amuakohene eba adwuma ye enti wo be start no twetwa wo nantini no akansem atoso no akansem agu so na wo ho aye hyi ne akasa sa small boy na omu ade no a okoka se wo tumfuo mpo because ebiasi da akwadwobo nso mani hunu wo bra no ye KMA Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly mayor hwe omo begigi wan site akansem agu so sa amu anu akwakopa ebi to kwadwobo nsu President Mahama nom banwa kwadwobo nsu amani hunu e wa Ashanti region nya asem ketwa MPP for no gang up ahemfo no a omo ye key players ti say ohini ya kan say no Ashanti region ye council of elders wo ye member ki yanim sa Ghana politics de wo you ohini a wo involve ho e wo politics mu no ki yanim sa papa we no enka won ka ho but wo ye politician wo you ohini enti di omo trust hunu say the political party MPP are fairly woefully. Almost disappointed, almost stronghold woefully. The Ashanti region expectation. When we share dear free MPP about 8 years. One sankano. Now we bet us now we who say NDC abana adwuma ye and there are this young man Dr. Amuakohene as the regional minister or baba ye adwuma no. Omo nim no omo be ye no. Obe who say omo be form gang ahemfuni bi. Na party no wontumi mo ka ho no mo incite omanfo against you enti adwuma bia wo beye bia no esa se wo mo use otumfo din se de wa start ne se sa small boy we no ka kire me se otumfo mpo enti mi ma me ye council of state member no na ho aba be ye hyi because na nkansa buadu eye key player MPP member ya ono etimi ye office edema MPP etimi ka se Dr. Bawumia ye na aso ne ba ene Samiria Bawumia se no watena won wahunu se Afari military hospital September this year ba bia no wahunu se Sewa hospital afi nkwa wie ye ne ye bia no wahunu se Central Market redevelopment yi Santos hwa na omo ye no phase 2 no na bye no wankwa ho Kumasi ase Kumasi bon Kumasi ayetan President Mahama eba be ye no wawie wa hu se key project developmental project eba be koso wa Ashanti region because Dr. Amuakohene be lead KMA mayor be ka ye be yinu no ono ne be ka bo ma ye sa adwuma no na egu ne party nani mu ase enti no on tena se na won hwe mane ma enti wo starting one incite Asante man se o be ka ne wudu Kumasi dia se wudu Kumasi no mu ba bia de enkrofo be ka sa ba mu na wo mu ade no voice na ye ready amfa mana mento aso sana ade o peso wo ye no di o peso wo ya no me se nke ekoyi doctor Sam Wasapon no mu ne mpanifo kokrafo ni bia e no ko sa contest election we na nko lusu ya enko nka sem bia ngudi pakro so because am mpanifo ne de omo muti pension no omo no omo wo meetings ahodo ko golf park no omo bo no omo ye meeting business meeting de be meeting no omo share omo ho hat no na chese ne nkomodie bi kokoso enti wo ye contractor ko fa so a obetimi anya contract no obenya bi but this young man onya enti do be ya ne say obeyi so otumfuo din no na wo ho aye hyi na ho aye bufuo enti wo ye adwuma kora no because of that word na waka de ato so no na wo gina radio so TV so and describe us as small boy na wo mu ade no me ba jo kwa me voice na ye radio mo fantum mame na afe no ye wo ye bia no ye di watam Ashanti region because ana me kro mu forte Kwabena nso ye adwuma wo ne regional minister ka bo mu ye adwuma wa Ashanti region wo mo tena se hu ye se no eniema nkofo we ye wa Ashanti region no ye stronghold emwa ye no me say ekoya akotwa se afi kwa de Kwabena nso anu koyi nika e ma ye twa adwan di gu nso ye twa na su afiri Kumasi omu se ye Ferry hospital Kwabena nso aye Rotary Club kese ne se so bi ni ba bia ye se wa district hospitals and then other development ekoso Kumasi Central Market a wo mu sie omuhu ni nyina no na wuntumi mu ene ahemfuwe mu gage up etia Kwabena nso omo tete ni saa committee e so makwa akwati committee o yes yeso otufo de ne rep beto so ena na no koyi nika e ma yetwejan edigu no so because no ma hu se Kwabena nso ni NDC e ha wo mu tie be frustrate wa insight wo manfo etia wo saa yenkotie ni emre ba ya to aso
kasa wotu taje ni biye no regional minister kwala na ye no ono ma pejira wo se otufo kura entering country and say the man go casualty of state na over on dead body say Obama mako
me pacho regional minister ye no say over his dead body na wo obeko council say na Santama ura going to me man en kasa antre no
papa me wada for the captain no hey Obama monte what see o man me ye ida now what you propose I am not wanting him for what your grana he had to tell you what you Ansah what Samra the child of the regional minister Uncle Ansah Uncle poor man and papa and I'm a radio I'm a jump on tree I'm a pass or Sako by you just something you're going to me get there for you who you want
and I same way the Imodo
Papa me do na me ka kunya me tisu so ka o ba me challenge me ka kunya me tisu
ahemafo ani ahemfo wo ye hwan that small boy na me ka kire wo no so wo insight so wo insight na ada ahemfo ani wo manfo atia Dr. Mwakohene de o ya me na me ka de o ya no enti we na o ma start no se Dr. Mwakohene anya fast na wa manani anda hono mu a the little mistake I will be no we presenter no o ma hihye hu o ma hihye hu because omonte ase say ahemfo mpanimfo akasefo wo ho Ashanti region mpanimfo wo ho no mu na Dr. Mwakohene so ya small boy ene yakoyi ni say o ma ya regional minister omonte ase on tia said agrikenze man hini ya mekan President Mills abreso ya na President Mahama ya vice president wa ya MPP ni o ko 4 time o did a contract 2008 2009 President Mills take over ape and from a fidase kwan ekofa saman ekwa ekwa patam wonu mu nyina road contract wonu ya award ya de ma agrikenze ma ehini na no kwa na former DC bi ka chem say abra kwa machines o use kwa na ya Ibrahim Mahama machines ni bi kwa no use. And then aside that contract na ya award ya demand from a fidase kwa fa saman aguna mu ko hon mu ni nyina no other contract bi onum kwa wasanso lobby ya wasanso enya ye but sikana onya ya di free NDC mu no wan fa bi ankoye office ama NDC no de se wo ya MPP ni wayi nanim o person be ya council of state member na buy 8 years de wonya di free mu no NDC abreso no onya contract onya bi di free ena na buy na nkasa buy ndie sikana oji ya true NDC wonya ya no odi bi finance ba o me na ekufu adonom ena o mo ba power to mo ba power no na ene contract no wo ji ni pimpim wo ena wonya ya and they say na ne party eku opposition no obey council of state member na kire say ne aside say MPP for ena plant no our council of state members mu no mu nhia mu die mu no a obey giving out information president ye bibi na say in consultation consult o mo a na wagina mu aye ne opeso woye na wasanso agina ni position as member of council of state e dia pre contract ahodo Eti na ni abre. Because a council of state member, you said who said we timi yi na nim 8 years in India. Say before 2016 election there. Na ne ja odidi MPP mu pa. But after 2016 election no o yeah so council of elders member was Ashanti region MPP no. Yeah, we ji na nim full time MPP member no. Onim says when ya baby enwura onya contract bi. Enti okọ contest na o lusu ye no. Obe incite ahemfo. Ene o man from Ashanti region against no. But enhodu. Bibi papa bi enu won ma e be free MPP mo aba se bibi papa bi be free MPP mo aba enka 8 years ni Asante man o mo hye wo mo ma. O cha President Mahama e chena State of the Nation's address. O man Ghana bobre. O man ni gina bia. O man ni bobre, o man ni tibia. O cha President Mahama e de ho nsem e kwa akoto Ghana fo anim e wo parliament. Na de Ghana fo hwe kwan nyina da ne say security bia de bia every sector, every angle. Said wo man tie bia ndok President Mahama en kanchire Ghana fo. Wo de kan akache na point is say positions na wo mo atake no be bia de wawura bia no emfa bibia nsie bia ni so ma Ghana fo hu ne a wo beto ye enti o kira President Mahama said your money bobre wo man state a wo beto ye 2025 no yensi kasem ye education agrek bibia wo de ho sem ekwa akotudwa enti Ghana for so ye ready say wo kwade a won kan bibia e ma Ghana for nti sinking fund wo beto ye stabilization fund wo beto ye esla eka eda energy sector eka eda free senior high school policy education sector school feeding a man caterers service providers obi wo bia no e was President Mahama e kire Ghana for e ma yehunu wa ka kire Ghana for sa agenda 111 wo hia se 1.7 Ansah na wo motimi aye eno ne da ho free senior high school policy on kire Ghana for ni etuamu ni ewomuo na Ghana for enhu every sector bia President Mahama mu hu akonta nkire Ghana fo ombie mu nkire Ghana fo na yehu enji se wo kire bi se MPP communicators na nkasa kwa no wo anu mu twawe wo mo anu mu di wo ho atem because utimi kotu video bi e wo social media na MPP fo na nkasa e ka kire President Akufo-Addo se o ma pa Ghana fo chew wonemu a utimi se MPP communicator wakotena TV so wakotena radio so TV station no kwa no won expected that but TV no presenter no host any MPP communicators etimi hia e ka kire MPP ministers for say omo de Ghana for ka e chewpa o me pa Ghana for chew no mu wioma pa o nkasa party ma chew na Akufo-Addo e me pa Ghana for chew o wiya wa pa MPP for chew. So what it means ni say omu ankasa ni de no boni a omu nkofo na di omu nim omane se ne ase yedru enunti na eda wo ma no after election what is say MPP communicators and so wusu bempanom abo apaponom omu to omu kadum so e be baga na hane bi mada ye wona di sector ho ye nim ni ayeka dum so e baga na hano. And then Parliament, a friend of Markins, Mujina Hormokai, some Muslim Babe 11. Aside 11, Muslim Babe Trim. Betting tax, Muslim Babe Trim. Emission tax, Muslim Babe Trim, Musika Bay. And your friend is a 24-hour economy, Mode Babe. One, a kika can some way saying na. So what it means, the actually say, Omunim say loophole. Amena donko omo tu amena e dia to President Mahama ni NDC abayanim sanse se minority leader fema max ntimi ka to say an wo so betwitwa taxes mu no import duties wo so baba ne de be no na wo ya sa ne mani wi sika bai e na ade bebu oman that just one nim omu nim dum so no aye womu no ade ache a omu na eye hu dede no omu nim baby a the root cause aside West Africa gas pipeline na eno no da ho no na maintenance e koso no other challenges wo ho no mu a omu ankasa nim eye aware but omu na eye hu dede sometimes Ghana has say no ya which one ma obi say ho say enti ye serious country pa adia sometimes edu baby abisa ho ne say enipa na ono edu bone no enipa na wono edi bone na wono edi bone na onim bone a ono aduro no te se ono akwa hunu nsuo no wakodi nsuo no mu agoro ahu nsuo nchaka nsuo na sei na ono anso asa akwa si akire esa akwa bisa se na hwan ne hunu nsuo no hwan ena me free ha ko se sie nsuo na sie kama nsuo ne ati but ono anso nim se ono na akwa di sa bone no enti ade achi na anopa na se yenya dum so be 6 hours 5 hours ya ade achi a MPP for na kwatena radio ni TV so yehu dede dum so is back but within among themselves no omunim the root cause be a challenge no ankasa ewo but for politics inti dirty politics ewo Ghana ni cheap propaganda inti no obechire Ghana for say na Akufo-Addo amankane asiso 8 years enti adenti na President Mahama bad 3 weeks 1 month no dey experience dum so because President Mahama dey dum so na twa na furuma President Mahama dey dum so e na twa na furuma so ho but omo ankasa nim to ochira no dey Ghana for e hwe kwan and say President Mahama bie ni so mfa nkyere ye National Tripartite Committee omo ko hia ye ya omo de wage base pay so omo tumu 10%. Ghana juma yefo nyina asom yanti dede yanti na yanti ase e na 10% esua yanti eno na MPP for Matisa Fenyo Markins former deputy education minister MPP for kasa adenti na ye timi to base pay mu 30% na Ghana for se yenye hwe na President Mahama betum 10% na Ghana for bosi President Mahama no ankasa through their engagement omu meetings na otimu bi labor unions womu nhia mu ahodo a ekoso no na President Mahama etimu bi enu onya kasa che omu say this is the state of the Ghana's economy no say na etie say yetumu 30% ene ye betumu di amamu say yetumu 50% ye betumu di amamu but the betimi aye 10% wo chire mu no labor na ye subsidies eno na ye 2022 a Ghana for wura wo how ene ahuyehia mu no ya omu tu mu no base pay no omu so omu tu mu 15% di kola no hwa kan ho a omu tu mu 30% omu kan no 2022 dollar a free 2021 subsidies no ekoya kokodru 17 cedis ekoya twemu 10 11 12 13 15 16 17 8 just ekoya kodu times 3 and he said obi 2020 elipaniji 2000 2021 elipaniji 2300 and 2200 na say 2022 ade a woto no be say 5 cedis no ade na ebuo na timi akwa kodu 25 cedis now so what to pay mu base pay what my base pay 30% ya officer Ghana ni agimi enti no officer say ni pay every 2000 every 3000 ko enu 3000 every 2000 every 2700 enti one year dey be mada meanwhile ni pani nim say ade na 2000 eye ni 2020 2021 within best a month 10 months within 10 months no adia 2000 timi ye no ohia times 2 times 3 ansa na timi aye so what to nipa no tena se national tripartite committee akwa tena se ahokyera ba enti wadwene Ghana fo wadwuma ye fo ho up to base pay mu dia free first B or the call 4 or the bar 7 after 15 year na wo kan na ni referee no ho say adia 2000 Ghana cedis etimi ye 2020 2021 2022 no a on ma that increment no that adjustment ne ba ye no adia 2000 betimi ye no wo hia times 3 ansa no watimi aye that same year na wo ma that percentage ne e ba ye no Ghana for bebre pake wo mo cars adwumayefo e pake wo mo cars egufie se wutu car efrifie se wo ba adwuma yankopon bo wa da wo benye sika ato fuel se wutu car wonnam kwa mu saa hwi traffic bia ne babia ayi se traffic light aso no wagina no aba bedu ha wonnam kumase no pasa wo so ne wutu car wo kumase a wonnam mu hwi ba na aban ne se base pay e 30% ada na reflect and my father appreciate it because we did that same period now the 30% buying that same period 30% next said they want 50% one your friend say 5% adjustment now reflect it and yes that same period no so no my Bank of Ghana Chesika and the Bank of Ghana Chesika na inflation so shoot common sense you. And yet, it's not about 50% I would be to be pay mu, 100% I would be to be pay. The Ghana for here, a stabilized economy, enabling environment. Say economy ni be stabilize. Say ene okota de 10 cities ya. And okota de 10 cities no. Onko dwemu enumere enko okota 15 cities. Onko dwemu the following day enko 18 cities. Onko dwemu the following day enko to aso na do 25 cities. Stabilize economy. Environment no bibia da na kwa mu tote na Ghana for hwehwe kwan anya sa pen wo betum 30% at 50% ti say obi was Zimbabwe no waka kira wo say ono no bosome so a yetua ne $100,000 Zimbabwe ni uti ni pay say obosome so a Zimbabwean dollars wo musika no $100,000 ama me kan che $100,000 no e dey say dey wo te kroma say ahwe a wo je 500 Ghana cedis sikane ye ball e mura sane enya ya Ghana ha no 2022 e wo bra na mutu to base pay ma mutu to base pay mo and let 10% no so one faso because finance minister be call parliament unnecessary taxes and no me sorry anopa me ye transaction wo me phone so me transfer ska ba my account so na ma transfer bi dia call me tua e-levy e fra no pa kopma anwumre no na me tua e-levy kura bo be 300 Ghana cedis transaction me e-levy kwan na me tua be 300 Ghana cedis enti wutu obi pay mu na wutu obi pay mu na wani je say wutu base pay mu 30% no ba Ghana for and show appreciation gratitude Ghana for ni anje ba 10% no mani anje aka wo manu atu what it means ni say ade I witness that period that year na wutu mu a wo ka say ye ma wo mo pia for say wa ye adwuma no na eye nwura say sika na ye bola na enye hwe Oko market within that time no na say okuta 500 Ghana cedis ya 2020 2021 eniema 1000 Ghana 500 betimi ato ni supermarket no that year na base pay mu tumu edru 30% no na wo hia say sika times 3 times 4 ansa no wetimi ato entina eye bola in any case base pay Ghana has any parodo say na ka wo mo Ghana ha see ye can we public sector buy adwuma for omugumu a omunu 800,000 Ghana population over 32 million yinkola atonchen abuy adwuma for buy omunu 800,000 700,000 plus co private institutions mududu say and omudi minimum wage ni base pay ye adwuma private institutions base 30% pe eno kwa hwa enuru and we ya 10% ya be ka wo mu the bre one mo a base pay be ko 50% be ko 10% a omo emfa ho efie bi nsum wo mo a wo be ko mu no omo base pay no kwa no omo nte omo ni ma de kro papa no a ono ye be maja wo fie ho no no base pay won fa nya hwe wo ya carpenter ni ma me no ono nso wo fie no tontos base pay won fa nya hwe enti se wo single out abeduma ye fo no a kakra bi no mu be se 800,000 no na aka kira ye say what say economy no ahokyira ba inflation ye be say bi 10% 15% 18% akwakodu 54% enwane boa ye den niema boa ye den ade e to ne 10 cities adu 30 cities enti base pay 30% Ghana for mo say who cares enfo bia ho President Mahama eba ye eni na he mo ka kire Ghana for say ye ho akire ye e de mo a spy e man kodadi enu a kwa me ma me video no a school for nkora at dining kwahwe aduane wache ya table bia sam na ye ko secondary school no a na ye tue fees no na ye didi purchase awo ko dining a school for aduane a wo mudi kosua egg kosua nkosia obi akura tu first video by table bia na amomo sardine tutu and it's not about base pay 30% and 10% the way one kasa bet nasia wo be hye wo niema so ahu na wo hu ni say ye de hia ansa na de fata wa ma se wo belutu wo ba mamuo wo ba sa wo beji wo manfo wo be siesie wo man o manfo yiedie o manfo mpuntu o manfo nkankro at the moment ya o manfo timamfo de be hu say papa we adwen papa wo ni tirimu no wo pa pen tum wo pa entum in as much as say ni be free fie akọ school a on friend kan chense ma aduane a short wa ha on friend kan chere ne say me ko dan na aduane ni ho.
Wow, the first time in Koprasi Senior High dining hall history. There has been never watching an egg at the dining hall before. And when a zoo came to power, we are now eating watching like if you're watching any akono say any posia mienu a zoo. Wow. The first time in Koprasi Senior High dining hall history. There has been never watching an egg at the dining hall before. And when a zoo came to power, we are now eating watching like if you're watching any akono say any posia mienu a zoo. Wow. The first time in Koprasi Senior High dining hall history. There has been never watching an egg at the dining hall before. And when a zoo came to power, we are now eating watching like if you're watching any akono say any posia mienu a zoo. Wow. The first time in Koprasi Senior High dining hall history. There has been never watching an egg at the dining hall before. And when a zoo came to power, we are now eating watching like if you're watching any akono say any posia mienu a zoo. Wow. The first time in Koprasi Senior High dining hall history. There has been never watching an egg at the dining hall before. And when a zoo came to power, we are
ebi ensida do ano beto cow do ano beto junk economy do ano beto DDEP yeah after 3 years ni afa na bia mature which over 60 billion Ghana cedis eka amateur 3 years ni hey ene me kan say 8 years de Ghana for pa nti de be pa na e ba ye trimu pa ma ye do man ko she criminals for nsa do no be nya sika bum bum eji loan bum bum sika ba ye e ba wo manis coffers mu ba ye no nkura we mu enkrama nnuane kora no omu fie enkrama nnuane kora no na ye papas ni nnuane a senior high school for nkora adi ba do no ba ya de wa ba beto any say the first year the first 3 months DDEP eka amateur wo tua energy sector eka eguho wo tua eka bunkam dia fa no so ya create ghost names egu systems ahoduo mu arrears egu national service wo tua asa akura emma enkura na aduane papa di enuane papa wudi wache di kosua wokọ dan na kwa me last video no ba ko no ho table no de omoma wo mo sardine no mumfa no so nka me ho free senior school bar ye sa ade we ye hu bi da se omo ya no ma ka kire ayi caterers ne se ene education minister ba to wa ha no ma ye jollof no mo de amankra no enti doctor du twumbe ko ne nkra ni di jollof enkra ni di ametro no aka che mo last ya na mo di gu hayi ene de simu anya edi no o kira de bechi enti eye de wi a wo bebo wutiri mu po sa wo ba mamu wa ma se wo ba belu tu wo bebo kro no sa wo ba se education sector na say enti wo be reset na kakra sika kakra wo be to ye no wa make good use of it ama Ghana for benefit from taxes na ye yankasa ye tua no natural resources gold cocoa diamond bibia oil na ye de ye free sini high no enkwa no enya so mfaso no enu nie enti sade ya china se MPP communicator na se wo ti radio so TV so na wo your submissions na wo ka ena ye se ya president Mahama ma 10% wa paduma efo chew say 10% monje but aduma efo na so because in less than 3 months ya president Mahama ebetina Ghana adwaso no Ghana fo ani ehunu bibi Ghana fo ani bia ma ne side so se ohwe saade we yi a na edu ba bi kwa na awra ho na wo bisa ho se so 8 years ni sabi enipa ben enu mu be di Ghana so 8 years ni enipa ben enipa ben enti sabi na omu free he na edi adwen le wo mu trim enipa ben ena 8 years ni omu be di wo man so after all the nuisance taxes exist taxes e wo no that existed once ni increase no VAT no de kaka ho ni introduce new taxes aside revenue mobilization car taxes e je wo Ghana ha nyina ye ka bom exportation aye yes car ye nya di free mu bosia ye je de nya di free mu ni ye bosika ni nyina no na ye timi ka se 8 years na dunya over 1.2 trillion na Ghana etimi say yakodu pempenso say 4 years one hospital yeah friend say 10 key say yes see agenda 111 back we fully furnished bibia wom empa medical equipment facilities bibia wom ni akwakọ bia no 8 years ye nya bi 1.2 trillion yenya biwo hospital ba ko pe wo the hospital yo musisi pillars e be say 4 rooms consulting room children's ward male ward female ward nomne nurses consulting room 1 2 3 wo the to so sa be say na ya wie na bibia wo facilities bibia wo ya hunu bi yenya bi o kan no mo custom e na sa school bi no mo sisi sa stem da be say o mo si 2 o se 3 o se 7 no o maka na sa ntu bi sa se ska bebrebe ni nyina no e he fa na ska ne faaye sikane fa he sikane ko di nipa enkofo ho kwa because eye akromfo fekuo headed by President Akufo-Addo, former President Akufo-Addo. Any na be de Dr. Baumia akromfo just say wotumi say akromfo ankasa fekuo pa ena na do eda no enu mu be lutu wo man no enti ade ano mo ya ne se hwe omu create we se one create bibia untimi mfa nyeska na anu ya sa sky train wasama ba ye invite Professor Amia Kumfi Joga Tenum bi NI before invite wo mi na woto na obi sa wo se na sky train wasam ne ye ka sky ewiem China de ya na eja ehu bi o TV so no wo hwe movie a anasa wo hwe de wo hu no sky train na obi sa ho se na efom asase so kra de kra na Ghana na ti sei asase so de na Akufo-Addo eba ya wo se wo ye ayi railways wo ye ya asase so train kwan do am ko ye nsuo to e de nam jowoli ya e kwa kofa sa atema enclave mu no ko no nsuo to na de ne sinse wiem nsuo to ye no train kwan no mu ye ne ya train kwan free e ko ka yuji sky train ni o feasibility study say ye hwe say train ewiem hefa ene ye de fa no ni aka che say $2 million wow omu kreti no omu lutu no omu se omu ti wonu ma asa omu fisa omanya ejimi fuo bia se omu bisa asa Ghana fuo ejimi bi sa na omu fa ye yo asa omu se Ghana fuo ejimi ye de asa ye ya dwene low key fuo no omu dile gullible for low key ya dwene mu oha na senya sa wono efom train kwan efom kura train kwan kura no enti ska train se na tie bi de me ya me fi se bia enam wiem se da de soso enti da de no mu na se train na mo na ekwa sa na tie yije sa fa so na me hwe ni ye okay enti we kwan ni ye enti akwan na enti se na tie ho ka se na nka Ghana de ne beye okay okay she enti Ghana de no ehun we no a ye hwe se de besi fa ye no kra no eno hu na $2 million ekoye no and it's not like say no mo ba be yo no ma catch na say South African company bi and e ba be yes sky train no because of COVID-19 no omo entimi anye because of COVID-19 no Sky Train South African company na aban no ene ne call that agreement say oba be yes Sky Train no de Eugene de atosu no COVID-19 no company ni say o ma adwuma efo nyina okay where China de no ho me hu so ma che chinchin e wo ayidi ode atosu sesia okay shin hon Hi, shun hon, hi. Ever be sorry. Where China, dear Nenny. Now, a former dear, a former crack room had dear. Some father, dear, she shall form a crowd, dear na. Lines no crowd, what I do. Train quine and Casacran, your church more gun had a da. I read it out. Hey, and go for be a Jimmy Four. A former Diano from na Gadgesberg, my brother, so Kwame Nkrumah, Bessa, Charles Makati, Sa, and Crofon Bedi Ghana sword. Gadgesburg mu no ene mai Kwame Nkrumah abra so de no ho efom de no kra na ya kwan no adamu akwa tenamu asa o ekwa namu akọ adusu no mu nyina bi ne namu a wudu kuma Central Market wa ene muntutu no na mo hyehyɛ no foforo kwa no wantimi anye ba wo fi se Ghana fo ye agimi fo ntino no maka kire Ghana ni se wo ye wiemu de na ewiemu de na wo se mo de se mo de ayi se camera se beyo se searchlight beyo se de na mo measurement be na mo yo feasibility study de $2 million mo wia na mafa enunti na se MPP communicators na bi efra se aka kire MPP full soldiers se ema obi hunu se wo ye gimifuo wa hoɔden a wo wɔ no ade ye na wo te second ofori atam ye pia ne hwiche mu e de ne kɔkɔɔto a don't go and waste your time se wo te se board chairman Professor Meyakumfi ya ono ena approve on a sign ye sa $2 million no sa de ye na wo kɔkɔɔto ni ye bisa ne se eye de na papa panimu te se wo a wakosuku aye professor wutini sani $2 million se ye create ni ye lutu ni yankosa hwe na wani na chi kanofori ata won kokot ma ne ben na chi da ami yakufu won kokot ma ne ben na chi da but ubenya party full soldiers ni ye the basis wo ni aso mu agum wo mo dwen se mo agimi wo dwen se wo agimi sika ye de development sanana kufuado ka se railway kwan wo ya enka sika nka eba state ni kofesi mu no enka tire kwan ko ya kodu alibo aya atwamu dwoso aya atwamu kokumase Central Market enemu saa ko tamale eba but a form de wanye tema etu akra tudu ayi hono no kokora wanye but now I catch the Ghana and he say obey $3 billion Sky Train project. No one real money $2 million because ye Jimmy ye Jimmy phone omudi so now and I make say Dr. Bobie when the fundamentals of digitalization are weak, ghost names will expose you. As I know, I'm doing say system no I'm creating one. Di bone no. Krono no I'm de bono. Digitalization system no. Platform no I'm de bo krono no. Na I'm doing say I'm na de ba Ghana. It is one more opposition na. Dr. Bobie be tum digitalization system. Obe tum credo no. Kiss no. Obe kwa to egu apum. Eti boni bia I'm di ye bia ne Ghana fo hu. Sana omandwim no. No I'm hu. Ene he omopa ministry so mu kotwa jantum boni awudi ye nyina eda public domain ye opa ko ye hia document e wo ministry ye hia hwe ye ka se be deal with you ye be deal with you enu nti na de ache na no mehu me nam social media se Kofi Apalu se President Mahama entimi ntu obi antum ena me se Kofi Apalu kwotena radio so TV so anopa na wo ka se be san kwase asem no a obi enya no ho mere en challenge no because Kofi Apalu ti krom hanom no political party papa ben watie MPP for you so iPark Sky Train ya you $2 million ya nsi pillar ba ko pekora ya nya hwe na wo catch them say those involved no ya ntimi nyi wo mo hwe we Jimmy completely. I'm telling you we Jimmy for so what me etna radio so TV so na wo catch them say ya cost spending Paulugu dam ya nya dam ya spending sika $12 million na wo catch them say abani ntimi nya ho hwe ontimi nya hu teya we Jimmy for yes said you bu ya say yeah Jimmy for ntino do am de baba bi am fa mokro no am fa nwia am fa mbokro no we Jimmy for totally yes entina wo kasa because what dwini wo fie pa wonni mu nyansa wo kura na wo betina ho no makasa dabi we die and yes just mere prosecution see ye fa obi do na court ye do obi court na ye jani pakro e wo see ye jeli wo ma dons na wo mo kasa fa akwa bi so bo wo man ne kro no e wo see ye jeli wo mo at the moment I wo be sorry anopa akwa tell radio station TV station no wa ka kire ye say and this intimi no obi bia hwe no we Jimmy wonni mu nyansa se obi baba beji wo man se scandals a ekoso wo ECG krono akase a ya bo wo ECG se yetimi tam wo man sika $500,000 no kwan we yaka $500,000 I say kwan container ne so kwan ne $200,000 you ni yakwa import niema e dia be sit them port $500,000 duty omutu $100,000 na ECG mpanifo Muhammad Dubik nwa ka kire Ghana for say omuni sika on be clear container no na wo matena won mama container no abaya confiscate obi atode $500,000 no 100,000 Ghana cedis na ECG for Dubik Muhammad mo afekire akoto $300,000 na de eche wa ka kire Ghana ni say obi antimi ni obi bia hwe obi antimi njeli obi amese wagimi nti na wubie wa no a wo ka asa adia $500,000 yenko yi best $100,000 ana less than that usu unisika akwa auction obi aton for $400,000 Ghana cedis by ECG Muhammad Dubik num enya sika akwa e dia free auction ni $300,000 enti wo ka kire me say President Mahama NDC aban entimi njeli obi a me se wagimi se wo hwenya nkopon anim na wo ka kire me se Kenoforiata se President Mahama entimi nye Kenoforiata hweye do be yansom ne be court aba na wo hwe National Cathedral amena donko ye yatudi atu ho no mi $58 million ekoya se no ya $58 million judgment debt egu ho ajaje fo adan ye kwaji loan under President Mills ebesi ye buogu akọ waste na wo ka kire me se obi entimi nye Kenoforiata hwea me se wagimi pa na when ka kire se President Mahama obi so mesi hospital magana fo hospital ada yesi any hospital ekomu ana yeni hospital yeni school community day schools ya osisi ni bebre ya owie mu se 47 de aka ka enwura mu na na do 8 years se nkran no mu ko school obi anto aba ma President Mahama say omra mesi school dan yo omra mesi hospital obi de Ghana for to aba ma President Mahama say MPP for President Akufo-Addo preside krono bokuo no omechichi omungum enu na Ghana for ehwehwe de free President Mahama ho enti se President Mahama entimi anye na se wontimi nya dia ene se ne Ghana ne de ne ene yakobo kina faso okra ne faso wo so ai se boni bebrebe with evidence documents honorable okuja to ablakwa no medi press o med ayi na party ma pawo ene okuta evidence documents enkrofo boni a omodie ehun nkrata ekura ne seyie edit TV so edit radio so ene okupa akọ ne Twitter page open National Cathedral hu details krono scandals bia ubenya enkrofo sofu yi a okuta two names ana ode bo krono de je contract Kwabena du jamfini hwan ne Victor Kusibuati bibia wupa bia details bia about the tin number ne passport diplomatic passport bibia no ubenya na se diwenu mu nyina akoso na de eche na obi se o ti Ghana ha kotena radio so TV so me at the moment a wo beti se obi kasa ne ka kire ni pa cross ntina na maka ya se wagimi on pe Ghana yie ghost names President Mahama ba ye no we and taking 1 month and taking 30 days yo and also your head count head count we say ghost names over 81,000 egu system mu Mr. Dr. Baumia when the fundamentals of digitalization is weak we say weak the ghost names will expose you Dr. Baumia free say oku opposition digitalization key credo no watum we dey atupum tie hu wo machi na say ghost names no sika na krono ayebo over 2.8 billion obi awia obi afa and then you want penny for Mustafa receive wa Ghana ha or says be wa Ghana ha na bi wa Ghana ha gift your worry there were Johnny na gift your worry kwado tumi say wan fa item na trene koye because omo hwe na chikro mutumi say amsra brese of Burkina sense of Togo of Nigeria na gifu wa Johnny wo ko na say with all these facts available documents bibia wo ho na wo ka kire Mr. National Service scandal no President Mahama ain't me nye fokwa. Missy Wajibi papa. Unimunyansa kra. Then President Mahama no baba Mustafa Yusuf to President Mahama say on to me and Yanishidi and or say as bet one as President Mahama so and na President Mahama be dey. Yes, no one here first on the president. Chief of Staff former Fremo Pare. Scandal se akoso nyina wonim. Chief of Staff Fremo Pare enim wa preside over scandals. Krono boya akoso na se Madam Fremo Pare te Ghana ha. Former Chief of Staff are presiding illegalities, criminalities, ghost names, a dear gum, a divertisika, a debate jubilee, or cyber come from say, Flagstaff House. Nasa what catch them is say, Ghana for 8 million for more parishia. Where Jimmy Papa? And I said, Ghana nothing. And I had Ibrahim Traore so on Traswa, said you know what Trasoko. I had Ibrahim Traore say, one Traswa and what Traso. And you know on trust you say, Sa said ye, Sa na ye, and Conquisiaga. Nia can't say the politicians in Nati and Sa no Muninati. Yent mean prosecute Dr. Baumia because Dr. Baumia at the adienti. Google map a free. Chrome Hanum, what foul for Google map a free. Now Dr. Baumia say, one with your Google map a free no. Yen creative system be app bia ya de bebo krono sa ayinu kra wo hefa Bryce Simon say ya adakra mi hu ye ya Jamie nsami e wo hefa mpo enie hwe o say bought a national digital addressing platform Ghana through Dr. Baumia ye bought a national digital addressing platform for $2.5 million US. Then budgeted $400,000 per year to launch Google API for it. Then went back to Google to beg it to integrate its app. Okay? After yes, I call Google for no say. Sa app no national digital addressing platform na eto $2.5 million. And you try $400,000 US to one will be as the balance Google API so no. And when you call Google for no, say yes, ye per se, ye integrity ye system no, et one app no so. For all these years, and Google Map free. When your friend say you create near loot to near share. And to say no, every year better say $400,000 US you try the one more. Yeah, foul, yeah, Chinese the because we use Google Map. Obia system wa obia use your Google Map. Ye here any national digital addressing platform, you don't need it. $2.5 million na ko waste. Na we document one man wa catch them say. Vice President who was behind this so-called national diabe platform no yentimi nya ne hwe. Yankopon hu Ghana mobo. No wa catch them say Dr. Baumia. Oh, Bahama, omu nyina so omu ye anuafo. Ghana politicians omu ye pe. Obi antimi nya Dr. Baumia hwe mi so wagimi. Say ya betna Ghana ha. Say NDC for so mu twa 4 years. Say President Mahama twa 4 years. Me bi si menya nanka President Mahama obetwa 8 years. But constitution no e ma no kwan. Yenim de bepie. Na say President Mahama betwa 4 years. Ama NPP NDC akwakoyi candidate. Presidential candidate. Na de enti ya to abade ma President Mahama ne NDC no. O ma ka kire ye say omu ntimi nyu obi bia hwe. Omutimi nwa bibia hwede ne omunya wo man no to no mo saa ne Ghana na ho no mo saa ne se Ghana da ho no mo saa de a se Ghana da ho no mo saa de ne ehu se da ho saa o man na sei ne afa ne saa ne afa ne saa city foko break o mo kan news 5 minutes bo so mbesa aba back why usuafo mo amu hwe me ofie no munya bre after 5 minutes mo ko news break o mbesa aba ni ejai sa ha ni ejai sa se yentimi eslowusu na anu ya Sam George ba yen wa forward contract bebredi ama agi Dr. Dominic Ayini so man advice yenim scandal sa kwasand eslowusu ti no mu lusu ya o makada mu anu o mu tinisuo no o mu ankasa they know themselves say 4 years no mo mfa na ho goro so but wo benyi obi ti se Kofi Akpalu no mu no mo keka ho a o matentam sika e de ama wo mo se no mo na e be kasa de ama wo mo no mo kwa kwatena radio ni TV suka o obi antimi nyi obi ahwe e de no mbe ye wo mo obi antimi nyi obi ahwe obi antimi nyi obi ahwe obi antimi nyi obi ahwe Dr. Nestadison President Mohammed timi nye former governor Bank of Ghana hwe ene President Mohammed be ye dey se bank oda no rules and regulations constitution emra ebo wudwuma ho ban se annual budget the following year no wo betwa sika emro 10% wutimi twa be se 1000% without seeking any approval from parliament wo bumra so de mra wa ye niema basa President Mahama wa che ayi Papa Buhari oh di obaye Tinubu baye almost Central Bank governor e hwa no mkosoa no Tinubu baye elie yukra ena Nigeria Central Bank governor o che no che nkrofo saa because almost Central Bank no governor ni twetwa sika e ma inflation shutu ye e ma exchange rate naira ahoden ba fom tina du baby kra mu ndc for kra sa delay taxes na mo bone yema momre emre no so o mo chie no so eno e chie no so eye afi na mo kopema wo yo ba lie ele kra be ma be ne wo mre de yes lie ne de be ma bia ni mro wo po ba na se wo twetwe ho kra ma dos no agya ho kra ko ai se scandals bebrebe nyina ne no afi ne yema momre no na chese ejo yema momre no mo ne anim akire na we de okotumfo ho ko de okọ chief mam ho ko de okọ Duncan Williams ho ko de okọ sofo we ko de okọ hini we ko no mu wura no mo na ma se no mo ko no mo ba no mo na we huni se fichire gong fichire gongo fichire gong because national service scandal yi o se be otiwo on tu bata enso ye he deputy ni akọ no o pe mu na ate ho Mustafa Yusufi Ghana he ya no wo ye ntese ya invite no fichire gongo fichire gongo sa na mo ye na moko Fechire gongon sa ade na ni da ho fellas kwachi ofosu ada odi release ba ye say Arias Maclay na scandals ghost name kadana release ibe Mustafa Yusuf no say si benanka omoto aso sometime odo ma she cells 2 days mu investigate om na bi mu nyina aka ho enso de fechire sa fechire gongon sa hey politicians amugu Ghana ha nwo ya fechire gongon fo Betty, I'm leaving at 5:45. I was here for me baby drink come on. I'm fast da rush energy drink and on a papa no. Munim set medical catch him say ochna sona. State of the Nation's address President Mahama. Ne second coming, I said the second come was a came. So aba. How come say bro for ye be gum. The first State of the Nation's address no channel de kwako tudwa or the tudwa we are then economic forum 2 days no and no be kwaso Accra International Conference Center after the economic forum no na a year to so your friend is saying budget after economic forum no na finance minister Dr. Kesa to force inside atwa so na okona na Kwabena Bobie Ansah aba Kwabena kwaje appointment ya we say he say your friend me one rabble timi de me appointment kwana kwaji appointment ya the group presidency ya omo ya me honorable and the chief of staff me honorable and we hu me honorable na no honorable just ade Kwabena kwan nem fia we kwamenti ase se baby am nem be friend me honorable kwaji appointment ni enya bi ni a we say friend me honorable no a wuni mu assembly member for kwa friend me honorable
na ayi munya bi ni na de omo chiche bi bi omo omo chiche bibi o me say honorable na dan mi tifi I don't na he say there your friend honorable we are assembly member crowd honorable mami me mpo na your mama ben me what authority say me appoint me ho David no ma appoint me ho o say appoint authority so sa na dia wuti na me dey say there na me namu a me do president and honorable and the chief of staff so honorable no me post secretary we me ntimi mpo for appointment Adia chia una baby congratulations ye hu de congratulations ye yanka Kwabena congratulations ni bi chiro
Nejana now your friend one rap on your friend one rap.
I some no
because I don't know if you just a message I can deliver to Facebook no. E ho na me jaye.
Na me media special envoy to John Mohammed's house. Yeah, mommy.
Into your honorable.
Propose by the social post we.
Honorable.
There'll be post by the social post.
Special envoy.
Special envoy.
Okay, officially I find no one answer. So we see I'm a special envoy to President Mohammed. And then the one into honorable na se kire no.
There you na enye honorable. Mimi post we enye nchen eyi Edward Mahama. Ambassador at large. Mimi post we enye enche Edward Mahama. Ambassador at large. Mimi post we enye
Edward Mahama so asem kwadi.
Also I do nsem.
No, but it's a good position.
You
go around and check
whether
they are doing the right thing.
Special envoy.
Sir.
I
was your former for congratulations, Nimbrawa.
Special envoy
to the president.
To President Mohammed's house.
Kwabena.
I say.
Now President Mohammed's house. Yeah, appointment call.
There you.
Me no na me who say we serious cry.
There be and he says me dey na so nche Edward Mahama.
Me say dey we and me who say and yes say me say every man dey me who say we serious cry. Who yes. Me tell you say anabra we professor what you say.
There you. I don't know na ma. Ya mama position na still also on tiase.
Say special envoy to President Mohammed's house.
Yes.
I say no, you caretaker with your hands or your day.
Oh, Baba, to me.
And anyway, your president, sir, actor no of recent origin, your president.
Yeah,
actor, you quite President Mama, you oh,
oh, Mr. Beautiful,
Mr. Beautiful, and Oba Pamo.
Hey, Obia the cow.
Mr. Beautiful, man, to hear about me, to you, but me, man, to say upon the basel. Ukwa President Mama be oba hunu ho.
Membe buma bam. Me buma bam so
bia position. Oba pam ho.
Me mata ho.
Ba se wonu na wo kwa kwato no ho se dia yi. Ayi ngo bi ti aka.
Do the campaign me kwato no ho. Na me so President Mama win we oda so ho.
Ayi ngo bi. Me buma bam me srew. Me mata ho.
Na oni Mr. Beautiful there.
Minia pa Messiah ntem.
And me catch us Mr. Beautiful or Mahama fi ho no.
Me say ya Messiah ntem me srew.
God minim say okwa ono Mahama peda some pop there's no way say Mama papa no fi ho.
And this position be ma Kwabena.
Amen.
Eri mama ho.
Make you so foforo.
So beautiful.
Yeah, make you.
Sign your eyes.
Yeah, we make you so.
Honorable.
Wo dey here? Say say na we go better be ya. Make you so foforo.
Honorable.
Me see make you so foforo. Honorable no.
Na me camera way.
Na ndibi nua no awe go betimi nua no na makwa gi position a wo se ayade am obi dadaada
opposition kwa obi occupy
apede wini na de ba ma wo ja no me nua ne dam hwana ka say me nua ye Mr. Beautiful
Kwabena
me see me choose for
Ansah parliament no ranking for no energy and another ranking where President Mahama house. Because energy don't ranking energy
man. Cabinet minister. Na me go benu asesa.
Would you have green paper na be white paper because fell quantity another day. White paper. And Dr. Kalisto PhD. Already on the green. And on the CEOs no. That we CEO President Mama Fee. She was that one.
And Kwabena the and paper and half your green, half your white.
And I be
yes, ama
Kwabena. Yeah, you're for.
Yeah, you need make ko pefo. Eh,
Nanama.
I will go bit. I wish for something I will go bit and I join the
person Bobie tra Bobie menko.
Oh, I'm coy.
Bobie person bisa asam say President Mahama since I had to abayi no yes went into office no has he appointed head of state protocol ana because maybe say we no reason why maybe say question no one yakoya swearing in no unim say before election of my party I led my party to declare for the NDC and former President Mahama at the time he was the presidential candidate for NDC we went out to campaign with him when he won and they declared, we were there to celebrate with him. But when they came to the swearing in, the first officers are appointed, Larry Bavlo, former Interior Minister of France, Prosper Bani, and others, to take in charge of national security. We didn't receive our invitation letter. It was left a day before we have to call Dr. Otukono, to find out what is happening. Before he says, oh, comrade, Munsanka invitation. Then he will get us some. And I think that these are state protocol responsibilities. Two, Omokoye, your friend is saying, first education forum, PNC declare NDC near win power. They did not invite us. Number three, are there on my paper here actually is constitutional requirement, State of the Nation address. Metihan as a my call to my general secretary, my call to my our administrator at the party office. My party has not received any invitation as you speak.
But Chairman, make me ask a question.
What may be sir?
Or second point, on a
educational
forum. We invite political parties. No, I just want to.
No, it's about Ghana. It's our education policy. And any political party that want to come into government definitely will have a contribution on education issues, isn't it?
Of course. But no, let me hear education from our side because we name the kind of groups they invite.
Stakeholders.
Stakeholders. You heard Christian Council complain and President Mama went to meet them somewhere and apologize to them. You remember?
Okay, so Christian Council
is different from a political
party.
Don't worry. I'm saying, say.
Yes.
We are a political party.
I understand.
So we have an interest in the stake of this government.
Okay, so by and large, which means they should have included all political parties.
We invite you
exactly.
For that engagement.
Good. Yeah. Number three, as you speak, me also say President Mama said cop a China parliamentary.
So now.
And the political parties like PNC have not received any invitation card. And China say you may call as national chairman. Small boy be push me say you're national security and now you're security operative say it's your invitation you will enter. Is it an embarrassment to me in person and my party and the country or not?
Yeah, because such programs I know from time memorial. I said such programs I no more invite political parties. I don't know whether they do it official.
What I say?
I don't know whether they are not a free parliament, a free parliament or a free government protocol. I'm not too clear.
Some of these programs is handled by state protocol.
Okay.
If in the absence of, because as we speak now, I don't know who's head of state protocol our presidency hall. However, there are chief of staff, there's deputy chief of staff, two deputy chief of staff, one is in charge of administration, one in charge of operations. So I believe say Standogwe's office by now should have sent out invitation to our political parties.
Okay.
To invite us. Not only political parties, as executive secretary for Import and Export Association. You know the work I do, Bobie. That's why I'm saying I said don't go.
Yeah.
You know the work some of us did in the previous government.
I know.
In lieu to benefit NDC.
I know.
And I take the risk to declare for NDC. Up till now, my office have not, the Imported Association have not received any invitation, official invitation. My national chairman and my party office have not received any invitation.
No, you see, when it comes to the issue about Importers and Exporters Association, I think issues about budget discussions and those things they should involve more. And I make I say with political parties or China Sona program, no, I'm yet to get education on this. Mean to me, no argue on it. Just that we just need clarity. Say yes, as you rightly said, a state protocol, and I
am telling you with authority.
Because from
advocacy point of view,
advocacy
point of view that I have been there for years now. State protocol have to invite stakeholders like the business community. The business community is supposed to be there in Parliament tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
It is.
I agree.
It's supposed to be there.
No, with importers and exporters, I agree.
Exactly.
I agree.
No,
That's why.
and I'm saying, quite apart from that, I'm saying where I sit as Ansah chairman, my party has not received any invitation.
Yeah.
Did they respect the mutual relationship we had? Did they really quantify it? Did they see the risks that we took to declare and went out campaign? Did they appreciate it? If yes, why? Less than 24 hours to the state. So if tomorrow, shall we go or we should not go? How do we go? That's the question I'm asking.
Okay.
Yeah, but my memory mukakra, I strongly believe on say the Yenya Penny chairman King Minji Nasamun free nenum. And I cannot sit in his face and claim that Asema Wakano no. He has been in politics for quite a long time, and he understands the roots in your body politics. So this kind of issues about because look, enya ononkwa even NDC fuan kasa krampo after JM swearing in, yes, to party. I don't know. Me who party no baby a course because those things me I don't follow. You know me, I don't go to parties, I don't do those things. But me who say party grassroots, most of them were complaining bitterly that a Drew say omo beko akoshia na omo aji omo ni wonkunudi aba no de yes omo kofa girls be free legono say and fine.
So to add another major one for you to complete your bite.
Yeah.
So why shows that the 7-member committee, right, that President Mahama constituted for economic forum. After President Mahama State of the Nation, there's 2 days difference. We are starting that conference. We have not received. My office, as important as possible, have not received invitation.
So
2, my party office have not received any.
Yes.
So you want to tell all this program that is lined up.
I want to maybe. So ne complain no is not out of order. And yes, I will go bit can be a year out of a friend say the norm. A year complainer. Even party
legitimate and
I know. Then these issues no I will go bit what I can say. Me can be anwa ayana and a man for name enye adwene but fair. I think that for whatever reason the NDC government no they are overwhelmed with issues. They are overwhelmed with issues. How they won the elections, and they to me, I say MPP still they haven't wake up from the defeat. Me sure say NDC for omo abemu omo ekoda edwene ho senti ye pa ye nie. Also situation be why it me overwhelm then even you can't think right.
Bobie, that's why
ade aye ka ho asem yi die say what say because of yes, and you know,
we are all
political parties.
We are all excited about their winning.
I will go with me, Chairman. It is said PNC. Says swearing in started from there.
Yes.
Now say Ekoso. These are political parties. CPP, PNC. Now say wunti min kai almost say. I was say invitation. Ekwadema wa.
No, it's bad.
Yes, it's bad.
No, it's bad. No. You need to obey no bet me akrawaka say. Oh yeah, the papa.
You see that?
For party quite maybe a party you obey na be bet me dey invite no. They say swearing in say class media group. Yeah, one invite krama. But say dey eke maybe one my dey say dey chile. Yeah, gum ne dey kwe baby. So but say ye hunu wagana ha so ne be asen when say ye MPP NDC president eco parliament no political parties no mo ye stakeholders wo mo so wo mu ye mo free metosini obia ko
no
but Kwabena chem say because of kwanya mo fa so
unim
my overwhelmed
unim what I want to say is that here see e ka say o ye nyina ye di akiri a every single soul in Ghana here will complain.
No, there are certain things that
you cannot. That is where I'm coming. Yeah. That is where I won't go with. Let's take it easy.
Okay.
Obian him say, even chairman, yanyi PNC in Tonche. Yanyi export and importers issues in Tonche. Niamfa wo personally your contribution. I mean, why the bet you had that contribution in the 2024 elections? Especially you know and nanti you can doubt it. Ebi not just any ebi am a hypocrite. No, but me point in say sometimes let's take it easy and watch it. Chairman, trust me, between you and I, a domu tie wa Ghana. Dear what I can say no. Me some no jina make catch you say you are above this. It's not good, it's not right, but you see, when you do baby, and yen sembia na tembia udrimika eko complaining. Sometimes you watch. No, I shall say the sequel. Yeah, if NDC decides that they don't want to recognize your contribution, brother, amemwo enko bi ansemu. Amemwo enko bi ansem. Ya tra Ghana ha abayaba abanko. Enye se bia amanfo ni complaints o. But sometimes there's so many panels some benefit of doubt. Now o share de kakra. Now she said the nema. You see, as we are growing, we can't keep on crying like small child. There be an answer guti ma boy. Look, whether NDC invites a wingo bit or not, you don't know ma a wingo bit ni intelligence and in nim dia ntema form. What you did is that, look, you felt like the system is not right. Something must change. So you joined the bandwagon. And we did the change. And your contributions are so huge. It's clear. You'll be in Ghana, why name whether MPP, whether in DC. But, sir, I am back, I am you. And that is where I feel like you have a point. You have a legitimate point. And I think minim omo handle state protocol issues and all that. I don't know.
But Anthony Medica be say, do we have head of state protocol?
Yeah, nyabo trekakra.
And Bobie mama can some way. Me I don't rush to make statement.
Yeah.
Anytime before you see me make a statement, it's because me di my life, me holding eco supported NDC energy man on win. So I want him to succeed.
Yeah.
Want him to succeed. If I see his administration, people are trying to commit blunder, right?
Yeah.
And I sit down quietly, and I don't raise. If tomorrow, assuming without admitting that tomorrow I did not go there, and the media people call me, and I said we didn't receive any invitation. Or be best reme. Or be because now you more no farm who this more believe your mama and
you see
the mayokono. You more no jump say you want change.
Yes.
And then about Sunday such a national program.
No.
Young Kaimu say young baby sa answer mamaye. Who's a bahano? Man can't appointment you.
Yeah.
When you call some enemies that people are calling us what is happening to be, even include my own party people. I sit here, I did not talk about those things. But I think that what we're supposed to recognize, that they are not recognizing us.
Yes.
We have
especially the political parties.
We have to speak.
No.
We must speak for authorities to hear.
Yes.
And that if they are committing certain crimes or blunder, they should correct it.
You see, Yentina me born yema too. So say the second point about a education forum no.
And even economic forum that is coming,
which is wrong.
We have not received.
Which is wrong.
Which I know that it's supposed to have stakeholders from the business community, include all political parties.
But you see, with importers issue no, that economic forum na basono. To be honest, say me wo importers and exporters association no. As a right to official letter. You need to put down an official letter to the trade minister
Why is the economic forum headed by the street minister?
No, I think for finance they organize, right?
Yeah,
so whichever authority, you need to put down an official statement,
Bobie,
to them and put it out.
Bobie, this was a platform we used to sit and fight for NDC.
Oh, I know.
When they were in opposition. This is baby near you. I'm
not challenging you. I'm not challenging you. Me no can the same thing.
So no win him say as some make can who say man quite different media koka me baka wa feel ha. Yes I'm saying.
But Kwabena minim said the eke esiba kwesi menu. I think some penny for to send ya okay.
Yes.
All Martin into omo hwe now.
Yes.
Okay so omo nim even
I will go with
Mama Nkasa.
What can
Mama Nkasa.
And then me say
no.
after you
know number.
You see,
Kotobabi PNC headquarters.
No, they know.
Me general secretary, my friend. Yeah. Me see this was the first time.
Oh, Nanama, me the chairman no.
And I have to fight for my party.
Minimum crowd.
My party are all on my neck. I have to fight for my party.
Last Monday, Monday, me wanna movement for change. For only be frame me. Penny for pa. And I'm frame. No, say, hey, Kwabena. Enti Juma de bois muinina. Oh, some of us we are in a fix. We are in a fix because now you're directly in the operations Emma NDC campaign. So we know Rose and Crawford play. We were directly involved. And then we were me AC woman. Let me tell you.
Kumasi me kwa class me Jamama last days no in Kumasi.
We know. We know. But on say Orajo mama baby a wote no. Obi to say we go be say Jem nim no personally they are friends. Right? Me hold the brief Emma JM. And seven penny for a channel when she no. I don't want to believe or say like omu nimidia omu eye. But what I have come to understand in life is that being in opposition and having friends is different from being in government and having friends. When you fail to understand this principle, there be a problem. Because we say I will go bit say me I have a problem that I will go bit any position na Jampo benya position.
Oh,
I have a problem.
Jampo so yeah Juma.
Yeah, Jampo maybe I don't have any issues about Jampo appointment. I have congratulated him.
Yeah, I even congratulated him.
What you say? But me just say make me appoint some few things. Monday no movement for change for no be frame. Yeah. Mene Uncle Alfred AGM new penny year operations bi wo Ashanti region. It got to a point ama na ye here MPP insider because ade no ane ye pe no ade no wo de say oko bredi comfort okra wontimi nyama
we dey no nya
just say oko fresh FBI kro mu nyama you need somebody inside.
Thank you.
Then I called a movement for change for no na me frɛ baako just minim sɛ nkomodi die keke na me chale ade say ni no so ade no ɛwɔ ha kokoko fa let me finish. Let me finish.
Medical catcher say baby you see ohene no ohode ye tu me ba no aha ya juma me janya betrama me aha nanama aha ya juma
oye juma wa ha
ya man ye call si a
almost say
o from we me kat no mo sa from back si a
no say
o ma frɛ si a course na be ba no
to bo almost say
o ma frɛ enti course na
almost say ya dey o be say ka
enti course na
so
see how our result
enti almost say
me ba no
almost say
almost see we go with power chop be
okay.
Yeah, complain yate. Yeah, we are going to rectify it immediately. Yeah, da muase. Yeah, da nipa na frame no. Me mbɔ di. Oba. Oya frame wa abanka say no.
Abankasiemu.
Move friends.
Abankasiem.
Baby now, Omampini to know.
Abankasiem.
Oh no, friend.
Abankasi.
And so what let me fraud direct
from operations department.
Okay.
So you see.
Now me nip to the part of person born the day. But I'm from free operations. Okay. Operations at the presidency.
Inti unim me yenya abotre.
How result?
Yes.
Kwabena bata yes sir.
Kwabena how result?
No, but I don't have any problem. Me say
how result?
Mate.
Me say how you see o hen.
Oh kwa me no beko.
Rescue.
Oh kwa me no beko.
Almost catch me. Me we are me friend omu say me mbra ho. Omu say ane eko. But I say omu pamcho.
That's okay.
Complain me yewa no.
Omati. Okay.
And they are going to rectify it immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, damasi. Mamun train say people like Arungo, but what about omu amuni the platform?
Enti Kwabena for movement for twaso.
No, you see
last one person me can omunti. And it's a Regional Maritime University. JM Bad Port, Besia Maritime Trade. No.
Okay.
Me bona man say Regional Maritime University. We need it is a Ghanaian who's supposed to be the rector, we call the vice chancellors.
Okay.
Up to now, the university is made of 5 nations. All the top 3 or top 4 at the Regional Maritime University are foreigners.
Okay. Really?
Yes. You ask me really.
Which country?
It's from Liberia.
I see.
How long? He has been there for more than 3.5 to 4 years now, I believe.
Okay. Wow.
And Liberia, who was a member to us now, have started building their maritime academy. Go and see, call Liberia. Yet the top person, number 1 at the Regional Maritime University. We have a professor. We have a professor, Ghanaian professor. All the Ghanaians who are at the Regional Maritime Authority. Meanwhile, Ghana is the country that contributes the huge quota.
Okay.
So I said, I told President Mahama at the time that if he become president, he should tell his transport minister to appoint the professor immediately. The professor is there. There's a professor at the Regional Maritime University, a Ghanaian professor. He's there. He should appoint him immediately to take over. Because all the top 4, vice chancellor is acting vice chancellor or a Liberian, provost or a foreigner, register or a foreigner, head of finance or a foreigner. So they're supposed to occupy certain positions, and there are certain positions that are supposed to occupy Ghanaians. Yet we don't have for 4 years now. We do not have anybody in that high position.
But positions no more no. Are those positions supposed to be held by Ghanaians or foreigners?
Yes, when you the vice, we call the VC camera. There are certain positions the VC will then appoint somebody to go here and go here and go here.
Okay.
But if students whereby the VC is not a Ghanaian, he appoints people that is comfortable to work with.
Anyway.
And I'm saying the top 5.
Okay.
I'm saying it because me, I'm a maritime person. That's why I did my master's.
I know.
Okay.
At the Regional Maritime University, the transport minister should look into it. Dry dock. Remember the dry dock issue?
Yeah.
We want a Ghanaian investor to partner because I remember vividly the time of Kufuatan, the Malaysians for buying. Since the time Kwame Nkrumah set up that place, no. Yamfa want to Kuramba.
Okay.
Nanama. Minim. Anyway, you come to your topics, and issues no car topics. But let me treat it just a minute.
Okay.
Onipa of Fred Arim Gobit, national chairman, Yebebo Nabaso, Yedanase. Why are there? Sometimes this kind of quick response, Mabibia to chat. Now, Namanu Guswa Nameka Sembi. Say, because within the campaign mood, some of us we got the opportunity to move with the operational team. There are certain things but the American say, "Hey, abutre, baby, I drew no JM any team no, and yes, sabe almost said that no more a committee mistakes. Obia no or pesa." Here, JM any sa I software issue. Okay, no, pacho. So, wait there. You see, one leadership, I realize you say, my am from so, no, pacho, or any painting from Sona Beba. And that is where I think we must take it easy on them. Mistakes bar yen to your book akra. Share Koya a national chairman clearly should tell you, say, and you're not costing Nenya Buapaya, a oversight.
Yeah. Edumani doors.
What you say? So clearly, clearly, and this is a typical example. Say, almost said that's how almost take a flash staff house, and said the almost tell almost, and almost be intini be almost committed blunders and kitten. No, if you walk around, almost he will be in a bed draw more attention. So BB say koso. It's just nice. It's just polite that you draw the attention. Say, yeah, we appreciate it. But on say, your form in the complaints no do draw no aba. Right here, this gentleman, Amprechum, Movement for Change, Alan, Chief of Staff. Look, only hopes in Adohe. There are certain things mean to me in Trahanka. One gentleman be. Obre mene Uncle Alfred document be, and I tell you, say Dr. Mane Buama or how Obeka Chewo how that document a boa 2024 elections. Say any panam or yes anima no na or ya juma say because they say no say and this nipia ko hunu say or ya juma Obeka say na MPP ni no or ya juma. But onim adekra eduba say ebia me Bobie me hu nipa no o yam pipi ni ba minima adekra ye ma NDC
Emma sources by
so
me person me bo John Mahama aban no
don't worry bro
we have to protect it.
Yes, hold on. Ya no I win go bit ya no another issue but we no kran there na my imagine say me ba still meka
okay
and me hu say ebinum de abeto Facebook and the branch executives and yenya bibia anye and say you see mami enkasa. I think say it's too early for us to start complaining. It's too early. Let's take it easy. Yeah, ye oda sorry na o kain kwan say yetimi a change at the boni bi. I'm from a funny power. Yenenkwa is okay. Now, what we are looking forward for, and say, JM Nenem Crawford bit me a boo money. And let me say this: I have 4 years old. A radia and this year, Mom bet me 8. So I want to 2 or more a bomb, my brabo year, on bet me 12. Just this morning, I intercepted a document from Congo about MPP. Adia ebe ye MPP for Ghana hano. So mo MPP for anyiro wo mutamu a ebe gu. The kind of the
JH Mensa also by the time they defeat MPP.
Oh, not just
no, we brother internal polls MPP for na ye. Mo internal polls. Na ye besre obi bia o tie no. Hwe NDC mpenifom nkonya ubia 4 years me Bobia metie I will go bit ebedua basa after 1 year after 2 years yes Bobia koya interior minister
na yeme na ote ha no
o dia say I will go bit ebedua oh nanama after 1 year after 2 years yes so nanama koya
Ghana matters there
o dia say no so
the maritime person
so nanama
obi apeni die sesi ya
nanama your mind na NDC win we no enye a good year na ati say no obi ekofa bi o no your mind na ye chichire me da say omo ayi omo no betumi abu omo ani yi
na ya pipe no
na me komi kroma santia metimi de NDC ahohoa me ho
ampa ya me say ya ina ya pipe bon ento me kan wa
yire
mu kan no
so ya besre
say ya yi akuma ani ya ho de bo mu no ya pese ya ntimi bo mu ye de omo
ya besre grassroots no. The reason why GM hwe GM appointment no yes you may think say fire percentage wise e be about 2% be na benya ho asemaka all the people and they say omo yi omo PR for. They are all communicators, grassroots people. John Mama going to mean transfer so Obia. And Tina, ocean appointments, even the MPP, about John Mama Basso. And the yes, maybe. And it's grassroots, no. Grassroots, no. And who say John Mama aside the power now bread or more through individuals. Omo individuals then settle. Omo be share omo. Yeah, when him say, my member one of office, your friend say free zones authority. When was that last week? And your friend say, Dr. Mary ought to be settled. Some of the offices, some of the offices, some of the offices,
on the agencies under them.
Yes, yeah, call rounds kakra. Some of the offices, no back on the MPP for a year office, no crana, just tan. Yeah, national security, old building, blue building, no, yeah, na Bevola Tenum, everyone. Say woman said that the two ceilings do. Just a woman to near matan. And you and woman fear and that be it's not true. Yenya botre. JM Babe Kaimi Sona Wachna. Erade Eya Duma Ombekai budget. They will start the process. I'm for complaining about employment.
But you too early.
The bay ena omo eba abamu.
Too early.
So ye nyina no ye besre. Somebody sent me a message. Hey, o say no. O say KOD. Enya yama KOD position na yama opposition. Na say na yama my bebo. Na yama bintem na would decline and I'm say Me, I campaigned with Atamos in 2008. And then the man fast Empire FM, I'm NDC. 4 years of Atamos. Of Remy Biasi and Tukwaya. Me frelu plate, Miss Menko. Dominic Kisi. Me producer and me manoko. Me menko
what's right?
Menko yashe. Chesa mini watching kwa yashe wa bruchiri ho. Me menko yashe wa bruchiri. Then na me kope dia. Koko nyi do Kwabena won for passport na am se be na ho de mo nkomra. You see me kwa brochira me pese me kono in my own expenses. Me am to me botom. Na me come baby. Ya tire mu 8 years jo mama ye campaign 2012 o wini ye. Erade adumunti no. Me see radio stations too on my own. One at Akosombo, one at a friend say who Global FM and the late Ativo. Sabi the Nyamia Yami Onyami debut. All that I need is that jails should create an enabling business environment. That I can work.
So that they can flourish.
Yes, I can work. Me as Anthony in business here, you give me 1 cedi, I can turn it into 10 cedis. So the point is my specialties in the media field. I didn't say remember Nico Brew will be in the banking sector. Now we are paying for. And you best more expertise or more NDC no. Would you just look at avenue or to explore that me expertise I will say a be a business way na make me start something. Meaning some of the policies be eba nip agri businesses ne ebeba bad meeting crofo ase
ubenya biaye
on say come di ni pacha no free krom ebedru fia on horo ne nsakra no odidi o obo ha wanchia oba ya no de ba ye se awrade come de me ye o tie aduanu mienu wia no obusa se manchi amu na mo te say so ebi na ye ndisi no grassroots na bread for quite a long time. And you can see that hunger. The hunger is turning into anger. It shouldn't turn into anger.
So someone should come down and talk to them.
Yes, somebody
should pick their calls.
They will. They say Asosiaba. Me call once.
It's about communication and I'm.
Kwabena no ane kan SIC asem.
Yeah.
Wo bedwin say James Eje ni mbuache wa start adwuma. But obi anim say SIC kan ofori atagu no.
Waguno.
Bibia wo bi our transfer to enterprise. Eti afa na wa kwakwa chen be taking it for months. Ansah.
Oh, and you friend Eje ni mbuache. Now went me am far. One said that.
Me who said those recruitment for adwuma for peno. And can the normal circumstance.
No, it does take like 6 months.
Best after June.
6 months, yeah.
Now I must settle.
No way. And
Kwabena who say no office bia be could be MPP for nkwani.
They are there. There are plenty. Yeah, if you do almost so many this for no. Say grassroots now ma GM nom time.
Yes.
I'm a man sane. Na say obia kasa ne boso. Gbe. They will disturb the NDC system, and NDC system will crash.
They will lose focus.
No, obia ni swatch no. They will lose focus. What do you say? See, I'm one more time. I'm one man sane pono. I'm baby niama so. As nyabotre, na say your man one more pressure. They will crash the NDC system.
I am coming from the maritime sector. Any advice, any counsel that I will give to transport minister, I will give to the Port Director General.
Fair.
I will give to Ghana Maritime Boss.
Fair.
I will give to.
I hope say the Pakro of we know.
I will do.
Me sure say the Pakro of
our hope was that they should come and streamline things. Budget that will bring comfortability to the business community is what I look for, and I'm prepared to support JDM in that direction.
Okay.
So, and as another chairman, if my party are now so that's the Sona address. Are we going? Where is the invitation?
I know they say we.
That is why I know that if I come here, they will be resolved.
Okay.
And they have been resolved.
Okay.
Okay. Say, but it shouldn't happen again.
NCBM.
It should not happen again.
Omate bi kura we kwa na nya wonko a. Enti say no mo ba be tena so ma call list nim de also mo di shame bi on be ade. Chairman wo ko ene IPAC meeting ba so.
Na say wonim say I me Dr. Omanobama right chairman Bobie.
Defense minister.
Because the guy pass at a point last days before your mommy in her blessed memory I don't call frame no. Okay, that day Apalu no born do no. Hassan Ayarka and don't call stood up on their feet at IPAC and vilify President Mahama. I don't know call Wakoka say PNC was more credible than some of the political party that they accepted. And to extend that Kwali said that the president, what he said that on your be say, who boy, President Mama Yobi. If for not at all, he has become the president of the Republic of Ghana, which you are now struggling to become the president.
Yeah,
and so you can't sit here and call him that is and make those statements.
Okay.
Thick in tint, I stood with Dr. Omanobama and Tanko and Madi. And at the point of comment, are you a dancer chairman for NDC? I said no. We have declared for NDC. So anything that we will do to support NDC, we will do to support NDC. So my friend.
Okay.
So person there say, especially the IPAC membership. Say the election, the way Ghanaians were thinking, at the end of the day, we had a very successful election and peaceful transition.
The way Ghanaians were thinking.
And but of course, you know, everybody was afraid that they won't have successful election. Even including those of us who were at IPAC. That was why we were fighting for the system, isn't it? So at the end of the day, we had the free and fair. According to her, free and fair, and even both locally and international has praised the EC for a good record. We have brought confidence to the EC, and for them, they were not really, as they told us that elections are won at the polling stations and not at EC. The figures, there was no way anybody can contest, and they declare. And so they want. Since then, we haven't met, but we'll reconvene to look at the that constituency. What's the name?
Ablekuma North.
Ablekuma North.
Okay, that's the man campus.
Dabi.
Oh, okay.
Then, even though you know, definitely NDC MPP, they don't want to comment on it. The MPP electoral officer, what's the name? My very good friend. Oh, he not come with McMinu. I've forgotten the names too. Sorry, I shouldn't have forgotten his name. Make a comment about it. Then Madi also make a comment about it. Then the EC said to look to that Ablekumanov. No, they will also get a date for us to reconvene to look at reforms.
Okay.
Going forward into 2028 election. Okay. There's a need for us to do reforms.
Now if you say be a Blakuma North no more, e be munya ho mreka ho. Even though the way into it, but they still say that no. We'll reconvene and to look into that issue. Okay.
So it was just to thank us for our cooperation. Okay. And I also say yes, we have to recommend NDC. All what NDC push, the demonstration, the presentation, the petition, to the extent that the EC came to Eliza and opened their system for all of us to see, went back and look at the figures, come back, they gave us the hard drives for which to go and look at the figures and come back, brought us to where we've gotten this successful victory for Dramani Mahama. And I think that it is now time. And I know that I told the EC, you should be prepared. Now, and this is in government. The MPP too will say you are in bed with government. Yeah. So they should prepare. But I admire the commissioners there, the 3 commissioners, because if you used to be at IPAC and see what we used to do to them there, they have thick skin. They have thick skin like you to be able to be there. And it's not easy to mention them 1,000,000 times.
Okay.
So, but at the end of the day, it's a human institution. They are bad, they are good ones. But Ghanaians spoken. There was no way they can change the figures. There was no way.
Oh yeah.
There was no way they can change the figures. The victory was overwhelming. That's what Bobie. So I think that victory overwhelming. So rather ginger NDC to be proactive and work and tell anyone, look, Ghanaians have given us a mandate. We can't be confused.
But Sir President Mahama can.
Absolutely.
Yeah, what can?
So please, they have to deliver. Ghanaians are expecting.
Okay.
Okay. And I know they will deliver. We will support them. Wherever we find ourselves, we will support them. But you know it. You know, my very good friend, Honorable Tatus Glover, he met me in Parliament. One of the, I think, on my vetting day. What he told, hey, as another chairman, Azaki, you there if JM not give you any appointment? No. The way you did to us for them, I said, did to what for them? I said, did to what for them? I said, you people helped EC to disqualify us, and we are opposition. So the largest opposition party was NDC, and Omu policy and PLC policy above bra. Their political party ideology and PLC political party ideology above bra. And so we declare for them and campaign for them, and I'm happy that they won the election. He was standing there watching me.
Okay.
So that is it.
Okay.
Anyway, but Nanoma, Mr. Wa, we dear, Omu Tidia, Omo Entia de way, mame. It be Bright,
Tema West,
and Baba Sadiq.
Okay,
they shouldn't forget these 2 personalities.
Yeah, be Bright.
The circumstance no almost sit in the fast to free almost no. Ibi Bright is not my friend. I've never met her. Maybe I think once. Right? But sometimes you need to put yourself in others' shoes. It's a situation where you are a kumi. When you look at the figures, Tema East, yes. You look the figures are Baba Sadiq, Tema West, any Baba Sadiq dealing with, you can realize that a lot went in.
Yeah, they put their all effort
financially.
Yeah.
And
their energy, a lot.
I think it's the right call.
I won't sit here and claim that will be a wow.
But we'll be unimade.
But
yes.
Mestre say, whatever it is, they should put some smiles in their faces.
Bobie unimade. Ashama.
Yeah.
Kwen papa bia ni Ashama.
Yeah.
Ashama to zero to Atadika.
No, these are the issues Afenoma Baumo dealing with.
Atadika.
I will go with
no, where maybe Tema Tema Central, Tema East, Tema Kwena MP before those they were their MPs.
Yeah.
They work on them no. Ashama. All the time you tour about Ashama the Kokatamaso because between Kokatamaso in Kokatamaso.
These are issues that Afenoma bad they will address it. They can use 2 nights and they know.
Kwabena say you be kwakotie state of the
nation.
Let's take it. I don't never any budget you be parliament.
Yeah, ampa.
Because this year no Ghana no ye ni ahogono so sa. So I will go to one casa wuni. DDEP amateur for 3 years nini adinuntin. Wa need to say external creditors. Afeni ya start be amateur ye. Yanko expectations of the State of the Nation's address. He said President Mahama on where the kaya catch na point is say obi ya baby a wujire bia no. Ni awakotomu bia ni bia mu kire Ghana fo. No obi ya hu ni awakotomu. Enti ono so do no aba betom no. Wo kira no ba bebiem area kire Ghana fo. Enti
Nanama, we expect to see the president and say no, he has been very honest person. No? He will tell you the truth of the State of the Nation address. Remember, I said maybe President Akufo-Addo, former president, obey State of the Nation address, and the NDC side also give the true State of the Nation address. Remember. So now that they are in government, they are in charge of everything. This is the time they can give it the proper
2022.
This is the time they can give it the proper report about what is happening in the country. And I know business community have confidence. Okay, I say, remember, 2024 election, the business community have made up their mind, and that they were not going to talk. Because when we talk, they will use GRA and others, casing them left or right. But anytime I meet them, they will tell me that you are doing now a kayatrim on election day. They will see. But we also what happened at the polls. Who come to Chrome cry? On the cry Bobo 00. Yeah. Who come to Chrome 00. So I can quietly tell you, say, President Mahama will tell us what Ghana for you now perception, and that will lead to the budget that the Minister of Finance will be bringing to Parliament. Where maybe we want to see some policy direction that would make business community have confidence, and to the extent that investors would want to look into Ghana. After election, we have peace, stability is here. Political stability, that I mean. And the finance minister have also promised us that their aim, including the Bank of Ghana governor Andra, when he was sworn in, he said his aim is to work onto the exchange and stability. And yes, I'm okay. Yeah. So and then look at proper way of regulating the financial institution. Yes, I'm okay. So they will not say we are collapsing banks because the banks are not doing well, and then at the end of the day, we're going to take $25 billion or $1 million Ghana cedis to come and then say we are paying deposit. At the end of the day, as we speak, President Mahama is carrying that debt. When he said, what they are saying, that is not what this governor would want to do for us in this 2025-2028. So I know that the truth will be spoken tomorrow. President Mahama tell that what he intend to put for the business community. Remember, he promised us that he will rationalize the tax system. Fees and charges at the port. That was the word. Say our manifesto. No. Then he will abolish the COVID levy, and he will abolish the e-levy. Because we use paperless to pay to do the calculation and duty analysis. No. Many importers these days, wherever you are, you can be in America, you can be in wherever, you can pay your duty via the Momo. So it is eating into business community a lot. They charge that they charge it. Even you doing your normal transaction to your mother at the village, and so it's a commitment that the government, President Mahama promised, and it's a commitment that I'm sure tomorrow he will speak to it. The COVID levy too will have to go because there's no COVID. In fact, in 2023, we were saying that even if they said that at the time that the Kolubu urinal department, what do you call it, where the cleaning people go for dialysis, no, were even closed down for so many weeks because they owe how much money. We are not collecting that money to go and support them, and we still collecting the money when there was no COVID. We think that it was only Ghana that introduced COVID levy. There was no other country, even Africa did not introduce COVID levy. So that COVID levy must go. We also have the betting tax, which they promised that it will go. So I'm sure President Mahama is going to tell that what his finance minister has come to do. Then tax rationalization, no. I think the economic forum, no, will be where we will go and deal with that, perhaps. And that is why I was peeved that they have not brought us invitation. How will I go to speak at economic forums, which now that I had assurance from the Jubilee House, I'm confident that so that we can also go and participate in that. Is because at the end of the day, that economic forum will then tell us the direction of the country. So we expect that we should be invited to that forum come next 3 days time or 4 days time to come. So I strongly believe that, and of course, we also have certain charges at the port, i.e. the local handling charges that shipping lines are charging. We told you President Mama about it. Because situation whereby I say Nipa no confine the name of free man neighbor or to have free shipping lines omunim say Uba Ghana. There are certain costs that you will incur at the port in discharging the containers to terminals. That is embedded in freight now, yet you come to Ghana and you say without any demurrage, without any provocation by the importer or the exporter, then you say pay local handling charges, which have made our port very expensive. And I don't think that we have expanded our port to make our port very expensive. Then people are now running to different ports and leaving our port here. I think I saw my colleagues calling. We are not going to ask that they should bring Benjamin values back, but we think that if President Mama is able to cut down this 2% special import levy, to cut down COVID levy, and to abolish e-levy, then indeed cost of businesses will come down. Then business can grow, flourish. Then government can tax. People ask that if President Mama government would abolish all these taxes, where will he get the money to do the development? Look, let me tell you, when people realize that taxes are very soft, they will comply. When compliance level is high, you are making more money. Then when the people expand, they will employ. When they employ, PYA and other things will go. When cost of production come down and business people can produce more and we go to sell, you will get taxes, VAT and other things from there. Isn't it?
The same first, said you now okay. Now these news and taxes anyone no. Now ama business from Ghana.
From Ghana because
how about you na
exactly.
Now why ma and then countries here and they say we free Ghana.
I know they will come back.
Togo. Ghana.
Exactly.
But because of exchange rate. And inflation,
cost of borrowing.
Yes, no cost of.
And it's not making the country favorable, and that is why I am happy, and I'm hoping that President Mahama will talk to his new governor of Bank of Ghana that please work with my finance ministry. You know, remember, if you look at the structure of the Bank of Ghana, which normally we think that the Bank of Ghana report to the finance minister, but it is not like that. Their structure is different.
Okay.
And I'm even calling that. I think in the constitutional review committee that President Mahama set up now, they should look at the Bank of Ghana setup where Bank of Ghana board of directors will be appointed, and the governor is the board chair.
Okay.
So that was why we were calling in the previous government. There is need for currency management, but to be independent. But however, if that's not the case, the board chairman should be able. The governor should report if CEOs that you've appointed, CEOs that they appointed from various institutions. The board chairman can never be the CEO. The board chairman should be independent, should be able to look to the CEO and say what you are doing is wrong. But if you come to board and then your chairman is the governor.
Bank of Ghana, their board, no governor, the
governor
chair.
And the
Yes.
Okay. That is why things happen haphazardly. Nobody can question. What they are saying?
Beyond mean challenge, you
know. What the board chair said they should do, you know. You understand? So I think that going forward, maybe we have to look at that governance structure of the Bank of Ghana.
And now on report to the finance minister.
No, and because of that one, no. You see, they'll go to their what do you call it? Monitoring meeting. Monitoring meeting. Some monitoring meeting. Yeah, they come out with the prime rate, no. That the Bank of Ghana rate, whereby they influence commercial banks either to increase their lending rate or to reduce their lending rate. So at the end of the day, you see, they can go and cut money like the way they cut money the last time for the previous government. That brought inflation. When they said they were increasing prime rate to control inflation, the inflation went as high as 54%. So then when we said the inflation is killing us, then the governor of Bank of Ghana will sit there back and say no, I don't deal with fiscal policy. So if it is inflation, go and talk to finance minister, because it's the policy, it's the fiscal policy, and that he at governor of Bank of Ghana is a monetary policy. But remember,
Bank of Ghana now course, sir.
Remember that they collapsed the commercial banks. And there is and then service laws. And the reason was that they were going to make our city very strong, very resilient, and our economic very resilient. Yet at the end of the day, what we saw what? $1 went as far as 17 cities. Not so. Interest rate went as 40% in lending rate. It's not so. And inflation went as far as 54. We've never seen it. Very volatile. Then they come to say it's a speculation. I was happy that Eshema said yesterday that speculation will be thing of the past. Let me propose to President Mahama and his government and Eshema that the allergies, that is where they're supposed to tackle it first.
Black market.
The black market.
Black market.
Where do allergy get those dollars? Because we all know that the Bank of Ghana get the money offload forests to commercial banks every day to trade. So Bank of Ghana knows how much they've given to commercial bank. So if I go to bank A in the morning and they say they don't have dollar, I went to them in the afternoon, they don't have dollar. Meanwhile, Bank of Ghana gave them money in the morning. And the same department, import department or trade department, can tell me, I will go to Tudu, Alaji is there, or go to airport. Then you go to Alaji, you go to some kiosk and bring the money. You ask yourself, did Alaji bring the money over there from Nigeria or from Ivory Coast or from where? And when they say they are doing shoot, the arrest, they only do they did the program, they couldn't account. So Eshema, if you get their ask, there was arrest at Tudu. They seized both Ghanaian cedis and forex. Where is the money? How much was that money realized? If you are doing the sweep, it should be concurrently. Tema, Accra, Turu, Kumasi, we know wherever they are. Then we should mop it. Or those who are hoarding dollars in their homes. Bank of Ghana should give like American did. You know, America, there are certain dollars you can spend there. And then there's a certain dollar that if you take to the black market, they'll tell you this one is not, they will give you the rate different.
Okay.
And there's another fresh, that one, that's what they like. You know about that. So give a time to say, if by this time, if you are holding this dollar, you don't bring it, you are not going to spend. You see how people run and bring their dollars.
Okay.
People are holding the dollars so that when Bank of Ghana is stretching, when the city is not performing and they have a high rate return, then they'll come and make millions overnight.
I just said challenge Kessia now or black market too.
So they have to tackle there.
But I won't go bit
tackling there, they have to, that's why I am happy they said they will strengthen the banking regulatory. So they will deal with some CEOs of commercial banks so that the CEOs will then deal with the trade department. Because that is where the treasury department, that is where they send the money to the allergies. They have friends. They would directly go to allergies. If you go, you would get it. And but in the banking hole, the vault doesn't have. Treasury cannot have dollars to give you, but treasury can just go to allergy and allergy can give you. Look at the risk.
Bank be anywhere, we go bit. Ghana ha we be kwa. Our dollar account and other dollars ne kogu. Time kura we here dollar back no kran. O kwa yen fa dollar.
Even they made a policy that immediately you put it, they should convert it together.
Yes, because me hu ko be bro free outside that bar. One on our account, foreign account.
Yes.
But Obama be do Ghana ha say ya.
No.
Was so pay euro, kwa pay dollar. Akwa see no cedis near the bema. Say we nya dollar, I just call black market.
Call black market.
Ghana ha bank Kwabena no na ya na menti afia.
Yes. So the bankers are committing that crimes. The bankers, so you have to deal with them. You must deal with them.
The Bank of Ghana the rates beba, banking rates beba, forex no. But because
now you're low rate. But because they will get pesos and that is cent and that is they will directly go to allergy. And when you go to allergy, that is where they make their profit. They make 100% or 200% profit.
Okay.
And that is killing us in this country. Above all, President Mahama has to tell us how the new ministry that he has added to the trade ministry, that is the agribusiness law, how he wants it to work. What is the direction? Because I know the previous government talk about farming for jobs and what else, planning for food and jobs, which I think that the plan for food and jobs was a good idea, but at implementation level, it crashed because they didn't target the right channel.
Okay.
What is the right channel? The right channel is that they should have targeted commercialized farming. And I'm sure the agribusiness that they've given to the Ministry of Trade is for us to look at commercialized production, commercialized farming for export.
Because that's petting what our manifesto no President Mahama so on one
yes. To stabilize our city depreciation, we need to do deliberate commercialized agro processing for export. Let every home, let every Ghanaian have in mind that this commodity will have the strength. We are producing it for this country, and that is why Nanama, our last proposed that President Mahama, if he's going to appoint his ministers, and I know they're listening, if he's going to appoint his ambassadors, he should not just appoint ambassadors because of your party has won. He should, because when I sit as the executive secretary of Import and Export Association, ambassadors who are serving their various countries in this country, Nana, they knock our doors, even including Almighty America. There's a department in America called Poultry Department. They do fly and come to Ghana here and come to us and say that they want to know where because when they look at our importation, the frozen food, the amount over $800 million, or is it billion or $1 million that we use to export to import frozen chicken yearly. They want to know which country do we go. We should come to America. So if Almighty America look at their GDP and they still are casing for business, what about us? Chinese are casing us. What about us? The other aspect is that if someone from China comes to do business in Ghana here, under GIPC, because we are going to work in investors, if the person I'm going to bring $100 million business, so that they build malls and that, and they are important, isn't it? They should bring the money to Ghana first. They should transfer the money to Ghana, to Bank of Ghana. Then, because they are based in Ghana and they are important to Ghana, isn't it? So when they are placing their orders, then they transfer the money to go. The government of Ghana can also make. That will help stabilize our city. But if these people, these big malls will make all these sales and will now look for the same few dollars that we have to go and bring the product, that's why there's pressure. So in as much as we would want to do, we should call for more aggressive marketing for export. We should also say our investors who are coming, bring their money to Ghana. So when their forests come, it comes to stabilize our city depreciation.
Okay. Kwabena, Mimra was so ahead of Ochina, so now.
Well, Nana, my main now was the main chair T4, and Yasha4. Now, men Sanche Minia, I win go bet. Now, men cow man for say, Yamea Duma next month on the 8th, and Yenuya Hunto, never pay and Hunto, a canwana, a canina. Inti, your best NDC dom say, Omo Emrana, Yanko Soyeniano Asne. Na Yempay Papano, Crabre, kama. Nanama, State of the Nation address. And metise minya a wingo bet. Or both figures. Any indices. Yes. Yeah. But Nanama media Massima Maker State of the Nation address without addressing the state of the lives of the people. Enkashi. A state without the people is not a state. Eye nipa no a omote oman no mu no. Enema oman no ye oman. What you say? Enti eya na me the State of the Nation address no. From Rollins time, Kufuor time, through to Mills, to JM1, to Akufuado, back to JM. Ayana media me kanwa sem say do mu ko jina parliament ko ye no. Ayana areho. You talk about GDP. You talk about this, you talk about that, you talk about this. Charlie, the current ordinary Ghanaian on the street today, Nanama. When I wake up, Namesha electricity, ya meto. Within 2-3 days. Nama busa me say, Bobie, odie ebia ofa phone a wo obi abefre no. What about the ordinary Ghanaian on nam baby a oni obi a wo frɛ no? Woni boafo, oni kamafo. Oni baby a ɔkɔ. Say ni pa no obey den. E dey na obey. Wo dey bia utimi frɛ obi. Ochina JM saying mina me 24. Kochina me pese JM e can the ordinary Ghanaian language. X-ray.
No,
any language in terms of say kasa so beka bia frafra na so beka chia na so beka no. The ordinary Ghanaian language is about electricity bills.
Yeah, to put hopes on us. Assurance.
Yet Kroma and MPP Peja electricity bills. Unum say eka electricity tariffs na eka IMF negotiations no. Yes, eka on. Omu wia no ma say betie mu aka kire yen say electricity bills ekosoro. Na who kosam? James should let the ordinary Ghanaian know. Baby, your electricity bill you free ya bedru her, so that they can appreciate the challenges ahead. No man fa ma meswano. JM whatna NDC abai magana for hu. Sir, credit na auto yiri no. You go look. Nanama. Accra say. Yeah, your studio I say. From Eugene, from Kwame, Mami, me, I will go bet yourself. Trust me. Kwame kwachi tuwe si and yes onya brabobia omo. But nani da so any was say obeba besi fi olaboni and our cantonment. That is not what he wants right now. This lady, and you don't know ope. Kwame kwachi wants to wake up say obetimi afford the electricity. Na otoa ebeche. That's all. Baby, when you don't know, or hear that laxity in life. Yes, in Crophobia confirmites biaba. No nipa be address issue no magana for.
You didn't baby.
No nipa or address issue no magana for. Yes, meters biaba and no change meters. Or mo de be bo ufia Ansah na better credit kragusu no. Yes, what the car.
We shouldn't be.
No, these are serious matters. That is the state of the nation that we find ourselves in. That is the state Ghanaians
set it already.
Yes, that is how Ghanaians found themselves in this current situation. Also, be change me meter. Udi meter no be born no kwa na me deka. Me so no na me deka 50 cedis, 100 cedis dada. Say your politicians who say yen can the ordinary Ghanaian language on the street and church and crofas mua ubewa danani jebi a basic street in mu. Just imagine JM Ochra we run parliament. No one for electricity as some address.
Kwabena minchwa no unim ene date yes 26 of February unim they see am akọ me dey your postpaid enti meter app no wo me phone so share 26 days no say see am me was 753 Ghana cedis just this month no me meter na read 753 Ghana cedis
ade
who use the AC
me cry me tell me say na me hwinasi
ade ntina say basa
but unim say before
na bosume wo je say
Kwabena before bedrooms and you have to me number 800 plus. But few months ago, no, not at the end of the month, be a name be 220, 250, 220. The who answer from 250 no, I jump it to 750, 800.
Sir, state of the nation way, more way, and as a politicians na address it.
So the engineers should also advise the energy minister properly. What is the problem?
System. System.
They configure it.
Me can't check down for say. Yeah, too because of IMF conditionalities into no. Yeah, too can you boom 500% and 1,000% because if it's 200, 250. Let's say at the end of the meet 800. What move? And what's a system no just.
Omo is see Ghana for. So that your mama will come and inherit that cruel system.
Yes.
Yani na meka say me na me to your mama for. Emeka GDP chire obia. We don't need it. We don't need it. Emeni ebedi GDP.
Why they intend to tackle that issue?
Exactly. Say John Muhammad to be bejina wo. Ye nyina yewura. Na yewura say mahwe ade bi din. Na ma ordinary Ghanaian ho chire no. Enkrofo bi afram MPP de yakọ IMF. Na IMF no de yakọ no ensusuanso ni bi ni. However, say ya say ato a ye pese ye de solve problem no enie.
Na Bobie say
Ghana ni ani baji o.
So ka say mra bi no mo system no ye problem no. Meto power like 300. And you see there's a problem.
No.
They will refund it no. They never refunded it.
Say yes Ghana ni ani baji. Water bill. Why should I pay monthly bills and even water is not running through my taps?
They'll tell you what the bill is, what you have consumed it already. You have consumed it already. That's what they told me.
Water bill. Rent. Rent are you who
Rent I'm up for workers BP.
Rent are you who
I'm telling you.
That
one is true.
Easy.
It's the pressure in town now. 50,000, 20,000. People get work the whole year, go and take loan and top up to go and pay for rent.
I know young girls who are forced to go and stay with guys but a brand rent me a high single room be.
I'm telling you, rent is really, really killing.
You see, me here, say me any opportunity to advise a president.
Your rent control,
right? Me any opportunity that be say me don't go to parliament and talk about GDP. And the already drew 55.6 their ratio. Whatever. Look. Yeah. Ghana for trouble because of GDP.
Is their packet?
Woman trouble because of GDP. No, how does it reflect? Ghana for trouble because mint talk. Phone credit, some bundle credit, MTN, Airtel, Telecel. Now my bundle credit. Now within 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
That one.
Hey, bad state bay in a change our situation way.
So we need house cleaning.
No, bad state bay in a change our situation way. Creating jobs. How are you creating jobs? During your campaign, no, make a assembly. And I don't know whether they will pick it or I mean go with. You per se fight Galamsey.
Yes.
Who are the people doing the Galamsey?
The politicians.
Politicians now penny for now.
They're the politicians.
So we take them off. And for no more yeah.
Ordinary.
Ordinary.
Yes, the ordinary.
How do we fix it? You keep on arresting
and
prosecuting. It won't change anything.
We need to give orientation.
We need to give orientation. But how do you give that orientation?
So the district level, and I'm happy that they say the EPA will now have officers on each district level.
Does it solve it?
And the assembly, the chief executive officers should play a role because sometimes the chief executive officers also play a role.
Yes, my Brunubi Ako NDC office or more per juma. A Kwabena here faso ama creating jobs no a trickle Ako down.
There should be models. We have to introduce
look,
models.
Nanama, me who say nipa tetia. No, my very worried.
But any person do any tete Kwabena.
So me who say nipa tetia. Adia mean to me. Madam Bini me kasa and then was say Saturday wakota aponche ti membra na yemfa ngofufu na me ka chane say on oni me bizan say na ye bere ne de no so me ba na ye ku ponche na say no me me gina na
wontimi
mindi
nto baba nda yakunu wi
there is no way so o dia boy even catfish crowds me koto a na me gina na me hear the one be say yakunu no I just walk away. I will eat. Mindi.
You have the empathy.
Me pair there many party will be as I don't like that. The state of the nation be Ghana for Ghana.
It really dwindles people's pockets.
Electricity bill, water bill, rent.
Yes. These are the things these are the reason why we voted them out.
Phone credit,
rent, electricity bill.
A basic needs.
Yes.
Basic needs.
Water. Even so, at some point there are no water. At some point water.
Eti Kwabena unim say Kenya for no start say ani me bi omu ye.
The uprising.
And then ye can say adia Ghana ni ego true no. Yeah kana wo mu de no kwanu mu kwata o.
Ye beto aba.
Yes.
And unim situation MDC wo mu a ehu. NDC in opposition omunye instigators.
Okay.
MPP in opposition, they are instigators.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, Emrano could have named from 6 months, 7 months, Kwa, Uber Mudia, MPP, Bema boys, na you Kruma. They will make sure there will be shop looting, they will make sure MPP will cause people to attack shops.
You know what? When I went to Philippines, what I saw, and even Kenya, I'm told in Kenya, a Bonajua, they put the military to protect all state areas.
You see, Same, Yera, Mampeni, Masem Drew Jumnen, Kamasem Drew Nasuma.
Drew, what year? I Juma.
Ma on Hanon, ye Mamedi, a year. Your friends say
debt to
GDP ratio indicators.
No, but he needs to tell us our GDP at the point now.
Yes.
And what they are.
Yes. You see, you know ewo emamu. You don't know ho emamu. Go to the street.
Yes.
About 80% say they don't found.
On dia say.
On fani. Rodeye
there.
A person who say you better electricity utility tariff.
That is what he is looking for.
Per se, obeko dwemu an yes okokota de 20 cedis.
No, until
any 1 week no okwana 25 cedis.
So that is why they will have to rationalize and streamline things at the port so that never be.
You see, Matisse, transport minister say they are going to reduce taxes at our port. Correct information.
Yeah, he said it when he paid the courtesy call to Professor Jampo. Yes.
Good. And you see, Metia Nayamede. But notwithstanding that, your local business, a quite bend a year fast a pejam.
So also
just to absorb a mebrunua air bano. Because look, when you run a system where you have about 60% of youth workforce no dangerous.
And so Bobie, that was why I proposed to President Mahama at the time he came to report that at the Regional Maritime University a gold mine, but we don't our mine or the earlier people who were in the maritime sector do not open Ghanaians' mind or government mind to go to that sector. So the only thing I don't think that they actually appreciate what we can do with the Regional Maritime University. One, if you look at the younger population in Ghana, is working class, working age, the one job, the youth, we can deliberately, like Philippines are doing, train more seafarers. Government can subsidize it because the cost to go to that Regional Maritime University, we pay in dollars.
Why shouldn't be so?
No, it is because they see it as so. If you see their cars, you see that they write CD. If you see their cars, they are diplomats. They are we call them diplomats, right? They are diplomats. So what will government of Ghana do is to collaborate with the Ministry of Transport and the Ghana Maritime Authority to give deliberate training to electricians, so these artisan electricians, train cadets and seafarers, all the globally, worldwide.
Anyway, you are just hammering on one sector.
No, I'm giving
so,
one job.
The fact is,
we can export. We
yeah,
export our.
Yeah, but hold on. You're not exporting the youth, Grandma. Look, even here, go to a giraffe farms. Tractors are eco farm. A giraffe farms.
It's sinking.
It's sinking
because it is collapsed.
If
it's sinking as in
I see what I mean.
Kwabena. He found a Greek minister called import farming equipment machines since 2018 go on my essay.
What I say? So the point is that you bet me a system. A year or china or mampeni bet me a catcher say.
Revamping of
agric sector.
This will revamp it.
A day and yeah, and they absorbing maboon.
Okay.
Yeah. Kwabena mutu galamsey nyina no. Na farming communities o.
Exactly. See they won't do Bobie bill.
Ene koduru be omo hu say. Omo edo no baye no a even say be be bakrom kura na problem na aka omo so. Then the ordinary politician don't care whether aduane wo ho aduane ni ho.
So the reclamation and that
ya jai wish that Urajo Mama enyema tu ochina say otimi e bosso treye that direction na me hu say let me finish. Let me finish. That's where that is.
I'm going to classify.
No, that is where I'm coming.
We can give agri.
Okay,
we can give agri. We can give manufacturers. They can give assurance what they would do. Say so manufacturer companies are every day.
That is what I'm explaining.
They expand the production, they can collect the youth for employment. Then the third, the maritime aspect, even and then our health sector, the nurses. Because many nurses want to run to US and UK by hook or crook. We can send memorandum.
So the problem remember the problem right? The agric sector. Right?
6% contribution of job.
The agric sector. Oh, the omo ye oh the nanama omo ye your friend say omo PFG.
Planting for food and job.
Sabita fracture, sorry. Ngwasi asmo omo die. The only place we invest in just to buy pickups. Omo ni office. Omo ni bibia. And omudi area sika. Say yara Jomama say agric sector. Oh, the state should take interest in agric. Me sanka from the agric minister that every district assembly as a wawunya farms.
First no muyo.
Yes.
Say agric office, agric director, district. First no muye pa.
That every assembly biano, district assembly, municipal assembly, you should have your farms.
Land and so ho.
Land no ho.
Ya kwa mampon we ye.
Jasas. Nanama. Enye so obi won no sorry anu afiri asante mampon afijas no abetran kran na oda edan ketekete na eso de no na entontom owie nu. Then affordable low cost housing. Se me meti afijase meti asante mampon. Na se medo afuo. Na se district no is into low cost building. Eya esin to say nurses quarters ibi. Na yesi baako chamber and hall, toilet and bathroom. Yeso odo carros mampom carros pa na yedo.
Okay.
Odo carros no a eba aban ne befa. So we give this as a mortgage to emrantia omo person omo kokua yom. On sorry free mampom so be trankra ya hwe. Already. At least or ya adwuma nya japade. Agri sector, manufacturing sector. You're a president and Kasamayen. Yeah, Ghana for me is not true. So me lazy. It's never true. They are not lazy.
Kwabena obi ye lazy and kwahihye jeans egu ni nsa so efiri wodo ko besina ko ayiteshi.
What are you talking about?
Onye lazy.
Onye lazy.
Adwuma na eni ho.
Environment no amwa ye mabru no a growth. Say entiama obia sori a opeso okowura politics mu. No akwa di politicians echi.
Okay.
Because Oshe said the obi kwa NDC mu, obi kwa MPP mu.
Within a short time.
No why ye tam. Any ono so be jaguo.
Kwabena for anu sima me mesi.
Na ma ochina me de me pese me kwa bobo GDP so asem.
Inflation.
Na de me di twatwa so ochina jam enkyere ye bone pa won bie ne masoma ye Ghana fo hu bone a akufo ado baifo no adi o my Ghana baifo baibronsam baifo bonsam adamone akufo ado baifo bonsam ma ono ne party kra say wa good party de gu o my no baifo akwa we ni kwase wo wuntem eso o trans no bre baifo okay, I want it. Where was a damn want to radio? And that is my problem. Say what by four, bonsam, bonsam. Somewhere to have that say so. I'll be destroy or mind to say Ghana. Mesre Rajo Mahama. Omo make sure say ministries no be the rot a year one ministry akomano. They should give us a fair idea. Omo 2 ministers ni nyina radio station so. Agric minister wa Accra FM, we were Peace FM, we were Adom, we were Class, we were no omo church ye omo me ye hu, omo fa bi nsie o. No omo no ma negotiate we kire say we dey ye mo so. Na ya ne ate. Me Bobie dey se mo di bi sie na me ko hu a me ba be kan.
Okay.
Enti yesre wo Rajo Mahama. Ni titru ni dum so ade akwaso electricity energy sector no
omun kan
kire Ghana for ma yehunu the reason why we are here masem nyina.
Okay, rush energy drink said the maka no say wo sorry na hodi ni ho na wo pe energy drink e be boost energy level rush energy drink ma wo hodi de for nyina afa wo pese wo twati pampa Usaka krebinenya hot water. Now the guma a top choco 3-1 chocolate drink. A delicious chocolate drink ya a wood jasso and one and yet top choco chocolate spread a chocolate ya the fab bread in your dinisa ed a nutritional baby a be and ubenya beato fre 0243 033 033 0243 033 033 Sa and sona fada Abraham Herbal Spiritual Hospital so one cry you fan barrier as for faster or you filling station so me can show say ya dear bia kan wato from diabetes stroke cancer say wo bre wa who say HIV ya dear bia ko afes susumu kon ya dear bia wo pelak wo pe bibia wa dwuma promotion bibia ko ye wo sopa hodo bia ya enu so di bi adware a favor lack ni grace se wo nemu an se wo ko fan ko barrier asofa behind Star Oil Filling Station freye 0244 371695 0244 371695 and that says 0559 114122 afei give us about center where there be bidro ankasemo bibidro what the give us P capsules saba the kind of give us core capsules na enclean we yamu hono mu fina wo ho koko ni amama ni ade no na we wan give us P capsules na wo hunu say oba ne bema edro ya adwuma nkasa e boost one kasa ma infertility free so you give us about Mr. Malaria how typhoid jaundice onu mu atu a wadru ni give us GC Mr. any capsules so siesie ma siesie mema white na ha wo dwun so na uti pains Oba Bema Rash is a good as pe give us GC Miss Shannon capsules, then carboni beer and frugana baby a tone will be a benyabi. At to 0543 222470 0543 222470 and I said 0506 851135. Ghana's #1 television station CTV and yes CTV or CTV. Na yenja ho na yemra na dia kan yentwa so no.
Upgrades are nice, but stepping up is woohoo! Because when you upgrade with GoTV, we'll step you up to the next package. Upgrade today to get more than more with Step Up, where if you're on GoTV Plus and upgrade to GoTV Max, you'll get even more with GoTV Super. Get big value, get big entertainment, get stepped up to even more with GoTV. Upgrade today on the My GoTV app or visit GoTVAfrica.com. Terms and conditions apply. Offer ends 31 March 2025.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum bia benmemua. Kani mitutu ya na minkuma bua sese die. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules we. E mane meme nyina akoko yade. Sisi yade amama nya yem timotete wo mo no. Yedru no no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. Mrs. Moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh yeah. Hey, give us in no. Amen ni jia bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomu nom dia. Na eni jia ni ahoden no. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. And meme wadi ifiedu watwede kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. Apemfo abata wo mo manufo ne nkwada wo ni ifiedu mienu nka ho. E wo drosto bia motofo nko Give us Herbal Center, Teshi Mobile. And na Teshi Aduami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135.
FDA, Aje, Edwedi Nkratui Atu.
Starter, it's too far to dance. Oh,
what? Try is with the market women.
Everybody can do what he does.
Be bold, be you, be you. Be bold. Be you. Charlie, be bold. Sisters, be bold. This year, you. Let's go. Be bold, be bold, be you. Be bold, be you. Be bold, be you.
Rush Energy, be bold, be you.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended. Persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advert is FDA approved.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadeng.
Refuse to grow. Any offense will be count.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusa Maya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia. Ya Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Drodon dance yes, and Yarwa who ran Nipa and Yina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarwa Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a honka. No, Yamwa suing Yano, a boy who buy every home. And now one pa, one Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and num Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Ya Omuntim Pose, Yaria Esomo, Imbusaba Mesa, a walk Kansi, and you are may move Bia Yato in row, at to form fresh 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, Jadian Cratui, what Jatu say.
Ye big Pabio, Yanchen Brunya, ye been semper brave before. Baby, I will be our one Yama Wotonwa, Class Media Group, Nanny Woman Kokasa, no more Boam Water one near my puppy. I was CTV, Ghana's #1, Accra 100.5 FM, Kumasi 104.1 FM, Sunyang 88.1 FM, Tadi 99.1 FM, Ho 92.5 FM, Dagmon 102.5 FM, Addition 99.1 FM, #1 105.3 FM, and a Class FM online. Baby, I will be a baby. I'll pass out on near Mama Ghana for Biarano Class Media Group and a Bebuao. Phone was 0245 929 220. That's 0245 929 220. Class Media Group. Yabuang out or in your mind.
100.5. Na me pesa benka samfa hone syphilis.
Okay.
Unyari tie. Se ni pa ko unyari o bomodin so betie me.
Sa.
Ezanze uye den e fa ho. Enye yare a obi ka se media metiapo menka ho. Na ade ba ko ne se mpenfo ka se bo se nso e fa kwase a ana ne so te kudrum. Se wote so bi ka pom den ho asem a abusua
you're very careful. Me no ka say the way I correlate here is ya ban. Papa one you're very careful. Once I say in so nto na fe in so ni pese embeto a. Well, and more would do be wo ho a dada chance nso ne mframa mu nso ne kagusa na nsmp yenso na de to for mani awro ho afadi so your problem ewo yankasa ya brabo mu tie wo se yenye very careful na me kasa fa syphilis ho tinam so obi anya very careful because syphilis yare no ebetimi ayo obi a either we skani and now eskafon kwa na ye momo uyo hiani o we hwan o eyo bibia na yare bi afada de bia mi jere ba bia me kasa syphilis yare a yare bi wo wiase ni nara no mi so syphilis ese yare bia mi so syphilis ese yare bia yes obakasa na cancer mi so syphilis and cancer go syphilis en ehu pa but ebi mu fan to say world cup ebi mu fan easy kura wo life iti wasum ne tie pa syphilis ni e bacteria emoa wa bi abedi ni pedua no nipadua ni hia sa moa se ba ho na abedi ho na yare bi so a de enti amese misuro ni se enye syphilis na no bi wa wo sentence ubetimi a syphilis na nso no uhu sentence bia uhu nyoma bia wo se enkyere se wo syphilis no uhu sa ade no ti na me ka se ehu no was yare de se wo yare a wo se enoma ba ko mienu bi ntimi na di ma hu se yare we how but syphilis no uhu bibia no edadi amoa hu no nyeni na edadi ma bi hu endadi ma bi hu ento be ha awade ma bible wa otimi nya syphilis na se keka ne ade ade renso be ha ni kuru so hwenye no wokuru na bibia anya ne nkyere syphilis ni bi ni no ana beti ba yo ba nso nkita symptoms bia ne so na syphilis ha ne wo hu enti yare a ehu so far as obi ni wada obi wo bi nko ade wanya so benya za mu gonorrhea ne mo white no kan say the captain ne syphilis na syphilis no so no eche ho a wampam wa na eche ho atiminya HIV syphilis no eche ho a na wampam wa utiminya HIV na de ehu ne say syphilis wo so a eno atimi ko mreko a hu nu maduro sa na ebeka no eno atimi ko beto system ni de omfiri ho ebi akwan afa so a uhu say ha wa adwen no obepe ba bi agina na so wa ha beka all stages ni bebre ya really ni on more stages pa okọ no ba yare bu a okọ abro so ai dan but syphilis betimi akọ more than 6 stages just okọ no aba okọ no aba okọ no aba sa na onya tinkensen a uso no enye yi eno nti na me ka se yare a misro se yare bia na wonim ye nya wo enam enti na me ka se obi na se osunu ni kwesiem na hwenye wa eno nche se syphilis no nya bi wanya syphilis met do 10 years 15 years 5 years 20 years na nadi na dada jinkense no na ode yare a wo bebre amomaw obeti ba ma yare bi na otiti sa yare no na so da syphilis no sha ase me se oya yare mu kokonsani yare mu police wono ede yare foforo ma wo no jire chire so wono jire chire na so no na yes syphilis no how but one ha fan say bi obeti ba ma eni yare yes syphilis wo so obeti ba nya eni yare na wo treat wani no wani na wo treat ni abehu say eye wani na how but na yes syphilis no no how it won't go further a syphilis. To any doctor na you do bebre a ono kwa wani ni kwa na check him out. No ma ho aduro. To ba ma bon senko. Wani ba ba ho so no na wase wani kosua. Syphilis wo so a obetima nya akomayare. Komayare bi ase ye BP o say pressure. Yese wakoma mu wakoma ye kese. Yese wakoma ahono. Yese tokura beda wakoma mu. O ma komayare bi a. Afai obetima nya short throat. You minimum yare. Bi kuku ti set nya kokko ye no ana omunum kekawo omunum ye oya ewo ha na eko aso no maduro bi kakra na ko aso wo bi shada nya wa bi na pie syphilis na na oye sa me se ni ho a na me kai so okoto aduro nya da beto syphilis aduro obeka ko ka kiro me se omunum kekawo no wanya kakra no anom na sa asani a o ye no adoje eko another side afa otima ensawa pimpos bi gu a wo ba dwere ho a wonte ase otiman se wan bi bo ho afa dodo tuntuntuntu bi abesisi uni peduam odwene ho a onti ase afai obetimi ama ho akeka wan ha beka typhoid na yew chese okita yare a ewo ewiase di na eho enkekae wa okita yare di na ho symptoms iti owo ha wan ha beka se yare we ne pese yew national no syphilis na yew ehu pa bet you ma ho akeka afew yo ba bo se wo ho a ase onyare o hwe nya o bibia ngu white bia nya o na so na otrimi bubu wo yo ba bo se na otrimi no bubu ase na wo nwi pa bo se wo nwi no kwa na ekofom wo ho na so te syphilis bet ma so ate wo so nyare who so baby ayo ya uti yo ya o ha pao na so na so te one way ya o betima mo adwonso anadu a one way abeka se diabetes na yo na kidney na so na syphilis na na ehye da ma adwonso sa o betima mo asori anadu adwonso bi ato so be abosomi miensa be se one ha ite be bansa no o be ko baby am ya mo adru mo se na adwonso ne so ate iti ba fo se o yare bi na e ba be so na chese me se o yare mu kokonseni o do ba fa kwan bi so a woni ba hoso no na afei wa hawa brabo nia afei obetima mo anya fever malaria fever ya obetima mo anya bi na so na syphilis na so no akoto fever ho aduro nom ehunu no ubo se no akoto fever ho aduro na wo nom na so na syphilis no e no this fever no malaria no e bai afei obetima anya body pain uni pe bia ni abetima tutu na ya wa poso asen wa bra asen ya bro. This offer energy drink and I
said ya Ghana aye din na obite na yi na pata twotwopo abi mu ehihye force ehihye towels ehihye niam kakra bi machine ote ho eye alteration obi store ye wom false bills egumu obi lo akwakoje because of politics nti adwem bone abamutim na mudi bone. Because of politics inti adwem bone abamutrim na mudi bone because the only way out and say omobema NDC aye unpopular ombema president Mahama ho aye ahyi do mutimi ya no no and from 7th from 1st ebepim 13th market centers baku 4 na me say mo amuwa Kumasi Central Market mo mabosuom 2016 Kumasi from 2012 to 2016 Ansah for market ne jadem Central Market ne jadem over ne jadem me say 2016 mu kra say na otumfo ya akwasida kase ade abechi ne jadem abro this is just the beginning o afa no wo mafras ne we de wo mafras ye pa na dia na me ya ne se ho e man ni hunu se wo mo MPP for na ye wo sa wo Emanu ehunu se MPP for and a ties abone for 7 chiri muna mu wa chire because of them kwati ye wa kantamanto 2023 message and information news on almost spread e wa kantamanto executives mu wo abufuo bia MPP for am wo Ghana ha that aggression that anger mon channel to your party leadership. And yeah, ordinary Ghanaian and a modibabe frustrating nipa life for her say because 8 years ni the MPP aye Ghana no ye pese president Mahama nyankopon ema na hoden enta na chi no oma niema ntimi sisan fama yen entu ye MPP supporter na that anger that madness that aggression hunu baby asabufuo no wo be divert de akọ mo fan kwa mo executives so because omo na disappoint mo enya Ghana nkwa no mu disappoint ye enya Ghana nkwa no mu collapse ye even your party ye ma wo mo power omo de abelutu e de abewiade no kwa no mo ankasa party ni kwa na e ma wo mo power no kwa party no wo magu no wo ma collapse mo party entu your party supporter now there MPP colors red white blue no efre wani no a ma wani nti ma wani mbie na sa agufuo no divert ko party executive mon divert ko party executives for so mu leader of your party less than ya to abawi ani yi mo hu mo ankasa mo party mu MPP for penny for MPC nsema wo mo ka aba adai Nkofo dwetire lo nkofo age obi wonu medwa na ahye no efia bo woni ne ma abrabo asai atete apansam bibia asai adai Aden tina was a basa. I was your for me call Oraso. And now President John Dramani Mahama Thanksgiving or Kasai. Efa National Cathedral home. Mama mi video na me to aso mfamfiri. And I make her say, we any pana wo ya dey apply wisdom, common sense, wisdom. We enye book long. Enye PhD, and I call school na my there na my there you, and I kuta master's 10. And I kuta hwan. Eye common sense. Any fienyan san, and I was apply. Na senra utie President John Dramani Mahama UPSA asema wakaye edifa National Cathedral ho a na what asia na ya MPP ni a no wabisa ho se na nti ye mpanifo mbedi Ghana so no o madwen no omu yi adwen no to he ansa na ombeye president abe vice president.
The vexed issue of the National Cathedral. On the vexed issue of the National Cathedral, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice directed government to audit the project and investigate any misuse of public funds. Government is enjoined to follow this directive and will soon activate such an investigation into the project. But on the future of the project, the cathedral, I believe that all of us as Christians must forge a consensus on how to achieve such a project without recourse to public funds. And this project must be achieved at a reasonable cost. In the current circumstances that Ghana is going through, it makes no sense to achieve such a project at a whopping sum of $400 million. I am informed that the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja, which is used by all Christian faith in Nigeria, was built at a cost of $30 million. I believe that we can reach a more reasonable figure for achieving such a project, and together we can raise the funding for it. Such a reconsideration of this project might even include changing the current site that was chosen for the project. I leave the rest to any such future consultation that we will have as the body of Christ. As leaders, we are called to serve with integrity and accountability. And Proverbs 29 verse 2 reminds us, and I quote, "When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice." I therefore pledge before you, my holy fathers, to lead a government that is transparent, that is accountable, and focused on justice and fairness, as you just exhorted us here today. We'll strengthen the fight against corruption relentlessly, knowing that it undermines the very fabric of our society. Any persons who find themselves appointed to public office has to be made aware that they will be held to the highest ethical and professional standards. So all those of you who are applying me with your CVs know that it is not going to be an easy job. And it's not going to be business as usual. We will govern with the understanding that we are stewards of the resources and trust that is bestowed upon us by the sovereign people of Ghana. The vexed issue.
Nipa nyansani bia o ye leader bia nim say Ghana here National Cathedral. Nipa nyansani bia leader bia na dwuni mu da ho bia nim say Ghana here National Cathedral. Yeah, what say you wasting resources, taxpayers money. Say they kwa National Cathedral. Na empo kra no. Say dachi bia no, ye see e be National Cathedral. Enye krom fifi adwapade ade ente se ena wasa judge fo dan ya president Mills abre so ye kwaji loan ene ye di si adan ema ye judges ni ye buogu state properties ni ye buogu private enkofo properties e oni ye buogu ni ye tua judgment debt no be catch say spending $58 million na charge de abaso omoboa. President Mahama say empodachi bi akwansa dwen ba mu say ye besi National Cathedral de amo man Ghana enya region fifi ha sa land no ye de beye bi papa de ama Ghana ye hwe chief imam ne ye nuanom nkramofo mosque fia wo masie mosque ya esi ha ka wukudi mosque pa edra nwumira asa wugina Mecca. And no, and your taxpayers' money. Nkramofuo no ankasa. And wo mu yi puduro. And wo mu di si mosque so de hye ala no munyam. Wo dru ho no anwumira. Wo drive na asa wo dru Mecca. Bako Hajj and ana Mecca. Ya fe ensam bo futuo mu and ye ye kokosi mosque. E wo kanda. Ka wo kudi kanda. E de ma ala. E ho na ye nkramofuo land. Any idea? Or say Nigeria, I saw the case be so almost spending $30 million. But National Cathedral, yeah, I mean, so swimming pool yes way. You better spending $400 million. I'm gonna don't go $400 million no credit in swimming pool no credit $400 million no. And today, yeah, see, as a Ghana, they are torn Ghana. You know. Into a set land in that home, the baby before. Wisdom is speaking. Wisdom, common sense, and a kasam. Ansah, President Mahama, they want started there. MP before, who France and psychologist too. Because the real started there said there, Kajan Fuaka, some myself for some better opposition 30 years, and I'm consistent. I tell you. Said the President Mahama, Masa Tubu and I'm some cry by a Hunia and Kabu come their fire so. And Ramobeko sister, yes. And Tina Moshi, she journey at that night team case. Tina Mo bought I born a doom so banner for him. I was doom so by a bet them. The one fras and a warrior say Yanni a penwo. And all for Kwabonting. Ora team. Omoko Abonting, Equaye Juba. Citizen show so Kwabena tena ha no mukaya state land edwapade presidency akromfo no wo mu wia including vice president waye no mo eh
Reports are that there were more than this, but you can see that the focus was on the big. What the president has done from the 10th of January, instructing the Lands Commission that don't finalize any arrangement, halt every process, and then the clear directive that reports are that there were more than this, but you can see that the focus was on what the president has done from the 10th of January, instructing the Lands Commission that don't finalize any arrangement, halt every process, and then the clear directive that we are no longer selling these state lands is very important, and it's helping the work of Ora, because you see, we were going after what has happened in the past, and then it was continuing. So it made our work so difficult, because over the weekend we had to move in to stop so-called private developers, faceless developers, who were about to demolish 4 bungalows just behind the State House. 4 bungalows. The staff of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and then Gender, they reached out to us, distress calls. And you see, one of the bungalows, we'll go and show you, one of the bungalows had just been renovated with funding from the United States Embassy. And you have human trafficking staff of the Gender Ministry living in that bungalow, demolished. And faceless characters. So the president's directive is timely, and we hope that it will help to sanitize the system.
Ma ana yetuye na yeye ne kire baby am friend agric mechanization center na sa agric center no the oni makra ye no se okọ chado a eye so ofri ewaka na okọ chado a eye rana ba wo sa be maka road no so no ha unko street obosa ten ase o samba wachi back to airport no u back akra just few meters no o branch o right ama okọ animu a sa land ho na government land na ama ekopi ho no more hoye ama center no eye asase kese because asase eso pa nya asase keto a na ho ne baby a omo se ga na ban kra niema eye agric niema ba fa na se bi a omo a se ekọ Europe a also meet some standard bi so mo hobe jama last year mo bebe semester October say ana omunya je say aban say warizoni ho no ento omuntu free ho
okay
ama omuntu asagro na nkofo we ahwenyame anim files document ya say ama padan ne so ana che say
ampa oma pass video ne da he oma pass
yes ama padan ne so